It being 11:03, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order papers. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, affaires venant des députés, étude.
Private members' business. Report stage consideration of Bill C-252. The Child Health Protection Act, standing in the name of Madame Lattanzio. As there is no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
By Ms. Diab, moves that Bill C-252, an act to amend the Food and Drug Act, prohibition of food and beverage marketing directed at children, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. On division?
Division.
I therefore declare the motion carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now it is. Now. Ms. Lattanzio, seconded by Ms. Diab, moves that Bill C-252, an act to amend the Food and Drug Act, prohibition of food and beverage marketing directed at children, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député de Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor for me to rise here today to discuss my bill C-252. I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank my colleagues for all their support and hard work in advancing this bill. As you know, Bill C-252 essentially seeks to prohibit the marketing of foods that contain excessive amounts of sugars, sodium, and saturated fats to children below the age of 13. Additionally, this bill contains a provision that mandates Health Canada to monitor the impact of this bill on the marketing of foods and beverages to teenagers aged between 13 and 18. This is done in an effort to ensure that food companies and advertisers will not simply turn around and amp up their marketing to teenagers to compensate for these new limits. Hence, the bill provides an opportunity to verify the impacts of this legislation and makes adjustments if necessary. One of the most concerning health issues for Canadians today is childhood obesity. To date, 1 in 3 children in Canada is either overweight or obese. We know that obesity leads to higher lifetime risk of developing severe health conditions such as high blood pressure, diabetes, and other chronic diseases. Obesity increases the risk of at least 11 different cancers, and evidence has shown that diet-related diseases now kill more Canadians than smoking. In 2019, dietary risk factors contributed to an estimated 36,000 deaths, and the burden of chronic diseases impacted mainly by diet and other modifiable risk factors have been estimated to cost $13.8 billion in Canada. Despite these dire consequences, the proportion of obese children has nearly tripled in the last 25 years. Our government has recognized these issues, and that is why it launched in 2016 the Health Eating Strategy, enabling a healthier choice, the easier choice for Canadians. In 2019, the revised Canada's Food Guide, providing Canadians with relevant, consistent, and credible dietary guidance. And in 2020, sodium reduction targets were published to encourage sodium reduction in food supply. But there is still more work to be done. It is a well-established fact that one of the major explanations for obesity is attributed to food marketing to children. The World Health Organization recognized the marketing of foods and beverages to children to be problematic as early as 2010. In fact, in a recent policy brief, they went as far as to say and call the evidence that food marketing alters food preferences, choices, and purchases as unequivocal. Furthermore, the World Health Organization stated that food marketing not only affects children's physical health, but also, and I quote, threatens their emotional, mental, and spiritual well-being. Children in Canada are currently being exposed to hundreds of ads every day, whether it's through TV, online, video games, or through other forms of marketing, children are a highly targeted market. This is worrisome because we know that children are especially vulnerable and susceptible to marketing. They are less able to understand or question the purpose or essence of the marketing, and as such become easy targets of influence as they absorb and accept the messages. A 2017 report on the health of Canadians has shown that well over 90% of food and beverage product advertisements viewed by children online or on TV have been for products that are high in sugars, sodium, and saturated fats. It is not surprising then to learn that kids aged 9 through 13 get more calories, almost 60%, from ultra-processed foods than any other age group. This is especially problematic because childhood is the period in which children learn and develop lifelong eating habits, and we know just how impactful food marketing is on the eating habits of our children. We currently have in Canada a situation where corporations that produce foods and beverages with excessive amounts of sugar, sodium, and saturated fats are allowed to market and target the most vulnerable members of our society, and who in turn adopt problematic eating habits. Furthermore, a 2018 UNICEF report argued that unhealthy food marketing to children constitutes a violation of a number of children's rights as recognized in the Convention of Rights of the Child, which includes children's right to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health. Bill C-252 will give us the tools to end marketing of foods that contain the 3 excessive ingredients to kids and will enable them to make better and healthier food choices for themselves. Now, there have been some critiques of this bill. Some have said that it is not needed because the Association of Canadian Advertisers have developed a code, which they entitled the Code for the Responsible Advertising of Food and Beverage Products to Children, which sets some limits on what is considered reasonable advertising for foods and beverages to children, and thus have argued that the code is enough, and therefore any further legislative efforts is superfluous. To them I say, absolutely not. A significant of research has shown time and time again that self-regulatory codes do not work, as they are voluntary in nature and make it too easy for industry players to amp up or simply opt out. On the other hand, the development of a code clearly demonstrates that the industry players recognize the existence of a problem with marketing to kids. While this recognition is welcome, ultimately their efforts simply do not suffice. To quote Dr. Warshawski, chair of the board of directors at the Childhood Obesity Foundation, who stated during his appearance at the Standing Committee on Health, and I quote, "The fox should not guard the henhouse." We only have to look at the United Kingdom and Spain, which are respectively developing regulations to prohibit marketing foods to children, after having witnessed firsthand that there was no positive outcomes from their existing self-regulatory industry codes. Others have expressed concern that Bill C-252 could capture and prohibit the marketing of foods that are pantry staples, such as bread or milk. Let me be clear, this is not the aim of this bill. The way this bill is framed specifically directs Health Canada to develop regulations with the necessary nuances. As Dr. Sharma from Health Canada repeatedly explained during her appearance at the Health Standing Committee, the phrasing of this bill allows for the creation of categories rather than targeting of specific foods, which in turn allows for a nuanced implementation and application. In other words, foods that contain high levels of one of the targeted nutrients, but which are generally considered to be beneficial to children's diets, such as fruits which contain high levels of sugars, would easily be exempted from this legislation. This process would be entirely based on an extensive regulatory process that would not only include consultations with a variety of actors, but also be based on strong scientific evidence regarding the nutritional needs of our children. Some have also attempted, Mr. Speaker, to deform this bill and make it into something that it is not, an attempt to tell parents what they can and cannot buy for their children. This is simply and unequivocally false. Having raised 3 children myself, I strongly believe that parents have all the freedom in deciding and choosing how they will want to raise and feed their children. Bill C-252 does not, Mr. Speaker, target parents and adults, but strictly children. It is about removing the possibility of a billion-dollar industry to reach our vulnerable children and to manipulate them through the marketing techniques that will lure them into desiring products that we know could be detrimental to their health. Parents are and will remain fully responsible for the food choices they make for their kids. This bill is simply about evening out the playing field and making sure that parents can make decisions about their children's nutrition without having to push back against powerful outside influences. Finally, some have tried to argue that this bill should not be adopted because it will preclude other aspects of health from being addressed. For example, some have said that this bill should not be adopted because they perceive it as a risk to the continuation of sports sponsorship and community sports. I would invite them to look at Quebec, as it serves as a model whereby sports sponsorship aimed at children have been restricted for well over 40 years, and yet community sports are still very much alive and well in the province. My bill's focus on specific nutrients leaves plenty of space for a modified approach to sports sponsorship. Similarly, critiques have advanced that we should focus on encouraging children to be more active instead of passing this bill. This view represents a very limited and ultimately insufficient approach to health. There is no doubt whatsoever that sports and physical activity play an important role in protecting the health of our children. However, health is a multifactorial element, and diet is just as important as physical activity. As such, our government has committed to significant investments to encourage children to move and participate in team sports, notably with a $10 million investment in the recent 2023 budget. The supposed opposition to my bill, between my bill and an approach more focused on active living, is simply uncalled for. Both can coexist, healthy eating and physical activity, and in fact should coexist. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, this is not a magic bullet, but can fix childhood obesity all on its own. It is, however, an absolutely needed and key component of a broader, comprehensive strategy that needs to address this important issue. It is also worth reminding everyone that this bill has been a long time coming. As many of you know, there have been previous attempts to advance similar legislation which suffered from significant pushback. Most notably, Senator Nancy Green-Rain's efforts with Bill S-228, which unfortunately got stalled in the Senate and died on the order paper. Similarly, we witnessed efforts from the opposition to stall this bill at committee stage. Some members have even tried to present this bill as lacking in consultation with stakeholders, when in fact we have heard time and time again the same arguments from the food and advertising industries, who have deployed extensive resources in trying to block this legislation. Industries have had plenty of opportunities to express their concerns regarding this bill, which have been heard and have been taken into account in my version of Bill C-252. And industries will continue to have opportunities to express themselves throughout the regulatory process. In Canada, we have the chance to have a remarkable consensus across party lines regarding our approach to health. We all believe in the importance of working to ensure the healthiest possible of life for every single Canadian, no matter their age nor their means. Ultimately, I believe that every member of Parliament has good reasons to support this bill. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say to my colleagues here today, let's make sure that we are here today, we can act today as quickly as possible to get this bill passed. It is long overdue, and our children deserve it.
Let's get it done. Good job.
Questions and comments. So 5 minutes of questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to speaking on this bill after this Q&A. My one question for the member opposite is, she has said this was put into legislation in Quebec for the last 40 years. And my simple question is, how much lower has the obesity rates in children been in Quebec since this act has been legislated in their province?
Madame la députée de Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
I want to thank my colleague for his question. So, as I mentioned, Quebec has served as a model in terms of targeting marketing to kids. But this bill goes a lot more further. It's much more broader. We want to put more measures in place to sort of ensure that, foods that are unhealthy to them do not make it, because there have been obviously industries that have tried in various forms and various attempts to be able to still market to children, young children. And so having a law across the land just will make it equal for everyone and will ensure that Quebec will abide by the same restrictions as all other provinces across the land.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear, once again, that Quebec is a model. My question is very simple. Can she guarantee that we're not going to infringe on Quebec's jurisdiction over civil matters? That's our concern, and that will set the tone for our response. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her question. The goal is not to infringe on areas of provincial jurisdiction. The goal is to protect the well-being of our children and ensure that they are not the focus of marketing that will contribute to unhealthy eating habits. Health Canada takes care of its own areas of jurisdiction, and the provinces have their own.
comments, and I was kind of hoping to get to the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway. And we need the headset. He's trying to plug in the headset. She done.
I'll give him 30 seconds.
Get off his total time here is what's going to end up happening. So let me just stand for a second. Now, maybe we'll do that. The honourable member for Waterloo first, and I'll go back to Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening intently, and this is a conversation that constituents in the riding of Waterloo often have. Negotiating with a child, a 3-year-old, a 5-year-old, even older, is sometimes very difficult when it comes to marketing. And the member spoke about raising her children. So I would like to hear from the member, what would have changed if legislation like this existed while she was raising her children, and what would be impacts for the kids today, families today, including those in Waterloo? Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. I think that if such a law would have been adopted a few years back, in fact, when Senator Rain had brought it before the Senate, we probably would have decreased the number of deaths that I've reported since. And more importantly, we know that this is putting a strain on our healthcare system and is costing in Canada $13.8 billion a year. So therefore, it's monetary. It's a question of ensuring that our health system does not get negatively impacted. And of course, just ensuring that our kids have a better and healthier jumpstart to their lives.
I had to say my friend from Vancouver Kingsway has his headset on. So the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague for this bill, which we'll be supporting. My question is concerning the age. In 2016, my colleague referred to Senator Green-Rain's bill, which would have prohibited marketing to children under 17 years of age. And at that time, the Liberals, her colleagues at Health Committee, amended that bill to reduce the target age from 17 to 13. And according to UNICEF, the proposed cutoff of 17 was more likely than a younger age threshold to protect the most vulnerable from harmful impacts of marketing. We know that teens are exposed to more ads than younger children, and they remember them better. So my question to her is she interested in watching to see if the food manufacturers target more ads at 14 to 17-year-olds, and does she agree with the NDP that we have to be very vigilant to protect those children as well from this kind of marketing?
The member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. In fact, the bill contains a provision that mandates Health Canada to monitor the impact of this bill on the marketing of foods and beverages to teenagers aged between 13 and 18. This is done specifically in an effort to ensure that food companies and advertisers will not simply, as I mentioned, turn around and amp up their marketing to teenagers to compensate for these new limits. So therefore, the bill gives this opportunity to verify once Bill C-252 becomes law to see the impacts of this legislation.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad I could be here on this Monday. Travel days are always interesting right now in Canada, as about 4 hours ago I was sleeping on a bench in the airport in Toronto, so I'm glad I made it in time. Thank you, Air Canada, for another wonderful adventure through the Toronto Pearson Airport. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise today to speak on this bill, Bill C-252. I will not be supporting it for various reasons. I'm going to walk through those reasons. And a lot of people in this place are parents, and I'm a parent of 3 young children. Jameson is 6, Claire is turning 8 in July, and my son Nixon is 10. And we do talk a lot about nutrition in our family, actually, and I think it's something where it is a very important role of a parent to begin healthy eating habits early in life, Mr. Speaker. And when we were talking about kids being marketed to and Health Canada wanted to pull back some marketing, it seems like Health Canada always wants to bring in more and more bans, Mr. Speaker. I remember last year that we're fighting Health Canada, who's trying to make amendments to front of package labeling to label whole beef and whole pork as unhealthy. But they did that labeling, Mr. Speaker, and that was before the whole beef or whole pork was actually cooked. Because once it's cooked, it loses lots of its trans fat. The oil drips off, and then you actually have a more healthier meal, Mr. Speaker. And that's something where banning continuously seems to be something this government wants to do, and really taking more and more control of the lives of Canadians. And they are just expected to listen to exactly what the government says. And I think that's a dangerous road to go down. And the one thing they're doing was talking about marketing, and actually it struck me funny as I was driving down a road in Ottawa, and I saw this candy store frontage. But it wasn't an actual candy store, Mr. Speaker, it was a cannabis store. So when we want to talk and actually take on some marketing and some advertising, maybe we should start with not allowing certain companies to actually make cannabis look like candy. That'd be a really good start in this country to actually tackle some of that marketing. And when you're looking at other aspects of Bill C-252, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague from Prince George Peace River just came over and talked about why this was tackled and why we tried to fight against this bill in the previous iteration with Senator Green. And the unintended consequences of this bill, Mr. Speaker, were if we're going to take away opportunities for sponsorship in youth sports. Timbits Hockey, Timbits actually sponsors 300,000 kids to play sports in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And when we want to have these opportunities for kids that can't play because sometimes sports are becoming expensive, we need sponsorship like this. And why would we take a bill that is bringing forward government regulations to, and I disagree with my colleague opposite, really tell parents how to feed their kids and what's healthy and what's not? You know how much access you now have to information on ingredients in the grocery store? My wife takes her kids grocery shopping all the time, and she actually shows them the ingredients that are in stuff that they want her to buy. And they look at what the first ingredient on this. You go, Jameson, first ingredient, sugar. Why do we buy this? It's full of sugar, and it's not going to make you healthy, and it's not going to give you energy. And that's what parents should do, Mr. Speaker, is create healthy eating habits. And when the member that spoke previously, the sponsor of the bill, spoke, she did say that we have to have a multifaceted approach to kids and treating obesity and bringing obesity rates down, Mr. Speaker. So that approach does involve physical activity. And when they're talking about all the marketing that these kids are seeing, my kids don't see a lot of marketing. they are on an iPad or on a cell phone 1 hour a week. On Saturdays, they get to play a game. And then the rest of the time, we go outside and we play. And we have very active. This weekend, I was at home. I watched 6 flag football games because our kids were outside. And when they weren't playing flag football with, in the league, they were practicing with their kids in the park. That fights obesity, Mr. Speaker. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And that's something we should be more focused on, is getting our kids outside and playing. And it's something that we've taken as parents, my wife and myself, to heart. And also, parents should show a healthy lifestyle to their kids. We should be role models for our kids. We don't need the government to tell us how to feed our kids and what they should and shouldn't be doing. Parents need to be better role models across this country for their children, Mr. Speaker. And I think that's something that we really need to focus on. It's so easy, and I see it time and time again where you're over, you're intermingling with some other parents, and the first thing their kid does is grabs their iPhone from their pocket and goes and sits on an iPhone for an hour. Mr. Speaker, we need to be more involved, and that's not government's job. That's just our job as parents, and that's our job as what we should be teaching our children, Mr. Speaker. And that's why when you bring forward legislation like this, and I was actually quite disappointed because I asked the member a very direct question, because this isn't new. This has been done in Quebec. For 40 years, this legislation has been in place in Quebec, and I asked her how much the obesity rates have gone down in Quebec with this legislation. And I don't know, you probably noticed, Mr. Speaker, she wouldn't give a number. She wouldn't answer because the question is, surprise, surprise, government legislation didn't have that much of an effect on what kids were going to eat because parents do, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we should be focusing on, she talked about the budget, $10 million in the 2023 budget for keeping kids active. Well, if you spread that across the country, Mr. Speaker, that's not a lot of money to keep the Canadian youth active. So if you really want to focus on this, instead of putting forward legislation like this that has actually been done and proven in Canada that it hasn't helped as much as they like to say, you know, that used to be the definition of insanity, Mr. Speaker, doing the same things over and over and over again and expecting different outcomes. And I see that a lot with this government. They're talking about marketing to children and trying to make sure that children are affected by that because they might respond negatively. Well, you also do have to teach your kids that they're going to see things in their lives and they have to learn and actually be able to look at that and say, that's not for me, and move on. You should actually teach your children that, to have the ability to see marketing, to look at the package on the label when they're grocery shopping, and make that decision not to eat that and not to put that in their body. The government doesn't have to do that for parents and for kids, Mr. Speaker. I think there's a lot of other roles that I know there's a big difference between the Liberals and the NDP. They think government can do nothing wrong, and over here we think government should be less and less involved in the everyday lives of Canadians. And this is just a perfect example of that, Mr. Speaker. I don't want the government to look after me or my children from cradle to grave. I want us to be able to make our own decisions. I want us to be able to look at things, and kids might make mistakes. and sometimes, Mr. Speaker, well, I said we work hard, but we're not perfect. Our kids do get the odd stomach from eating too many candies or eating too many chips, but the kids actually do learn a lesson from that as well, Mr. Speaker, because they realize they can't put all this artificial food in their systems because it actually doesn't make them feel well. And that's a learning experience, Mr. Speaker. But to say that the government can control what kids are going to see and control marketing, when I think at the earlier part of my speech, Mr. Speaker, we brought forward a very valid point that if you want to talk about marketing to children, we need to talk about the fact that people are trying to market cannabis to children and call it a candy shop. We should look at tackling some of those issues that are actually dangerous to kids, Mr. Speaker, and let the parents tackle the issues of healthy dietary habits, healthy habits when it comes to staying active, and making sure that you're more involved in your kids' lives day in and day out. The governments aren't going to solve those problems. The government, they definitely won't solve many problems, Mr. Speaker. But as an engaged parent and a member of society that actually wants to help out and make sure kids are making healthier choices, in the education system. I think we need to have more education system involvement when they actually have phys ed class. I know sometimes kids can opt out of phys ed quite often. Well, we do have to stay active. We do have to stay motivated to make sure that you're making a healthy lifestyle choice, and that could be a part of it. I know my colleagues, the Liberal colleague, said there needs to be a multifaceted approach. Maybe take all the effort that was put into this bill and put it into the effort of keeping kids more active, so when they do go out and actually get older and have to make choices on themselves, they're going to stay active, they'll have a healthy lifestyle, Mr. Speaker, and they'll have a healthier diet. That's how we're trying to train our kids, so that they can make their own choices, they can read what's on the label, they can decide if the first 3 ingredients are sugar, carbonated water, it's not going to be healthy for them. But we need to train the next generation to actually make decisions on their own, because the government can't make every decision for them.
Continuing debate, le débat continue.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by commending this initiative from the member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. She is the sponsor of this bill, C-252. This bill would ban advertising food and drinks to those under 13 years of age. Mr. Speaker, body image and self-image is very difficult for young people. I am the mother of 2 young adults, so I often have conversations with adolescents. In these conversations, I notice that self-image and self-esteem is very difficult. Young people are on apps like BeReal, Instagram, TikTok. You know all about it, Mr. Speaker. Our young people are constantly exposed to influencers or to advertisements. They're being shown what is acceptable image in our society. And this is the main source of anguish for our young people. They compare themselves to digitally altered images. They compare themselves to people who engage in unhealthy dieting practices. Our young people compare themselves to images which actually are impossible in reality. And our young people are using these apps. That's where they are. So that's where advertisements targeting them are too. And these ads manipulate young people, showing them food, pretending it's good food. Young people are on social media, on their phones all day long, and they're receiving targeted advertising. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the House of Commons to take action. We need to regulate big industrial groups who, unfortunately, care more about their profits than about the public health of our young people, who are our future. Mr. Speaker, we were all young. We all wanted to be cool. We still want to be cool today. We all wanted to be like others. That's normal. That's not what I'm here to take issue with today. The issue is, in fact, the way major agri-food players who manufacture and sell unhealthy food are using advertising. They're pulling all the right strings, pressing all the right buttons to reach our young people. They want young people to believe that if they haven't tasted the latest, newest, super sugary cereal, then they should. It's not because if there's a cute little bunny in a field on a cereal box that it's necessarily healthy or good food. We need to protect an entire generation from this type of advertisement. Mr. Speaker, a few numbers for you. Obesity is a well-documented health issue, and unfortunately, it's an issue that is increasingly prevalent in Quebec and everywhere in the world. According to a report by the National Public Health Institute of Quebec, a 2016 report, in Quebec, 52% of the population is overweight, with a BMI over 25. Of that 52%, 18% are obese, meaning that their BMI is 30 or higher. Those statistics are high. According to the most optimistic projections of the Public Health Institute, the problem will worsen 54% will be overweight and 21% obese by 2030. That's incredibly worrisome. Overweightness and obesity among children has continued to worsen over the past decades. In fact, from 1978 to 2004, the prevalence of overweightness and obesity in children aged 2 to 17 increased from 15 to 26%. It has almost doubled. And the increase in these rates was even more pronounced in young people. Overweightness and obesity actually doubled among that age group from 14% to 29%. Doubled. It has doubled. Interestingly, during that same time period, there was a major boom in sales and availability of frozen foods. They started appearing all over our grocery shelves. It was the era of juice boxes, Mr. Speaker, fish sticks. I know many families, Mr. Speaker, 1980s and 1990s families who bought these over-salted, over-fatty frozen foods because for them it was like heaven. It was like magic. And I don't blame those families, Mr. Speaker, because actually quite the contrary. I have 2 daughters and I had days where at 5:30 I had to run to pick my kids up from school. I hadn't even planned anything for dinner. My partner was working late that night. That night we had to get homework done. And we had to get the kids in bed by 8 or 9 o'clock. So what was the solution, Mr. Speaker? Well, a frozen meal, of course. It was easy. It was the best option for nights like that. But, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, we need to take action to protect young people, just as we did to protect people against tobacco products.
But I'm not burying my head in the sand, Mr. Speaker. I know that this problem is not 100% solved. It can help. We could do better, but we still have to take that first step forwards, as I said. Our youth are always in front of their screens, and as parents, it is incumbent upon us to monitor what they see, especially during childhood. It's not easy to do so, Mr. Speaker, but we have to plug the gap in our statutes. You can see me coming, Mr. Speaker, because earlier we were saying that we're proud that we legislated on the matter in Quebec, but we absolutely have to respect Quebec and provincial jurisdictions. As you know, Quebec has absolute control over healthcare within its borders. It's the one that offers services promoting healthy living. That's a Quebec jurisdiction. So whilst the Bloc Québécois supports this bill, we would like to remind everyone that Quebec did not participate in the development of the federal, provincial and territorial framework for action on healthy weight and does not subscribe to a pan-Canadian strategy in this area. Quebec intends to remain, and I would like to say, once again, the sole responsible party for developing and implementing programs to promote healthy lifestyles on its territory. This, of course, whilst continuing to exchange information and expertise with other governments in Canada. So the Bloc Québécois will therefore study whether the proposed strategy is compatible with the strategies adopted by Quebec and the Quebec Consumer Protection Act. We will have to make sure that the bill does not encroach, and that's non-negotiable, on the jurisdiction of Quebec, because once again, and I have started saying this rather regularly, we have to work in a spirit of respect. We have to protect our jurisdictions, but we also have to protect the health of our young people. We have to rapidly begin the decline in obesity among our young people, and diabetes, which is a silent but ever-present evil. I have hardly 1 minute 30 left. I would like to say that health and responsibility and healthy living are imperatives. I love sports. I've taken part in triathlons. I ski in the winter and in the summer. I did figure skating. I did competitions. I stay active. I swim. I surf, and I stay active. And this healthy living is important for our youth as well, and it goes through food as well. So to say that a parent must help their kids, well, we must give them the tools to help their children. That's what could be very important. We could raise awareness, as is what we suggest at the Bloc Québécois. We will vote for this bill, as I said, because our young people should not be treated like merchandise, like goods. They should be able to live their childhood where they won't be influenced. Every single street corner with fun, cartoony and inspiring characters that want to sell them sugar and more sugar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The débat continues with the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak in support of Bill C-252 today, which has the laudable goal of prohibiting food and beverage marketing directed at children of unhealthy and damaging materials to their health. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, is long overdue. By way of background, Canada's New Democrats have been advocating for a ban on healthy food and beverage marketing to children for many years. In 2012, over 10 years ago, the NDP Member of Parliament for New Westminster Burnaby introduced legislation to expressly prohibit advertising and promotion for commercial purposes of products, foods, drugs, cosmetics, or devices directly to children under 13 years of age. You can tell already from that short list, Mr. Speaker, that the bill was more ambitious than the one that we're discussing today, which deals only with unhealthy food and beverages, but deals and engages with the very same concept as is before the House today. In 2016, as has already been heard in this House, Senator Nancy Greene-Rain introduced the Child Health Protection Act that was called Bill S-228, and that legislation would have banned the marketing of unhealthy food and beverages in a manner that was primarily directed at children under 17 years of age. And I'll touch on this a little bit later, Mr. Speaker, that this bill has reduced that age to 13. And of course, under 17 would have been more ambitious. And as I will advocate in my remarks today, that would be preferable. Now, Health Canada held an online consultation in 2017 to seek feedback on restricting the marketing of unhealthy food and beverages to children. That's over 6 years ago. That consultation was open to the public, health organizations, industry, and any interested stakeholder. At the House Standing Committee on Health, at that time, though, the Liberals unfortunately amended Bill S-228 to reduce the age limit from 17 to under 13 years old, and they also added a 5-year legislative review, which I think is a prudent measure. Now, according to UNICEF Canada, the proposed age cutoff of 17 was more likely than a younger age threshold to protect the most vulnerable from harmful impacts of marketing. While there are different interpretations of children's evolving cognitive capacities, research does suggest very strongly that teens are exposed to more ads than younger children, and they remember them better. They also have more means. Teenagers who are 15 and 16 years of age often have more expendable disposable income and are act in a more unsupervised manner and are more likely to purchase unhealthy foods than children under 13. Yet, I think due to pressure from the industry, that threshold was reduced to 13. Now, although Bill S-228 did pass third reading in both the House and the Senate, unfortunately, that bill died on the order paper due to a conservative filibuster in the Senate prior to the 2019 federal election. So that has left us to where we're at today. I would also comment that the Liberal government has made a number of commitments since they were elected in 2015 that remain unfulfilled on this issue. The former Liberal health minister, in her 2019 mandate letter, was directed to, quote, introduce new restrictions on the commercial marketing of food and beverages to children, end quote. That was never followed through. The current health minister's 2021 mandate letter instructed him to support restrictions on the commercial marketing of food and beverages to children. I suppose it can be said that he is supporting that in the sense that the government side is supporting this legislation, but we must remember that there's been no action from this government. This is a private member's bill that we are dealing with here, not a government bill. Now, what is the result of the inaction? It's not benign. Mr. Speaker, the marketing, each year, the Canadian food and beverage industry spends over $1.1 billion on marketing to children. Now, this marketing appeals to children through product design, the use of cartoon or other characters, fantasy and adventure themes, humor, and other marketing techniques. Clearly, these techniques work with children as young as 3 years old who are brand aware and can recognize or name food and beverage brands. Now, this marketing to children means that over 50 million food and beverage ads per year are shown on children's top 10 websites alone. And their personal identifying information is collected from websites and apps for the purposes of further targeting online marketing. Children in Canada are observing an estimated 1,500 advertisements annually, just on social media sites alone. And nearly 90% of food and beverages marketed on television and online are high in salt, sugars, and saturated fat. That's what we as policymakers are faced with in the current situation. Now let's look at the facts. Poor nutrition and unhealthy food and beverages are key contributors to poor health in children. Good eating habits and avoidance of unhealthy food are key preventative elements of health policy. Now, there is strong agreement among leading Canadian pediatric and allied health organizations that the impact of food and beverage marketing is real, significant, and harmful to children's development. Marketing to children has changed dramatically in the last 10 to 15 years. Today, it is a seamless, sophisticated, and often interactive process. The line between ads and children's entertainment has blurred, with marketing messages being inserted into the places that children play and learn. Marketing of food and beverages to children in Canada is largely self-regulated by the same industries that profit from the practice. Now, research reveals that these voluntary measures are not working. Numerous studies have found strong associations between increases in advertising of non-nutritious foods and rates of childhood obesity. One study by Yale University found that children exposed to junk food advertising ate 45% more junk food than children not exposed to such advertisements. In Canada, as much as 90% of the food marketed to children and youth on TV and online is unhealthy. 3/4 of children are exposed to food marketing while using their favorite social media applications. And again, the majority of those ads are for unhealthy food, that is ultra-processed, and beverages that are high in saturated fat, salt, and sugar. Now, this doesn't just affect children. Canadians are the second largest buyers of ultra-processed foods and drinks in the world, second only to the Americans. The result? Nearly 1 in 3 Canadian children is overweight or obese. The rise in childhood obesity in recent decades is linked to changes in our eating habits. Overweight children are more likely to develop health problems later in life, including heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and high blood pressure. Now, children are uniquely vulnerable to marketing manipulation until the point that they achieve 2 specific information processing skills. First, the ability to perceive the difference between commercial and non-commercial content, and second, the ability to understand the persuasive intent behind advertising. Before the age of 5, most children cannot distinguish ads from unbiased programming. Children under 8 do not understand the intent of marketing messages, and they believe what they see. By age 10 to 12, children do understand that ads are designed to sell products, but they are not always able to be critical of these ads. Mr. Speaker, Canada needs to get in step with other countries in the world. Other jurisdictions have since adopted similar legislation, including Norway, the United Kingdom, Ireland, and Canada. And by the way, my Conservative colleague was questioning about Quebec earlier and what the impact of their legislation, which they've had restrictions on advertising to children. Here's the facts. Quebec's restrictions on advertising to children have been shown to have a positive impact on nutrition by reducing fast food consumption by 13%. That translates to 17 million fewer fast food meals sold in the province and an estimated 13.4 million fewer fast food calories consumed per year. Quebec has the lowest rates of obesity among 5 to 17-year-olds in the country, as well as the highest rates of vegetable and fruit consumption in Canada. That's relative to every other province. Now, it is true that childhood obesity rates are rising everywhere, but I think the effect of this marketing is quite clear, that it has slowed the rise in obesity and unhealthy consumption of food marketing in Quebec, partially at least because of their early and I think progressive adoption of legislation that's before the House. Now, I also would point out that Quebec prohibited all commercial advertising that targets children under the age of 13 since 1980. So I think it's very clear that it's time that the rest of the country got in step with this. I think most of us in here are parents or are certainly have siblings that are parents or maybe are intending to be parents at some point. Certainly we're all children. It should be, I think, non-controversial that we say that marketing of unhealthy products to our children in this country should be something that we're very vigilant on and we should act to prohibit. I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation before the House today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate the discussion, listening to the debate already this morning, and want to thank my colleague and friend for bringing forward such important legislation. You know, we are all provided opportunities. Well, a good percentage of us are provided the opportunity to be able to introduce private members' legislation, and obviously my colleague has picked a substantive issue that impacts children from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker, and the idea behind it. And in listening to the member speak on the legislation, where she emphasized that this bill is not about what food choices parents actually make. And that's a very important part to emphasize. And I start off by saying that because in listening to the Conservative Party's member talk about the legislation, and in essence say that the legislation is not good and will not be supporting it, and I assume that that's going to be kind of the positioning the Conservative Party might be taking on this as a whole, Mr. Speaker, and it's somewhat discouraging. And let me tell you the reason why. When you think of sugar, salt, and saturated fat, and the health consequences of overconsumption of those products, Mr. Speaker, one needs to realize that there is a substantive cost that goes beyond even the health condition of the individual that's consuming. You know, I was a provincial MLA for many years, just under 20 years. And if you take a look at the greatest single expenditure that a province has is on health care. And to try to marginalize in any fashion the impact that diets have on the health condition of our citizens, I think does a disservice. So I thought it was interesting when the member opposite from the Conservative Party talked about it, saying, well, you know what, all they have to do is get out and play football, get out of the house more, that the government needs to get less involved in issues like this. I think the members missed out on a wonderful opportunity here, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask the member to review what it is that he actually said and look at what it is that the legislation is actually doing. This is substantive legislation, as the previous speaker, the member from the Democratic Party, made reference in terms of the thinking mentality of a child and the impact that advertising has. I think that the member from the Conservative Party is really out of tune. You know, I think in terms of the areas in which I represent, it's not like you can run outside in your front yard and play flag football in the traditional north end of Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, sure, there are fields maybe, down the block or around the corner or something, but there's all sorts of other things that need to be factored into it. There are different opportunities for others than some, Mr. Speaker. If you apply the very same principle of, the government needs to be less involved to the issue of labeling, would the Conservative Party then reverse its course in its thinking on the importance of labeling, saying the government shouldn't be involved with that? It is very much about consumer education, I would ultimately argue. It is about government ensuring that there's assistance to consumers. Well, the members say, this is about advertising. Think about it. Children under the age of 13 and putting in prohibitions that would prevent excessive amounts of sugar, salt, and saturated fats. Look at the targeting that takes place today in advertising. It is significantly different than what it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I can go now, for example, and I'll use Facebook as an example. I can target through Facebook genders, ages. I can actually break it down into communities, Mr. Speaker, in terms of where it is that I want to be able to advertise. Take a look at what children are engaged in today on the internet, on social media, and how much more they are susceptible to advertising and promotions of unhealthy food. I agree in terms of the parenting factor, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to tell members across the way that this is what they have to feed their children. But I do believe, at the same time, there is an obligation on government to look at ways in which it can promote and encourage healthy eating habits. And where there is a window for some form of exploitation that could ultimately lead to problems in our collective health, Mr. Speaker, I think there is a responsibility of government. And we know that there are other governments around the world, and it's already been highlighted about the province of Quebec, that's already been dealing, at least in part, with what it is that this legislation is talking about for the last number of decades. I would emphasize that things have changed. And we have seen through that change a great deal more obesity within our younger population, Mr. Speaker. And it's not just because of computer games, Mr. Speaker, or being in front of the Nintendo or Atari or whatever else you want to call it, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it would be wonderful to see more children out in our communities playing and participating in physical activities. And there are things in which we can do to encourage that, support that. And as a government, we have done that in terms of working with municipalities and working with provinces. But here, within Bill 252, we have something very specific that will, in fact, make a difference. Take a look in terms of what it is our children are viewing and watching, and how advertisers can focus in. It's not just putting one ad on a TV network or one ad that goes in a particular book. Today you can focus in on individual children under the age of 13 in promoting a product that we know that is unhealthy. And at the end of the day, it's not about the parent saying, no, you can't give your child this. It's to ensure that the parent has more ability as opposed to child X sees this on blog Y because blog Y is on some game and encouraging and promoting this particular product, which is loaded with saturated fats or salt or sugar content, Mr. Speaker, which has all sorts of chronic health conditions as a direct result of obesity that's taking place in our communities. This is actually legislation that will make a positive difference for our young people. And I would suggest that members in particular of the Conservative Party understand and appreciate that they contribute to a healthier children by supporting this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time for private members' business has expired. It will fall to the bottom of the order of precedence.
I believe there's a point of order from the Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Transport, that in relation to Bill C-33, an act to amend the Customs Act, the Railway Safety Act, the Transportation of Dangerous Good Act 1992, the Marine Transportation Security Act, the Canada Transportation Act, and the Canada Marine Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act. Not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just wait for that copy to... Mr. Holland, appuyé par Monsieur Al.
Seconded by Mr. Alghabra. Moved that in relation to Bill C-33.
The Customs Act, the Railway Safety Act, the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992, the Marine Transportation Security Act, and the Canada Transportation Act, and the Canada Marine Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act. No, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will be now a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places or use the raise hand function so the chair has some idea of the number of questions who wish to participate in question period. Very good. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, well, here we go again. This is the 37th time allocation motion, in fact, that the NDP has supported this far, showing that they are yet again willing partners to the Liberals, aiding and abetting them in pushing time allocation. And, you know, I did a little research, and I'm comparing that to the more historically principled NDP from Tommy Douglas to Thomas Mulcair, who over the span of 17 parliaments only supported time allocation and closure 14 times, averaging 1.2 times per parliament. And here we are, the 37th time that they're supporting time allocation. Tommy Douglas must be rolling over in his grave, Mr. Speaker. 5 hours of debate, that's all we've had on this consequential piece of legislation. Why?
Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the honourable member that each and every member of the House is elected by their constituents. And when the majority of the House of Commons is trying to advance bills that are in the best interest of Canadians, it's unfortunate that only the Conservative Party is standing in the way of this progress. And had the Conservative Party been more cooperative and willing to work together on advancing the public interest of Canadians, we would have seen smoother passing or studying of bills And today, Mr. Speaker, we are advancing an important bill for improving our supply chains, for enhancing transparency, for port management, for port congestion. And I encourage all of my colleagues that we work together on making sure that we pass a good bill for Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères.
Président,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to express my disappointment when it comes to time allocation for C-33. Disappointment because this is a bill that has a certain amount of potential that, to a certain extent, could improve things. And I had a discussion with the minister in the past that seemed very encouraging. I hope we'll be able to continue to work on this. I also had the hope that we could debate as parliamentarians before the bill was sent to committee. My question for the minister is simply, on the other side of the House, why did they deem it absolutely necessary to invoke time allocation for C-33, in spite of the fact that we're going to be debating this bill eventually? The Honourable Minister for Transportation.
My colleague for his work on the Transport Committee and his cooperative attitude and making sure that we collaboratively work together to ensure that all laws that are passed through this House of Commons, including C-33, are intended to serve Canadians. To his question, the answer is obvious, Mr. Speaker. If you just follow the words of the leader of the official opposition, where he publicly said that he's going to use all tools and tactics and tricks to delay the agenda that is necessary to serve Canadians through passing through the House of Commons. If the Conservative Party, if the leader of the Conservative Party were following a cooperative and a positive attitude to vigorously debate bills, but ensure that we pass them for the service of all Canadians, we wouldn't be here, Mr. Speaker.
in comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a bit rich hearing these protestations from the Conservatives regarding time allocation. If memory serves, the former Conservative government used time allocation 115 times. They even had a cake in the lobby to mark the 100th time that they invoked time allocation. Now, I understand that the Conservatives have already decided that they're going to vote against this bill at second reading, and my question through you to the Minister is whether he's had any conversations with the Conservatives that convey an intention to work in good faith to improve this bill on behalf of all Canadians.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank the honourable colleague for his work and diligence at Transport Committee. As a transport critic for the NDP, we've been working together on advancing, as I said, the public interest of all Canadians, and including safety in the rail network. Mr. Speaker, I've had conversations, including here in the House of Commons in the Chamber, during the first debate for Bill C-33, with my honourable colleague, the critic of the from the Conservative Party on transport. And I encouraged him to work together on making sure that we can pass a good bill for Canadians. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague said, I have seen no sign of willingness to work together on a bill that is of paramount importance for Canadians and our supply chains.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if the Minister can expand. Like, when you take a look at the importance of the legislation to our ports, to our rail yards, and how important those are to our whole supply chain. This is critical updating of legislation that's going to make things that much more safe for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, quite frankly. And if we did not bring in the time allocation, the fear is that this legislation would never pass, at least at the very minimum, not get through until maybe sometime in 2024 or 2025, only if the Conservatives are prepared to do so. That's the reason why we have to bring in time allocation.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
I want to thank my colleague for bringing this issue back to focus, Mr. Speaker. This Canadians know over the last couple of years, because of COVID, because of extreme weather events, because of labor shortage, because of the illegal war on Ukraine, we've seen tremendous disruption to our supply chain. Our government established a supply chain task force last year, and they came back with a solid number of recommendations, 21 recommendations to be exact, Mr. Speaker. Some of them focused on port congestion. Mr. Speaker, this bill enhances the ability for ports to manage and ease congestion. In fact, it enables ports to create inland terminals. Mr. Speaker, ports were not encouraged before to do so. We're now empowering ports to manage traffic, vessel traffic in their jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, those who live on the West Coast know about the issue of traffic jam along the West Coast for a long time, where no one had any responsibility over managing the traffic. Mr. Speaker, this bill will create that ability. Mr. Speaker, this bill enhances rail safety. This is an important bill for the safety of Canadians, but also for the resilience of our supply chain. Thank you very much.
In comments, question commentaire, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, leave it to this minister to be the one to tell Canadians that they've never had it so good when it comes to our ports, when it comes to our air travel, when it comes to rail. Our airlines, they're still a disaster under this minister's watch. He's going to blame it on COVID. Our ports, over on the west side of this country, 3rd worst and 9th worst in the world under his watch. That's his track record. This bill, it's about 109 pages of nothing. All it's going to do is essentially establish a couple of committees that aren't going to accomplish anything. It has nothing to do with setting up production. It's only about setting up more committees that are going to have more Liberal insiders to give more recommendations that are never going to be acted upon. Why won't the minister actually do the right thing, scrap this bill, start again, but actually listen to Parliament, give us time to actually debate it? Because time allocation after 5 hours, that's brutal. This is a minority Parliament. They think they still have a majority. It's time to get back to democracy. What does he think?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians would take that member seriously if he knew what he was talking about. Canadians don't believe him when they say that the government is responsible for all of these problems that are happening around the world. I would take him seriously if he provided some common sense in his questions. But having said that, this bill has been tabled in the House of Commons for months, Mr. Speaker, for months. And we continue to want to work with our colleagues across the aisle from all parties to make sure that the bill, when it's ready to pass the House of Commons, is fully debated. Committee is going to have a chance to welcome witnesses and experts to debate this bill. I am looking forward to having a constructive discussion with not only members of the NDP and the Bloc and the Green, but also the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. That's what Canadians expect of all of us. Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments of the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, well, one of the benefits of having been in the House for a while is I do have recollection of the previous Conservative governments, and I watched the Harper government bring in time allocation time and time again. And so it's quite rich to see Conservatives stand up in this House and complain about the use of time allocation. But I would point out as well that they are correct in the sense that time allocation can be an abused process by a government if they're using it to limit debate. But of course, it's not abusive if they're doing it when the opposition is trying to filibuster and is trying to frustrate the legitimate business of the House, which is what the Conservatives are doing in this House, and Canadians need to know that. I was in the House the other night when the Conservatives put up 15 speakers to debate their motion to strip the short title of a bill on childcare. That was the entire debate. So when the opposition is using that kind of process to frustrate the will of the democratic elected majority in the House, and that's what is happening in this place, that is certainly something that justifies and warrants the use of time allocation. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague would agree.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his comments and his questions. And I agree. Look, don't take it from me. It is the leader of the Conservative Party who's publicly been telling Canadians that he's going to filibuster and delay and cause havoc here in the House of Commons, instead of focusing on the country's business, instead of focusing on what Canadians need and deserve. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is an important bill for our supply chain. If the honourable colleagues have any objection to some provisions of the bill, great. That's what the House of Commons debates are for. That's what committees debates are for. But to just delay for the sake of delaying, just to filibuster for the sake of, being unhappy about the fact that members of different parties are working together. What is wrong with that, Mr. Speaker? When you see members from different parties working together to advance the interests of Canadians, that's what Canadians expect.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the arguments coming from the government side and Conservative and NDP colleagues. I find them all interesting. For instance, hearing the government say that the Conservatives have been filibustering full time. It's true. I can say that I've seen the Conservatives do a great deal of filibustering and slowing things down. And a member from the NDP said that the Conservatives were worse than the Liberals in terms of using closure over and over again. That's also true. The Conservatives did use it repeatedly. My question is, what kind of parliament do we want? What kind of ambience do we want to work in? In the past, Conservatives may have misused closure, but does that mean the government should do the same? If in the past, the Conservatives, we can also talk about what's happening now, are misusing procedures to slow the work of Parliament down. Does that mean we have to short-circuit process? Those are the questions I'm asking. Perhaps the government would have some good answers on that. I'm not persuaded that the best way to proceed is to respond with eye for an eye policies.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question, and I agree. This is not the idea of an eye for an eye at all. Look, we continue to exhaust all options, including sitting till midnight, Mr. Speaker. We have been providing members of Parliament here ample opportunities to debate, to express their opinion, express the opinion of their constituents on many occasions. And MPs are working hard around the clock. Mr. Speaker, we're also here in a minority parliament. We need to work with other parties to advance the agenda of Canadians. That's why we provided members of Parliament all opportunities to debate, to engage in a healthy discussion and a rigorous discussion, but also we're working with our colleagues from other parties to advance and improve bills that go through the House to ensure that we address the pressing interest of Canadians today, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is occurring today is very interesting because historically the NDP, until Thomas Mulcair, they supported time allocation 14 times in 17 parliaments. So that makes a lot of years of supporting time allocation. That's 1.2 times per parliament, per legislature. Today is the 37th time that the NDP is supporting Liberal time allocation motion. The 37th time, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what bug they've caught, but they've caught something. Because 30 times, that's unbelievable, especially given the fact that this political party had independence, autonomy, and a social conscience that used to be very different from what it is today for them. So can the minister explain how he feels about the NDP, which is an independent political party, and they're quite far left. So can the minister explain how it is that the NDP supports the government so frequently when it comes to time allocation? And as for time allocations, the Liberals said for years that the Conservatives overdid it and abused it, but now they're using it more than the Conservatives ever did, Mr. Speaker.
Conservatives to use some humility when they talk about time allocation, at least some humility, because we know what the Conservative Party had done when they were in power. How many times they've used time allocation or misused time allocation, and yet now they're upset that they're seeing different parties within this chamber are working together on a plan to improve the lives of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives were really serious about advancing the interests of Canadians, you would think they, instead of filibustering for days on end, they'd focus on the agenda of Canadians. You would think they'd work together with other MPs on making sure that the bills that come through the House of Commons are focused on what's best for Canada and for Canadians. So while I understand that they're the official opposition, but can we please show little humility?
In comments, question or commentaire, the honourable member for Bonavista, Burin, Trinity.
In his speech about 333 on March 10th this year, the member from Chilliwack remarked that there's nothing in this bill about what would happen to our supply chains and our international reputation when there are labour disputes that impact the supply chain either at the ports or on our railways. Sure sounds as if he wants the government to interfere in the collective bargaining process, as often happened when they were in power. Can you comment on this and in general how Conservatives treat workers at our ports, our rail train system, compared to our government's approach?
Well, I can't comment on it, but I'm sure the Minister of Transport could.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. And it's really important to remind Canadians what the Conservative Party stands for. You know, the Conservative leader claims to speak on behalf of working people, claims to employ common sense, and it couldn't be further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party are trying to undermine the role of unions in protecting the interest of Canadian workers. And as my honourable colleague read in the quote, it's clear that the Conservative Party supports the ideas of limiting the ability for unions to negotiate their own collective bargaining agreement. Mr. Speaker, I've said it before, and our government has said it before, and will continue to say it. We believe in the power of collective bargaining agreement. We believe that when the parties reach an agreement at the negotiating table, that it'll be much more lasting and much more and fairer to the workers and to our economy. That's our position, Mr. Speaker. However, the Conservative parties have revealed themselves. They do not believe in the power of collective bargaining agreement.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire? The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, that was a great question from my colleague across the aisle. I was in the Port of Vancouver this weekend, and they are very concerned about the pending upcoming strike and what this government's going to do. So in light of this legislation, and only 5 hours to talk about this legislation and the impact on possible labour disputes going forward and whether that's being even talked about, considered, could the minister bring us up to speed on what his plans are to date to make sure that a collective agreement is put in place and that we do not face shortages in supply chain that the Parliament Secretary talked about, that we do not face a situation where people can't get the goods they need for the summer? Because as we know, not only could there possibly be a strike at the Port of Vancouver, there is a strike in Long Beach. So that basically means all of North America on the West Coast is shut down. So does this government have a plan, or is it just going to sit and watch and let their NDP partners sit and watch with them?
Well, Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I deeply respect my colleague. I know he knows, as a former critic of supply chain, I know he worked hard on the fluidity and health of our supply chains. And I want to thank him for his question. I am also concerned about the ongoing negotiations on the West Coast with unions and BC Employers Association. Mr. Speaker, last thing Canadians want is another disruption to our supply chain. But I believe that the best way to avoid that disruption is to let the parties negotiate an agreement at the negotiating table. And we're not standing idly by, Mr. Speaker. We are there. We will offer mediators at the table. In fact, mediators are helping, the federal mediators, Mr. Speaker, and we're reminding both sides of their obligations toward Canada and Canadian economy and Canadians. But we believe it's best that the parties reach an agreement at the negotiating table on their own. Thank you.
8 minutes remaining. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the substance of this bill, one of the changes proposed is to increase the local government representation on the boards of directors of Canadian port authorities. I think something that is welcomed by the local governments that I've spoken with. But another group that deserves representation is the workers of Canada's ports. These folks are integral to the operation of our ports. They have specific knowledge and expertise and experience that can benefit the operation and management of ports. And we would like to see a seat at the table for the workers of Canadians' ports. I wonder if the minister could respond to this proposal, which we strongly support.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to my colleague for that question. And let me say that I agree with him. Those who work in the labor sector, those who represent workers, have a unique perspective that can benefit the operations of our institutions, including ports. So I want to express to my colleague my willingness and our government willingness to work with him on advancing this principle that he talked about. And I'm looking forward to sending this bill to committee where we'll get a chance to have a fulsome debate and look for opportunities to improve it, to ensure that we address the point that he's raising, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
In comments, question commentaire, l'honorable député de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand that Bill C-33 is like the minister's baby, so the minister tables his bill. It comes from his department. The minister is, of course, very excited to see this bill come into effect. So, of course, he wants to push for this to be adopted very quickly. But I do think it's important for us as a House to have sufficient time for debate, to be able to move amendments, to be able to fulsomely study a bill. The time we've had for debate has been insufficient, in my opinion. There are also aspects of the bill that we've liked to have seen amended or adjusted. A few examples, maybe the minister could comment. When it comes to small ports, there are requirements for ports which could be positive to increase accountability. However, not all ports have the same capacities and resources as, for example, the Port of Montreal or the Port of Vancouver. Some ports are smaller. And so these requirements might be quite onerous for them. This could cause trouble for these smaller ports. I'm wondering whether the minister might be open to some accommodations for these smaller ports whose situations are different.
Mr. Speaker, let me just make this point. I am enthusiastic about this bill, not because it's my baby. It's because it is going to improve the lives of Canadians. It's going to get things done, Mr. Speaker. It is going to improve the congestion at ports. It's going to improve accountability and transparency. And it's going to address the climate issue, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague point, I certainly have had a discussion with him and other colleagues about if there are a way for us, because some of the provisions of this bill are intended to add accountability and transparency to ensure that the ports are doing their job in consultation with local communities. However, I accept the fact that there are different circumstances for smaller ports, and we need to find a way to ensure that while we uphold the principle but not overburden these smaller ports. So I am willing to work with my honourable colleague and other members of parliament to ensure that we find that balance, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, it's interesting that the former party that used to represent Labour at the NDP no longer does. And there's some laughter over there, but all they need to do is to talk to people in Skeena Bulkley Valley, the ridings that they represent on the island. I guess they're in for a rude awakening next election, I would say. But it's interesting that the workers at Port of Vancouver and Prince Rupert have been without a contract for so long. And this, under this government, these guys have been working together for the last number of years. You think everything would be grand, but it certainly is not. So meanwhile, the bill, we were trying to talk it out in Parliament to work out some of those issues so that a good agreement can be made and some good legislation for workers is done. But this minister insults the opposition and says, no, we're going to ram it through anyway, even though the democratic process is part of what we do in this place. And he's going to get up and talk about how we did all these closure motions before, but he needs to get to the bottom of what we're asking him for. The democratic process for a very important issue at our ports, especially in Vancouver and Prince Rupert. So I wish he would just talk specifically about that issue. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, the democratic process will take its course here in the House of Commons. I wish the Conservatives were not filibustering. I wish the Conservatives were not putting obstacles against the interests of Canadians, against ensuring that ports are working better, Mr. Speaker. But also, I wish, you know, every party in this chamber claims to represent the interest of workers. But Canadians are smart. They know what people are saying. And if you listen to the Conservatives' word, they are the ones who want to ram agreements through the negotiating table instead of allowing unions to stand up for their own rights, instead of allowing unions to have a full process of negotiating and a contract with their employers. They want to force it upon workers, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. 1 minute, 50 seconds left.
You know, Mr. Speaker, just from my earlier intervention from my Conservative colleague, I mean, Conservatives are happy to stand with workers as long as they're not fighting for better wages and better working conditions, but otherwise they're okay. Mr. Speaker, I did hear the Minister of Transport talk earlier about port congestion, and that's an issue that's very, very near and dear to my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. For years, we have been dealing with the fact that the Port of Vancouver has been using our precious coastal waters as an overflow industrial parking lot. Transport Canada, the Port of Vancouver, have treated my constituents, the First Nations in my riding, with total indifference on this matter, despite repeated attempts to get it resolved. So I'd like to hear from the Minister in this particular bill, what's going to happen in this bill to allow this problem to be dealt with? And if it's not satisfactory, what actions can he commit to so that my constituents can have peace of mind? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I often remind ports, including the Port of Vancouver, that they are public institutions. They are there to serve the public, and they are there to ensure that they pay attention to their constituents and to their stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, this bill does several things, but let me address a couple of points that the bill proposes that could help with the matters that my honourable colleague has raised. First, the bill requires now ports to establish advisory groups to ensure that local stakeholders are consulted formally and officially instead of an ad hoc, insufficient ways in the past that may have happened. Second, this bill proposes that ports can create inland terminals, so they no longer have to build all of their infrastructure on the coastline, Mr. Speaker. They're able to look for other options. Thank you very much.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Alghabra, moved that in relation to Bill C-33, an act to amend the Customs Act, the Railway Safety Act, the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act, 1992, the Marine Transportation Security Act, the Canada Transportation Act, and the Canada Marine Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act. Not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and
provided for consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a recorded division.
Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following. Mr. Holland.
Alghabra moved that in relation to Bill C-33, an act to amend the Customs Act, the Railway Safety Act, the Transportation and Dangerous Goods Act, 1992, the Marine Transportation Security Act, the Canada Transportation Act, and the Canada Marines Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act. Not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and qu'à l'expiration des 5
that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided, consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Chagger.
Chagger.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Madame Briard.
Madame Briard.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Jauhari.
Mr. Jauhari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end.
I wish to inform the House that electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Seeing none, le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
We have a hand that just came up. Ms. Kuzi. Okay, I believe that's a no.
Mrs. Kuzi, nay, contre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 147, 147.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-40, Miscarriage of Justice Review Commission Act, David and Joyce Milgaard's Law.
Mr. Lametti, Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Haidu, moves that Bill C-40, an act to amend the Criminal Code to make consequential amendments to other acts and to repeal a regulation, miscarriage of justice reviews, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to stand in this place today and speak on Bill C-40. The title of this bill, the Miscarriage of Justice Review Commission Act, David and Joyce Milgaard's Law, says a great deal about what the bill intends and why it is so important. Le système de justice au Canada.
Canada's justice system is one of the best in the world. However, it is not perfect. And it is a fact that mistakes can happen. When they do, the consequences are immense, not only for the accused, but also for the victims and the community in general. My mandate letters in 2019 and 2021 included creating an independent commission to review applications for miscarriages of justice. It is one of my top priorities as minister, and it is a priority for our government. It's also important to me personally, Mr. Speaker. My own mentor, former Supreme Court Justice Peter Corey, believed that change was needed after having reviewed the miscarriage of justice that led to the conviction of Thomas Sofano in 2001. Over the past few years, I have worked hard to develop a new approach that promises to improve the process for individuals claiming to have been wrongly convicted. While I have worked for a long time on the creation of the Independent Commission on Miscarriages of Justice, so too have the two individuals for whom Bill C-40 is named. I sincerely wish that they could see us today.
3 years in jail for a murder he did not commit. He maintained his innocence throughout his life, even after exhausting all his appeals. David's mother, Joyce, also believed in David's innocence. She made it her life's work to convince the justice system as well. Joyce advocated tirelessly for David's release, assembling a team of family, friends, and lawyers, many working for free. Together, they fought to have people listen and to look again at David's case. Through her persistence, she won her son's freedom. And when David got out of prison, he became an advocate for the wrongfully convicted, helping others to seek justice. His mother did the same. They were extraordinary people. This Bill C-40 is named in their honor, the David and Joyce Milgaard Act. Mr. Speaker, Canada has one of the best justice systems in the world, but David Milgaard's experience reminds us that it is not perfect. While mistakes are rare, they happen, and the consequences are enormous for the accused, for victims, and the community. The reality is that, unfortunately, David Milgaard is not the only victim of a miscarriage of justice in Canada. There are several other well-known cases that resulted in commissions of inquiries being held following the discovery of their wrongful convictions. The Commission of Inquiry reports in the case of Donald Marshall Jr. in 1989, Guy Paul Morin in 1998, Thomas Sofano in 2001, James Driscoll in 2007, and David Milgaard in 2008 all recommended the creation of an independent commission to review miscarriage of justice applications in Canada. Mr. Speaker, before I describe the proposed reforms, I want to provide a bit of background on this issue and why we need to modernize the existing process. The term miscarriage of justice is perhaps not well understood, and some may be more familiar with the term wrongful conviction. A miscarriage of justice can encompass a broad spectrum of circumstances that call into question the reliability of a conviction or the process that led to it. A miscarriage of justice is one of the grounds of appeal in the criminal code. They are often identified and corrected while a case is still making its way through the criminal justice system. However, sometimes new information or evidence that calls into question the reliability of a conviction only comes to light after an individual has exhausted their rights to appeal. Since the Criminal Code was first enacted in Canada, the Minister of Justice has been empowered to review applications on the grounds of miscarriage of justice and determine whether a matter should be referred back to the courts for a new trial or an appeal. It is important to note that the miscarriage of justice review process is not an alternative to the judicial system nor another level of appeal. Rather, it provides a post-appeal mechanism to review and investigate new information or evidence that was not previously considered by the courts.
As Minister of Justice, my priority is to ensure that the justice system is accessible, efficient, and fair. Our criminal justice system processes hundreds of thousands of applications every year, resulting in around 250,000 convictions. Given the enormity of this number, it is important to consider the possibility of miscarriages of justice. And their consequences, as I stated, are enormous. A person can spend many long years in prison before the mistake is discovered. Several jurisdictions have set up independent criminal review commissions, including England, Wales, and Northern Ireland, Scotland, Norway, and more recently, New Zealand in 2020. In these countries, the creation of independent miscarriage of justice commissions has led to a significant increase in the number of wrongful convictions identified. What's more, because the commissioners appointed to make these decisions are dedicated solely to this purpose, applications are also processed much more efficiently. This means that people who believe they have been the victim of a miscarriage of justice see their case examined more quickly. It is also important to mention that the commissions take the decision-making process out of the hands of politicians.
Mr. Speaker, there are likely many more wrongful convictions in Canada than those that are submitted for a ministerial review under the current process. No studies to date have identified an accurate proportion, in large part because it entails measuring the unknown. Some studies conducted in the United States have estimated that it may fall in the range from 3 to 6% in that country. An error rate in Canada of only 0.05% of people sentenced to custody would result in approximately 450 wrongful convictions per year. Since 2003, after the last reforms to this part of the criminal court were made, only 187 applications for review have been submitted. That's 187 total, not per year. This tells us that there are many more cases out there. Mr. Speaker, and given the disproportionate representation of certain populations in the criminal justice system, including Black, Indigenous, and racialized people, the impact of wrongful convictions is very likely more widespread in these groups. The consequences for the wrongfully convicted are huge: a loss of liberty, including years of incarceration, separation from family and friends, negative impacts on reputation and employment prospects, just to name a few. And addressing miscarriages of justice more quickly will help mitigate the devastating impact they have on the convicted person, their family, but also victims and the justice system as a whole. Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais maintenant...
Mr. Speaker, I would now like to describe the content of Bill C-40. First, the new part, 22 Point 2, that the bill proposes to add to the criminal code brings together all of the provisions relating to the creation of the new commission. In other words, its mandate, composition, membership, the process for appointing commissioners, their terms, and the skills sought, as well as the powers, responsibilities, and duties of the commission. The new commission, to be known as a commission to look into miscarriages of justice, would be a completely independent administrative body. It would not be part of the Department of Justice. It would entirely replace my current role in reviewing, investigating, and referring cases on the grounds of miscarriage of justice.
The commission would be headed by a full-time chief commissioner, who would be its chief executive officer. In addition, there would be between 4 and 8 commissioners appointed on a full or part-time basis. The legislation requires that appointment recommendations reflect the diversity of Canadian society and take into account gender equality and the overrepresentation of certain groups in the criminal justice system, including Indigenous peoples and Black persons. This is the first time in Canadian history that a requirement of this nature has been legislated. The commissioners must have knowledge and experience that is related to the Commission's mandate. And in order to ensure the diversity of lived experience, at least 1/3, including the Chief Commissioner, but no more than half, must be lawyers with at least 10 years of experience in the practice of criminal law. Others could be experts in various other disciplines, such as criminology or wrongful convictions. La Commission compterait également sur un coordinateur des services aux victimes.
The Commission would also have a Victim Services Coordinator to support victims and to ensure that the process is consistent with the Canadian Charter of Victims' Rights. Victims of the original crime are also greatly affected by miscarriages of justice. A conviction review can come with a sense of shock and guilt, and it can prevent the victim from moving on. Victims will therefore be able to choose how they are notified and supported throughout this process. Several measures in the bill would make the wrongful conviction review process more accessible, transparent, and open. C40 requires that claimants be able to contact the Commission from anywhere in Canada. It will also have to provide information to the public on its mission and on miscarriages of justice in general through its website. It will also have to publish its decisions in a way that protects confidentiality and does not interfere with the administration of justice. Of course, it is fundamental that the Commission responds to applications as efficiently as possible and provides regular updates to applicants.
Mr. Speaker, when I was in Prince Edward Island a few weeks ago, I met with Ron Dalton, the co-founder of Innocence Canada, and I was with my colleague, the MP for Egmont. Mr. Dalton was found to have been wrongfully convicted in 2000. He told me about how important the support of his sister and brother-in-law had been as he fought to have his name cleared for a crime he did not commit. But, Mr. Speaker, not everyone is able to receive this kind of support, and C40 recognizes this. The Commission will be required to adopt a user-friendly and supportive approach when dealing with applicants, in particular those who are vulnerable and face particular needs. Commission staff will provide individuals with information and guidance on applications at each stage of review. The Commission would also have the ability to provide supports to applicants in need by directing them to services in the community, assisting them in relation to necessities such as food and housing, and by providing translation and interpretation services. If applicants are without means, the Commission could also assist applicants in obtaining legal assistance with making an application or responding to the Commission's investigation report before a final decision is made. En plus,
in addition to the provisions dealing with the creation of the new Commission as such, Bill C40 proposes a complete overhaul of Part 21.1 of the Criminal Code, which contains the substantive provisions governing the miscarriage of justice review process. Mr. Speaker, in this part of my speech, I will now highlight the elements that reflect a change in policy. With respect to the type of applications the Board may consider, like the current eligibility provision in the Criminal Code, The board will be able to consider any finding of guilt of an offense under a federal statute or regulation. The wording has been slightly revised in order to clarify that this includes guilty pleas, absolute and conditional discharges, as well as convictions under the Youth Criminal Justice Act or the former Young Offenders Act. Verdicts of non-criminal responsibility on account of mental disorders would also be added.
Investigative powers are an integral part of the post-appeal miscarriage of justice review process. This aspect of the current scheme has generated a certain amount of confusion as to when the investigative powers may be used. Bill C-40 seeks to address what has sometimes been described as a catch-22 problem. In some instances, an application may appear to have merit but lacks the new evidence to support that a miscarriage of justice may have occurred, which is the existing basis to invoke the investigative powers. Bill C-40 seeks to resolve this problem by adding that the Commission may conduct an investigation if it is in the interests of justice to do so. This would include considering the specific personal factors of the applicant, as well as the distinct challenges that applicants who belong to certain populations face in obtaining a remedy for a miscarriage of justice, with particular attention paid to the circumstances of Indigenous and Black applicants. This approach is used elsewhere, for example, in Scotland. This approach also dovetails with the new legal test for making referrals back to the courts. The existing test requires that the minister must be satisfied that a miscarriage of justice likely occurred before referring the matter back for a new trial or a new appeal. With C-40, we are proposing to adjust the legal test for referral, making it a two-pronged test. Instead of requiring that the decision maker be satisfied that a miscarriage of justice likely occurred, the government proposes that the Commission be able to refer a matter back to the courts if it has reasonable grounds to conclude that a miscarriage of justice may have occurred, and it is in the interests of justice to do so. Again, this is the test used by the Commission in Scotland, and we think it strikes the right balance to allow the courts to consider and correct miscarriages of justice when they occur. The existing factors to support decision-making are retained and expanded in Bill C-40. In making decisions, legislation will require the Commission to take into account any relevant factor, including whether there is a new matter of significance not previously considered, the reliability of the information presented, the fact that an application is not intended to serve as a further appeal, and any remedy is extraordinary, plus the interests of justice, factors I noted previously, including the personal circumstances of the applicant, and finally, the distinct challenges that applicants from certain populations face, again, with particular attention to the circumstances of Indigenous or Black applicants. J'espère sincèrement que la
I sincerely hope that the Commission will play not only a legal role, but also a social role in raising awareness among Canadians. The reason that I asked my parliamentary secretary, the excellent member for Scarborough Rouge Park, to talk in more detail about the educational programs we will be putting in place is that I wanted to focus on the social impact of what we are proposing. We cannot pretend that miscarriages of justice do not exist. The cost to the victims, their families, their communities, and to society in general is too high.
It is my sincere hope that members will hear directly from several people who have been wrongfully convicted in Canada. Their stories are tragic and troubling. They illustrate why it is so important that we have a better understanding of the causes and consequences of wrongful convictions and how the justice system needs to be improved in order to address miscarriages of justice more efficiently and effectively. And most importantly, how to prevent them from happening in the first place. Monsieur le Président, je crois.
Mr. Speaker, I think we all agree. An innocent man does not belong in prison. That's why I'm hoping for the support of my colleagues in this House and in the Senate in order to ensure that Bill C-40 passes quickly. Let's take advantage of this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. It's an opportunity to show Canadians what we can accomplish when we work together.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. And I always like it when we have the same party fighting for the same questions. I'll go with Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, knowing the other member will be speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask the Minister of Justice a question specifically about those accessing medical assistance in dying who are in prison. This is a concern, obviously, those who are wrongfully convicted, and others may sadly be in a situation where they're pursuing this. And reports indicate that concerns have been raised by various experts about this, that Canada is a leading provider of euthanasia to people in prison, and that a very large proportion of those in prison have mental health challenges. So with the government's proposed expansion, that this is a risk further that we'll see more of this phenomenon go on. Does the Minister of Justice think this is appropriate when people in prison are going this direction? What safeguards does he believe need to be put in place given the high numbers from Canada relative to other cases?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that this question is on another file. First of all, Canada, Mr. Speaker, does not have a euthanasia regime. We have an assisted dying regime. It is people deciding for themselves whether or not to seek medical assistance in dying according to the criteria that are elaborated in the law. And, Mr. Speaker, this criteria applies whether one is in prison or not in prison, and one has to fall within the parameters of those criteria in order to be able to seek a medical assistance in dying. It is not a euthanasia regime. And finally, Mr. Speaker, with respect to mental disorders, it is misleading on the part of the honourable member or anyone else to say that this is about mental health generally. This is about mental disorders that have been under long-standing treatment of doctors, in which everything's been tried and nothing has worked. This is not the case of being able to escape depression or other serious conditions that do not amount to that standard.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the Minister for bringing this forward. It's something that we in the NDP have been pushing for some time, and of course, this issue brings to mind, for those of us in Northwest BC, the case of Philip Talio, a Bella Coola man who was convicted 40 years ago and whose case has been taken up by the Innocence Project at UBC. His appeal was recently rejected by the Supreme Court of Canada, but I know many people have been pushing for that case to be reheard in light of the inconsistencies during trial. My question to the Minister, given that only a handful of cases make it through the existing ministerial review process each year, do the Liberals share our sense of urgency about getting a better, more independent process for dealing with miscarriages of justice in place as quickly as possible?
I thank the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, through his question, through you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we share that concern. We want this bill through the House of Commons as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, I have mentioned my personal dedication to this cause. We're 30 years overdue. The Commission has existed in England for 25 years, and it's working very well, and it exists in a number of other common law jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, I won't comment on the specific case that the honourable member mentioned, but let me take this opportunity to say that there is a transition provision built into this piece of legislation such that a person who has gone through the process can ask that their file again be looked at by the Commission. And so this is a deliberate transition measure because we know that miscarriages of justice exist.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, within the riding of Waterloo, constituents provide me a wide range of perspectives and experiences. And when it comes to our judicial system, it's something that we always want to have confidence in. And we know that we can always improve our systems because they are not perfect. Something I want to hear from the member, it kind of builds upon the last answer, was I know we've been looking at other countries, and I know that a lot's been gained. So I would like to know, what have we learned from the international experience? Who are we looking towards? What have we gained from them so that we actually can advance, because we know this is far long overdue. So that's my question to the Minister. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I thank the honourable member for her very thoughtful question. Mr. Speaker, we have a great deal to learn from other jurisdictions. And again, we're looking at other common law jurisdictions in particular. where these kinds of commissions exist and have worked very well. Let me take three. The first one is trite, but wrongful convictions exist in a far greater number in the UK experience than we are currently seeing in Canada. So that tells us that there is something amiss with our current process in terms of accessibility to people who believe they have been wrongfully convicted. Mr. Speaker, the second thing I would point out is there's been a great deal of learning from the standard that has been used in other jurisdictions. What we have found in studying the standard is that the current Canadian standard likely to have caused a miscarriage of justice is too high. The UK, Scotland, all have a lower standard. In some places, it is simply in the interests of justice. And it's something that was outlined very carefully by two former justices that we asked to write a report. Justice Harry Laforme and Justice Juanita Westmoreland Traoré prepared an exhaustive report and traveled to these jurisdictions and did the work, came up with proposals that inspired much of what we've done in this report. I want to thank them while I'm here, but we have taken learnings from other jurisdictions. It's critical to do so.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's interesting that we're talking about miscarriages of justice, because what I would say is the fact that the Attorney General has not appointed enough judges and violent rapists and murderers are going to go free because their time has been exceeded is a miscarriage of justice. Would he agree?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. It allows me to clarify a number of things. First of all, I've appointed judges since my time as Justice Minister at a rate unparalleled in the last 20 years. We've created over an extra 100 positions, Mr. Speaker. I agree that it is important. I will continue to appoint judges at a rate that continues to fill those vacant posts, and we will continue to take that task very seriously, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our honourable colleague, the Minister of Justice, I want to thank him for tackling the issue of wrongful convictions at long last. The name David Milgaard is one of many, Donald Marshall another. Unfortunately, systems of justice that put the innocent in jail, despite the moment when they're released and celebrated, apologies are made, you can never make things right again. So I appreciate the focus on this. I just wonder if he believes that a commission that looks at wrongful convictions will be faster, more open to change than having the traditional method of the appeals to the Minister of Justice, him or herself.
Minister of Justice.
Thank the honourable member for her question and indeed for her passion for this issue, which I share. Mr. Speaker, let me give you another statistic. Since I've been Minister of Justice, I have seen roughly one case and a bit per year. And that is not the experience in the UK or any other jurisdiction that has set up one of these commissions. It simply, and the kinds of cases I see, Mr. Speaker, tend to be homicide cases. There simply has to be, from all indications, particularly in other jurisdictions, other wrongful convictions that need to be addressed where there's been an impediment, where it hasn't attracted the support of innocence projects or that very good support of those projects, I might add. But this should be faster. It should take with the investigative powers and the support powers that we're giving to the Commission, it should be able to be done more equitably and fairly with less barriers. I think this is an important aspect of this piece of law.
And we do have time for one quick interaction. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove was being very patient.
Thank you. I don't know if I'll try to make it quick. So the minister talked about the two-step procedure under the new regime. Would he be open to having the lower standard, where miscarriage of justice may have occurred for the first step, but the higher standard likely to have occurred in the second step before the commissioner sends it back into the judicial system?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the honourable member for his question, and I know it comes from a good place. Mr. Speaker, the experience that we have seen is that that likely is too high a standard and has been identified by Justices Westmoreland, Traoré, and Laforme as one of the likely factors why we get so few cases in our system. Mr. Speaker, our cognate jurisdictions, England, Northern Ireland and Wales, Scotland. These systems are not unknown to us. We're in the same family of criminal law systems. And I think we should be comforted using the standards that they are using because they have had such a positive impact. So I'm going to say, Mr. Speaker, it's not having the word likely in there is not something I would like to continue with.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. The police needed a conviction. There had been 4 widely reported sexual assault cases already in the city, and now a 5th one ended with the murder of a young woman on her way to work on a cold January morning in 1969. She'd been stabbed in the chest with a knife. Her throat was slashed with the use of a knife that a city resident later, many years later, reported as having gone missing from her kitchen. Mrs. Miller suspected that it was her husband who was the killer. She didn't report that to the police, although this man was known to the police to be a violent man. But the police did not pursue that investigation because they had another theory of what happened on that cold winter morning. And that theory was based on evidence of, which is confusing and contradictory, evidence from a group of confused, impressionable, and irresponsible young teenagers prone to doing stupid things like stealing cars, stealing gas for the cars, petty theft to fuel their drug habits. But rape and murder was not part of that. At first, these confused teenagers told the police that their friend David had been with them the whole time, and he could not possibly have been the murderer. But the police didn't believe them. They didn't like that story, this alibi, because it didn't fit their theory of what happened that morning. So the police brought these witnesses in again. And this time they locked them up for 48 hours to sober them up. And then they started questioning them, relentless questioning again and again. And finally, these confused, impressionable, irresponsible teenagers changed their story. They just wanted to get out of there. They said, let's tell the police what they want to hear. We're out of here. David can stand on his own 2 feet. It'll all probably work out in the end anyways. So they changed their story. David Milgaard was charged with murder and went up for trial. Now, many years later, these witnesses changed their story again. They recanted, they apologized, and their excuse was, well, they were going through withdrawal symptoms and they just wanted to get out of there. They just felt that the best way was just to tell the police what they wanted to hear. Let's get out of here. Let's just move on. And they didn't want to, and at trial, they didn't even give this evidence. But the police, thinking ahead of time, had already taken their statements, the written statements. That was put before the jury. The jury accepted that. David Milgaard was convicted. And he spent 23 years in jail. He was 17 years old at the time, 23 years in jail for a murder that he did not commit, while the real murderer continued terrorizing the neighborhood. Now, years later, it all seems so obvious that this is a serious miscarriage of justice, but at the time, it didn't seem that obvious. Now, I don't have a policing background. I've never had to look at evidence of a crime scene, but I can imagine that it must be very frustrating for police authorities and investigators, particularly under a lot of pressure from the public and from politicians, to do something about it, to find a person to convict. It's like putting a jigsaw puzzle together. I'm not very good at them, but you have a piece that it looks like it's almost going to fit. I just wanted to take my fist and pound it in just to make it work. And that's exactly what happened in the David Milgaard case. The pieces didn't quite fit, so they just used pressure until finally it did. And it was a serious, serious miscarriage of justice. David was convicted of the murder of Gail Miller by the jury on January 31, 1970. He appealed to the Saskatchewan Court of Appeal, but that was denied. A year later, he went to the Supreme Court of Canada, but the Supreme Court refused leave to appeal. They didn't even want to hear the case. So David Milgaard was going to spend many years in jail. But thankfully, he didn't give up. And finally, there was a breakthrough. The law eventually caught up with Larry Fisher, and he pleaded guilty to several sexual assault charges and one of attempted murder. Some of these charges were around events that took place at the same time as the murder of Gail Miller and in the same neighborhood. And this is a breakthrough that David Miller and his very determined mother, Joyce, were looking for, and they pursued that. They got a lot of help from a lot of people, from not-for-profit groups, lawyers who were willing to work pro bono, and they kept digging. And the evidence was now clear that David Milgard had not committed the murder, but he had run out of appeals. There's nothing left that he could do but go the political route. So that's exactly what he did. He went to the Minister of Justice under Section 690 of the Criminal Code, and he asked for a review. That was in 1988, after this evidence started becoming available. The Minister of Justice turned him down. But he and his mother, Joyce, were determined. Credit goes to particularly Mrs. Milgard for her persistence. One day in September 1991, she held a vigil in front of a hotel in Winnipeg where the Prime Minister of the day, Brian Mulroney, was about to give a speech. Now, she didn't expect to speak with the Prime Minister. She just expected to maybe shout out at him and maybe be recognized. But Brian Mulroney walked over to her and asked her what her story was. And this is what he said years later, quoted in the Winnipeg Free Press. So Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. There was something so forlorn about this woman standing alone on a very cold evening on behalf of her son. But in that brief meeting, I got a sense of Mrs. Milgard and her genuineness and her courage. We all have mothers. But even the most devoted and loving mothers wouldn't continue their crusade for 22 years if there had been any doubt in her mind. So I went back to Ottawa, said Brian Mulroney, and had a much closer look at it. I told the appropriate people that I thought a review of this particular case was warranted, and I wanted appropriate action taken to bring this about. So the file landed back on the desk of the Minister of Justice. And this time, with the evidence that was available then, she was convinced that a miscarriage of justice likely occurred. And so she referred it to the Supreme Court of Canada, which this time, of course, they had to look at it. And they were as well convinced by the new evidence that a new trial should be ordered. So went back to Saskatchewan, but the Saskatchewan Attorney General decided that, with the intervening 22 years and witnesses maybe disappearing, evidence maybe disappearing, maybe they just wouldn't even bother pursuing it. So they dropped the case. David was a free man, but that's not the same as a finding of innocence or not even a finding of not guilty, just a suspension of further proceedings. The cloud of suspicion continued to hang over David Milgard. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm probably out of time, or I'll just wrap it up right there. Seems like a logical break. Thank you.
Good. The honourable member will have 12 minutes and 10 seconds coming to him when we return to the debate. In the meantime, we'll go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to speak about a despicable float in a recent Brampton parade. Anti-India Khalistani supporters in India have reached a new low by celebrating the assassination of Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi with her cutout in white sari splattered in blood and cutouts of her bodyguard and killers brandishing and pointing guns. Tolerating glorification of terrorist acts goes against everything our country, Canada, believes in. Anti-India and anti-Hindu groups in Canada, with their recent attacks on Hindu temples and even mounting a campaign against public display of flags with Hindu religious sacred symbol Om, are sending a dreaded message to Hindu Canadians. I again call authorities at all levels of government to take notice and initiate action before this hatred escalates to real and deadly physical violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, last week I introduced my first private member's bill called Noah's Law, named after 16-month-old Noah McConnell, who was murdered alongside his mother, McHale Bush. by a registered repeat sex offender who targets women and children. Cody McConnell, husband and father, along with Noah's Law organizers, have been calling for legislative change because of these tragic murders, hoping that no other family will suffer like this again. Mikhail Bush and Noah McConnell will never be forgotten. Their murders should lead to meaningful change to strengthen criminal justice system through Noah's Law. Once implemented, Noah's Law will empower the most vulnerable, especially women and children, by protecting them from violent offenders that live in our communities. Hopefully, Noah's Law quickly passes to help strengthen our justice system and prevent this from happening again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, on May 24th, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital Foundation held its second annual Big Day of Giving in Prince Edward Island. The Big Day of Giving is a fundraiser for critical healthcare equipment and an opportunity to share stories from healthcare workers and patients across the island. This year's fundraising focus was on cancer care, mental health and addictions, and neonatal care. I'm honored to inform the House that this year's Big Day of Giving produced a whopping $861,000, over $210,000 more than last year. This will help pay for 14% of this year's equipment needs at the hospital. This resounding success speaks to the remarkable generosity of Islanders and their dedication to our community. I offer a heartfelt thank you and a warm congratulations to all who helped organize and deliver such a memorable event. And to each and every selfless donor, much gratitude. This is yet another example of what makes PEI great and what makes me so very proud to serve them in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a time when just about every town had its own community radio. In those days, people had access to more variety in musical content, but also in information content. One by one, commercial radio stations replaced community radio. It became almost exceptional to have the opportunity, I would even say the chance, to have access to community radio. And yet, in Limoilou, we're lucky enough to have CKRL, a lively community radio station celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. It's the oldest French-language community radio station in Quebec and Canada. This feat is possible thanks to the dedication of our employees and volunteers and the involvement of our retailers and residents. CKRL is 50 years of musical discoveries from all horizons and all styles. It's also 50 years of information, moments of togetherness, and pure joy for the ears and the mind. CKRL is the radio at the heart of our lives. To the entire team, happy 50th, and above all, thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, last week I was scheduled to give my speech on Bill S-246, which will designate November as Lebanese Heritage Month in Canada. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. I'd like to emphasize the importance of this bill for Quebec in particular, because my speech today is in French. According to Statistics Canada, Quebec has more than a third of Canada's population, and it's easy to see why Lebanese people have chosen Quebec, given their deep connection with the French language and the Francophonie. It makes Lebanon an attractive country for the newcomers we need to fill labor shortages and strengthen the vitality of French-speaking communities. Montreal is where the first Lebanese Film Festival in Canada was held, and it's the headquarters of the Eparchy of Saint-Maron. I look forward to continuing to work with all my colleagues to make November Lebanese Heritage Month.
The world watched with dread in 1990 as Saddam Hussein launched an unprovoked invasion of Kuwait. Thousands of Canadians were part of the international coalition that resisted that lawless invasion, fighting to drive out enemy forces and to restore Kuwaiti sovereignty. The evil of a tyrant was opposed by the valor of those who fought in the Persian Gulf, and because of it, Kuwait remains an independent country to this day. And yet, also to this day, unlike most of our allies, the Canadian government refuses to recognize Gulf War veterans as having provided wartime service. Well, it certainly was war, Mr. Speaker, and any of our Gulf veterans who stood on the front line putting life and limb in jeopardy to defend freedom can provide their first-hand testimony to that fact. These heroes deserve our heartfelt gratitude and our recognition of their service in defense of liberty and Canadian values. Thank you to all those who served in the Persian Gulf War and to all of our courageous Canadian veterans.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canada Summer Jobs Program, or CSJ as it's known, is a vital initiative that serves as a stepping stone for youth, especially those facing employment barriers, and allows employers to expand their workforce. This program provides opportunities for young Canadians to equip them with skills, experience, and confidence for their future endeavours. In Oakville North Burlington, businesses and nonprofits have benefited enormously from this program, with young people bringing fresh perspectives and innovative ideas to the workplace. I've heard from employers like Haltech that they use CSJ to build their talent in the organization. Students have said that they never expected to work in their field, but because of CSJ, they had the best work experience they've ever had. The Canada Summer Jobs Program is a catalyst for social change, promoting employment equity and youth empowerment. As youth begin their summer placements, I wish them well and can't wait to visit them this summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Speaker, in June, we come together to celebrate Portuguese Heritage Month, a significant occasion where we acknowledge the remarkable contributions made by Canadians of Portuguese descent. Saturday, June 10th was Portugal Day, observed both in Portugal and around the globe. Speaker, as Portuguese Canadians, this day holds a deep sense of pride for us and a great deep joy. This year also marks a significant milestone as we commemorate and pay tribute to 70 years of Canada-Portugal relations. And as a testament of our friendship and strong ties, Portugal has contributed 120 Portuguese firefighters to join their Canadian counterpart efforts putting out our wildfires. Today, let us take this opportunity to celebrate and honor the accomplishments, rich heritage, and seamless integration of our Luso community in Canada. Feliz Dia de Portugal, de Camões e das Comunidades Portuguesas. Viva Canadá, viva Portugal. Obrigado. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Good pace. Are you serious? Oh my goodness! Glorious and free! That was the call by PGA announcer Jim Nance as Abbotsford's Nick Taylor made history yesterday by becoming the first Canadian in 69 years to win the Canadian Open Golf Championship. And he did it in spectacular fashion. First shooting a course record 63 on Saturday, Nick then survived 4 sudden death playoff holes and drained a 72-foot eagle putt to win his 3rd PGA tournament. Right. He joins Mike Weir, Brooke Henderson, George Knudsen, and others in the pantheon of Canada's great golfers. Nick and his wife, Andy, call Abbotsford home. In fact, he's proud of having honed his golf skills at our own Ledgeview Golf Club. Other notable Canadian players in this year's Canadian Open were Corey Connors, Mike Weir, and Abbotsford's own Adam Hadwin. Thanks for inspiring us, Nick Taylor. Oh, Canada, glorious and free indeed.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to celebrate a $25 million investment for the creation of the Sam Ibrahim Centre for Inclusive Excellence in Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership at the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. The centre will help young people pursue their dreams while anchoring local startups to scale, grow, flourish, and ultimately stay in Scarborough. In addition to the new centre, the Sam Ibrahim Awards, the Gabriel Fanis Awards, and the Shaman Yukani Awards will provide supports so young entrepreneurs can realize their potential. Mr. Speaker, Sam Ibrahim, an Egyptian Canadian, grew up in Scarborough and attended UTSC. He, along with his partners, started Arrow Group of Companies, one of the largest homegrown businesses in Scarborough with a global footprint. I'm so excited to welcome Sam and his partners, along with Principal Wisdom Teddy, Andrew Rafuzaman, Lisa Lemon, and Neil Joshi from UTSC to Parliament Hill today. Sam, thank you for believing in Scarborough, and we know that this is only the beginning.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The consequences of 8 years of a Liberal government are painfully evident. The cost of food, housing, and fuel have hit historic highs. Canadians are visiting food banks at record levels. Household debt in Canada has reached an all-time high. And now amongst advanced economies, Canadians are the most at risk of missing mortgage payments. Last week's Bank of Canada rate hike will only make it more difficult for homeowners. Canadians simply cannot afford the Liberal NDP government's inflationary deficits. And yet, Mr. Speaker, these NDP Liberals, they don't care. They added $60 billion of fuel to the inflationary fire while turning a blind eye to the pain and the anxiety that they are causing Canadian families. It's time to end inflationary deficits, to bring down inflation and interest rates. Mr. Speaker, it is painfully clear that only Conservatives have a common sense plan to end the cost of living crisis and make life affordable. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, under this government, Canadian families are in more and more debt than any other country in the G7. And last week, with the passage of Budget 2023, the costly coalition poured another $60 billion of fuel onto the inflationary fire, sparking another interest rate hike from the Bank of Canada. Families with variable rate mortgages, who this Prime Minister encouraged to borrow and promised rates would be low for a long time, are seeing their monthly payments go up again. Even before last week's hike, rate increases had already added $1,000 a month to the average $500,000 mortgage. In my province of BC, the average cost of a home is $995,000. Think about how much this rate hike is going to impact British Columbians. Thanks to this government, families are worried about how they're going to pay for their groceries, daycare, summer camps, and everything else. Conservatives will put a stop to deficit spending, get inflation under control, create powerful paychecks, and get homes built that Canadians can afford. Your home, my home, our home, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives are going to bring it home.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, summer's coming. I invite all residents to visit our region. For beer lovers, there's the Browerk Hoffman Microbrewery in Rockland, Tuc de Brou, and Wood Brothers. For wine lovers, we've got wine from the Domaine Perrault or Clos de Vuilly Navan. If you don't like grapes, you can enjoy apple cider at Domaine Cléroux. Agritourism is at the heart of our region, and I invite you to pick your own fruit at Lamoureux Fruits des Prairies. You can also stop at River Rest or Maker Feed Company for a culinary experience.
We have many fairs this summer, starting with Maxville to Riceville to Vanklekill to Russell. If you do them all, one can truly say, I've been everywhere, man. And of course, don't forget the Highland Games. Il va sûrement faire chaud.
It's going to be hot this summer, so make sure to visit Calypso Park, go for Poutine at Saint-Albert, and go for a gelato at Café sur la Rive. Take advantage of the summer.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the volunteers of the Cycle 16 Trail Society. On Saturday, they gathered with about 100 other Bulkley Valley residents to celebrate the completion of the first phase of a new off-highway bike trail between Smithers and Telkwa. Mr. Speaker, these folks have a vision. It's a vision of local families coming together for healthy, active lifestyles, a vision of clean, sustainable transportation, and a vision of people building good projects together in the proud tradition of small communities everywhere. I want to congratulate the Society's executive, Alan Cormier, Jeremy Schreiber, Mary Bryce, Janet Harris, Dan Boisevane, Teresa Monkman, Sue Harrison, Allison Watson, and Don Morgan. And a special tip of the bike helmet to my friend Tony Harris, who has been pushing on the pedals of this project since the very beginning. I rode the bike trail with my daughter 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, and it is beautiful. Congratulations all.
Before going to the next member for his statement, I want to remind everyone that statements are taking place, and I'm sure everybody wants to hear what's being said. So if you're talking to each other, please whisper. Don't talk very loud. Thank you. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, for 60 years, Éditions du Boréal has offered a showcase for our Québécois authors. In 1963, Gilles Boulet, Pierre Gravel, Jacques Lacourcière, Denis Vaugeois, and Monseigneur Albert Tessier founded Boréal Express, which went on to publish an impressive collection of historical works at the forefront of the Quiet Revolution and social changes sweeping Quebec in the 60s and 70s. Le Boréal has a rich history. It published some of the greatest names in Québécois literature, such as Marie-Claire Blais, Anne Hébert, Gabriel Roy, Robert Lalonde, Marie Laberge, and Denis Laferrière, and also some English-Canadian literary greats, including Margaret Atwood, Neil Basundath, and Michael Ondaatje. The list goes on, but one thing is sure, it will continue to grow. Thanks to Le Boréal, our stories are being heard around the world, and the people who tell them with their soul, their heart, and their words. Words in the language we speak here, without which the stories wouldn't be as authentic. Thank you, Boréal, and happy 60th.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are out of touch and Canadians are out of money. These inflationary deficits are causing Canadians to miss meals, use food banks, and for young people to abandon the hope of owning a home. In a couple more weeks, a second carbon tax will kick in, further driving up the price of gas to add 61 cents a litre, which is pouring more gas on the inflationary fire. Terrible. Mortgages and rents have doubled. The combined carbon taxes will cost families $4,000 extra a year. With all the wildfires raging in Canada, there will be stiff penalties for the arsonists responsible. But what will be the punishment for the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister who are deliberately setting the inflationary fire? I reiterate my party's call for the Liberals to work throughout the summer to draft a budget that will combat inflation, reduce interest rates, axe the carbon tax, and make it possible to build more homes. Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home! Yeah!
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Speaker, 1 week ago today, the Leader of the Opposition vowed to use all procedural tools to block the budget from passing, including 900 amendments and lengthy speeches. But despite his nearly 4-hour-long speech last Wednesday evening, during which he talked about Winston Churchill, Henry VIII, his favorite podcaster, Jordan Peterson, the stonework in Parliament, and why the floors in here are green, never once did he mention how the budget will support Canadians through expanding dental care, creating the new first home savings account, or investing in the clean economy that will create thousands of jobs for Canadians. Nonetheless, the very next day, this House passed Budget 2023. That will provide the much-needed supports for Canadians right across the country. While the Conservative Party continues to play procedural games, Mr. Speaker, this government will continue to do the hard work and deliver results for Canadians.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister wasted 8 months. 8 months ago, Canadians found out about the scope of Beijing's interference in helping the Liberals during 2 elections. He helped his ski buddy, who's a member of the Trudeau Foundation, in order to cover up this exact interference. Now, his reporter has stepped down. So we need a public inquiry. The Conservative Party is ready to work with all parties, including the government, in order to launch one. Will the government call a public inquiry so that we can know all of the details about Beijing's interference? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. I appreciate my colleagues' desire to work as a team, collaboratively. We've said since the beginning that a public inquiry is an option. Mr. Johnston recommended against a public inquiry and explained that decision. He explained that it would be difficult given national security matters. We are willing to discuss and collaborate with the opposition to discuss a possible public inquiry, what the mandate might be of such a commission, and what the conditions would be. And we look forward to those discussions. Leader of the Opposition, rents have doubled since the Prime Minister came into office. Mortgages have doubled since this Prime Minister became Prime Minister. They've spent $500 million, which made inflation rates skyrocket, and in fact, they are preventing the building of affordable housing units. Will the Prime Minister cancel his inflationary policies, balance the books, and cut paperwork and red tape so that we can build affordable housing for Canadians? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, last week, across the country, forest fires raged. It was very dangerous. We saw just how important it is to take action for the climate. What are the Conservatives doing? Did they work with us to support Canadians in this very important time through all these dangers? Do they support our industrial plan and economic plan to build a green economy? No, they did not support us. What they were doing was playing partisan games, and it's very irresponsible, Mr. Speaker. The Opposition Leader.
Is not going to stop forest fires, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has doubled housing costs by $500 billion of inflationary deficits, and by giving billions of dollars to local gatekeepers who block housing construction with the second slowest housing permits of any country in the entire OECD. Now, the deficits the Prime Minister is running risk increasing interest rates further and causing people to lose their homes to higher mortgage prices. Will the government introduce a balanced budget to bring down inflation and interest rates so that Canadians don't lose their homes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the OECD, what the Leader of the Opposition should know and should be sharing with Canadians is that last week the OECD forecast that Canada would have the strongest economic growth in the G7 over 23 and 24. But what is truly appalling, Mr. Speaker, and frankly really disappointing, is that these Conservatives, at a time when forest fires have been raging across our country, would prefer to play partisan games rather than support our sensible measures to build the clean economy we desperately need.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question was about the doubling of housing costs. This Prime Minister has brought in $500 billion of inflationary spending, which doubled rent costs, mortgage payments, and needed down payments for the average house. And now the IMF says that Canada is the country most at risk of a massive mortgage default, as our households have the most debt as a share of GDP of any country in the G7. That debt is about to collide with soaring interest rates driven by this government's deficits. Will they eliminate the deficits, balance the budgets to bring down inflation and interest rates before Canadians lose their homes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to hear the Leader of the Opposition cite the IMF. And I hope that that means he is aware that it is the IMF which confirms that Canada has the lowest deficit in the G7 and the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7 by some measure. But, Mr. Speaker, I really have to point out to the Canadians listening to us the appalling behavior of this reckless and irresponsible opposition, which has been blocking sensible, important measures to support Canadians at a critical time.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's not just homeowners, Mr. Speaker. Because this government has been giving billions to local gatekeepers who block affordable housing construction, and because their inflationary policies have doubled the rent, the students are now living in squalor. You used to be able to get an apartment, a full apartment, for $840 before this Prime Minister. Now, CBC is reporting that a student from Guelph has had to pay $840 just for a room in an apartment she shares with 6 other students that is mold and insect infested and doesn't even have running water. Will they reverse their inflationary policies so Canadians don't have
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to point out to Canadians the utterly irresponsible behavior of this Conservative Party in the House last week, blocking our budget legislation. The Prime Minister over the weekend made a very important trip to Ukraine to show Canada's support for Ukraine at this crucial moment. Meanwhile, you know what the Conservatives were doing, Mr. Speaker? Blocking our legislation, which would indefinitely deny most favored nation trading status to Russia and Belarus. Whose side are they on, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, David Johnston made an honourable decision in stepping down to protect people's trust in democracy. That said, he should never have been put in that position. Starting in February, both Canadians and this House began calling for a public and independent commission of inquiry into Chinese interference, an inquiry whose commissioner would be chosen by the House to study both electoral interference and the issues of financing, threats, espionage, and intimidation of the diaspora. It was the right choice and remains the right choice. Will the government establish this commission before the end of the session? Because time is ticking. The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to working with our colleague from La Prairie, his party leader, and other party leaders. We will work together in order to strengthen Canadians' trust and confidence in our democratic institutions. Mr. Johnston's stepping down gives us the opportunity to take partisan fighting down a few notches and collaborate together to work on a public process for the next few steps. We look forward to working with opposition parties to discuss how we can do so responsibly and seriously. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, for the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Johnston's departure in and of itself does not restore public trust in democracy. His regrettably botched report is the problem. He's suggested public hearings, which are merely an attempt to avoid a real inquiry. His report is proof that an independent public inquiry is absolutely essential. Today, the government is finally showing some signs of openness, which is good news for democracy, but the government must first clarify its intentions. Does it want to revive the David Johnston hearings under a new name, or is the government clearly committing to launching a true public and independent commission of inquiry? Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said at the beginning of question period, that was always an option on the table. That said, I understand and we know that the Bloc Québécois will never form government. The Conservative Party knows full well that we can't have a public inquiry in some situations, such as when there are top-secret national security intelligence information involved. We cannot be irresponsible with that sort of information. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we would all benefit from a substantive discussion on the next steps of a possible public inquiry. So if there is an inquiry, we can discuss the timelines and the mandate. Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Shot up so quickly that families are struggling to pay their mortgages. If we give an example of someone in Toronto, an average family that bought an average home a year and a half ago, they would have to find now an additional over $27,000 by the end of this year. That is a shocking amount. What advice would this Prime Minister give to these families that are struggling with the cost of their mortgage for how they can come up with this additional amount of money?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Leader of the NDP for that really important question. We are absolutely aware that housing is a significant challenge for far too many Canadians, and that is why I am really glad that we have now put in place something we promised to do, which is the tax-free first home savings account. That is going to help a lot of first-time home buyers save for that crucial home. I'm also really glad, Mr. Speaker, that we have now put in place a $4 billion housing accelerator plan. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
None of that helps a family that's struggling with the cost of mortgage right now. Si je donne un exemple,
Here's an example, a similar example. From Montreal this time. A family has to find an extra $13,000 a year. It's crazy. Families are already struggling to make ends meet. What advice does this government have for these Canadian families? How are they going to pay their bills and pay their mortgage?
Honorable Vice-Premier Ministre.
The Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government agrees that housing may be the biggest issue for Canadians and for Canadian families. That's why we have already created a tax-free savings account for the purchase of a first property. This will be helpful, especially for young Canadians. We have also set up accelerator funds, housing accelerator funds. These will help municipalities to build more units that Canada really needs.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 8 months of denials, foot-dragging, and cover-ups for these Liberals when it comes to foreign interference in our election. Here's the numbers. Countless promises of protecting our democracy, hundreds of thousands to the Trudeau Foundation, one special rapporteur, and zero answers and zero results. The Prime Minister now gets to go back to the drawing board where he can keep delaying this investigation, continue his cover-up, and find someone else to do his bidding. The opposition has agreed to their new requests. When will he give up the charade and finally commit to a public inquiry?
The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we think that a discussion about issues as important as protecting Canadian democratic institutions from unacceptable foreign interference would benefit from all of us lowering the partisan temperature.
That's right.
That's why, Mr. Speaker, we believe that the decision of Mr. Johnston to leave the special rapporteur's role gives all of us an opportunity to discuss what are the next steps in a public process. The opposition says they want a public inquiry. What would be the terms of reference of that inquiry? How would they protect necessary national security information in the interest of Canada? What would be the timelines? Those are the conversations we're anxious to have.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Let's be clear, Canadians want a public inquiry. And this is the kind of thing we've been seeing for 8 months. The party who unequivocally rejected a public inquiry and ignored the will of this Parliament just weeks ago now says one has always been on the table. It should have been the first resort, not the last resort, and it's very clear they have no plan, and they never intended to investigate foreign interference in our election. When will they stop delaying this with their games and just call a public inquiry?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it won't surprise you that I don't share some of the exaggerated premises of our honourable colleagues' questions. What we have said, Mr. Speaker, and members of the Conservative Party know this well, including the leader of the Conservative Party, who sat in a government that was designed and decided to protect national security information from public release. They know that. So saying they want a public inquiry right now is not, in fact, a responsible suggestion. They should tell us what would be the terms of reference. How will they protect the national security interests of Canadians? Who might lead this process in a proper way?
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 31 weeks, more than 7 months, since the news that the government knew about the PRC's interference in our democracy came to light. Since then, we've asked hundreds of questions in this House and in its committees, but we've gotten very few answers. The only thing we've gotten are a few answers here and there, heavily redacted documents, and a mountain of process. NSICOP, NSIRA, a special rapporteur. Will the Prime Minister commit to a public inquiry with the full powers of a public inquiry so we can get answers to exactly what happened?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the colleague across the way highlights the mechanisms that shine a light on how it is we're protecting our democratic institutions from foreign interference, including through the creation of NSICOP, a multi-partisan endeavor, including through the creation of NSIRA. And yes, Mr. Johnston, who is now determined that he will not be carrying on, has charted out a course. What's important is that we work together, Mr. Speaker, by addressing the concerns that have been raised with regards to foreign interference, but doing so in a way that is responsible to protect our national security. That remains the commitment of this government, and we look forward to taking the next concrete steps with all members in this chamber.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, on a related national security matter concerning the Winnipeg lab breaches, it was 2.5 years ago that this House of Commons ordered the production of documents. The government refused to comply with the order, then they hid behind NSICOP, and now finally, 2.5 years later, the committee that is looking at these documents has just been stood up. Mr. Speaker, we can't wait 2.5 years for more process to unfold to get the answers we need about interference in our democracy that affects all members and all parties of this House. So, will the government commit today to a public inquiry so this democracy and Canadians across the country can get the answers they deserve about PRC interference?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when Justice Iacobucci and Justice O'Connor made their recommendations about critical changes that needed to happen to make sure that parliamentarians could see into every corner of government, the Leader of the Opposition, as Minister at the time, ignored that request. In fact, if the Leader of the Opposition had his way, there would be no way to look at any national security documents. What we did in Winnipeg Labs, Mr. Speaker, is offer all of the documents to be seen at NSICOP. When they refused, we created an alternate process with a panel of independent arbiters that can look at every redaction to make sure they're legitimate. It took them nearly a year to agree to that process. They finally have. They took a long time to appoint their members. I'm glad they finally have.
The Honourable Député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Why hasn't the Prime Minister already announced a public and independent inquiry into Beijing's interference? The Prime Minister has tried to cover up the help he received from the Beijing regime in the 2019 and 2021 elections. The cover-up was inventing the position of Special Rapporteur and entrusting the mandate to his friend, a member of the Trudeau Foundation. David Johnston resigned on Friday after being unable to prove beyond doubt that the appearance of a conflict of interest between him and the Prime Minister was unfounded. Will the Prime Minister launch an independent inquiry today and finally work with the opposition to ensure that Canadians can find out the whole truth? The Honourable Public Safety Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government is always ready to work with the opposition parties, including the Conservatives. However, the Conservatives continuously refuse to receive a briefing from the intelligence services. So I hope that today is an opportunity for us to truly work together with the opposition because this matter is incredibly important. It is essential that we look into and address the threats posed by foreign interference, and we must do this work together. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. So why, though, rather than making a decision immediately after David Johnston's resignation, as he could have done, why did he not immediately announce a public independent inquiry? Instead of doing that, he sent his friend to do a media campaign. When will the Prime Minister realize that he cannot accept foreign assistance to win elections and then decide how to investigate it? His plan to hide and buy time has failed miserably, so when will he put an end to the cover-up and finally order an independent public inquiry? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, it's very telling when we say that we want to work with the opposition to collaborate on an issue as important as protecting our democratic institutions, but then my friend across the way calls that political games. There has been too much partisanship and too many political games in this matter, including from the part of the Conservatives. We are ready to work together so that we can determine the best way to move forward. We look forward to substantive discussions with the opposition. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, David Johnston was caught in a trap. From the outset, the mandate that the Prime Minister assigned him was at odds with the wishes of both the public and the House. Now that he has honorably stepped down, the government is showing signs of openness and is even calling for candidates to be put forward for an inquiry. Well, all right, the Bloc Québécois will cooperate, but the government must first clarify what kind of inquiry it will be. Will it be a public and independent commission of inquiry, or rather restricted hearings with no real power or independence? In other words, do they want the names of commissioners or the names of people to trap, like Mr. Johnston? The Honourable Public Safety Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, we have always been willing to work with the Bloc. In fact, we invited the Bloc and all members to receive briefings from intelligence services so that we could all make decisions on the same basis, being aware of the same facts and information. So we are willing to work together. All options are still on the table. We need to do this work together in order to better protect our democratic institutions. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, David Johnston's resignation puts us back to square one. For nearly 4 months, the government has been doing everything it can to avoid an inquiry. The Bloc Québécois welcomes the government's openness today, but after 4 months, the government needs to get its act together. A public and independent commission of inquiry is necessary. The commissioner must be chosen by the House and must be able to define its mandate with broad enough scope to answer all of the public's questions. Is the government prepared to launch such an inquiry before the end of the session? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect for my colleague, we are not back to square one. A lot of work has been done. There is a lot of tangible information and there has been tangible action. We have created the position of a national coordinator. We have started work on a register. There were also investments in the budget 2023 to add more resources for the RCMP and to protect Canadians. There's a host of examples of measures that we have already taken, but now we need to take this issue very seriously. We need to work in a focused way, and we are, of course, always willing to work with the opposition. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, we have been talking about this every day since February. Everyone is already calling for a public and independent commission of inquiry, including the former Director of Elections Canada, former members of intelligence services, senior civil servants, not to mention Canadians, and minorities threatened by the Chinese regime. The House, too, would like such an inquiry. Now, of course, it will be in-camera sessions. As with any commission of inquiry, which deals with sensitive content, there's no lack of means to investigate. What's lacking is the government's will to investigate. So, public and independent commission of inquiry, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I'm encouraged by our colleagues' comments when it now, as for the type of inquiry, well, the colleague described one challenge that we face. There are top secret facts, there's top secret information here that our intelligence agencies deal with. So instead of repeating the same things, we would like to hear concrete suggestions on how we can protect sensitive top secret information. We'd also like suggestions about the type of person who would be ideal to lead these public inquiries, and also suggestions about deadlines.
The Prime Minister has racked up more debt than all other prime ministers combined. That's just not just a shocking fact, but the real-life consequences is that massive Liberal deficits raises the inflation rate, which then forces the Bank of Canada to raise the interest rates, which is forcing Canadians to default on their mortgages. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are going bankrupt because these Liberals can't control the government spending. Right. When will they get their spending under control?
Right. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite has the privilege of representing Edmonton Millwoods, a riding in a fabulous city that is lucky to have a large Ukrainian-Canadian community. And so, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the member opposite is embarrassed by and ashamed of the childish filibustering of this Conservative Party, which blocked crucial support from our country to Ukraine. This party blocked the denial of most favored nation trading status to Russia. They should be ashamed of themselves, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, almost half of Canadians say that they're having a difficult time now managing their mortgage payments. More and more Canadians are taking on credit card debt just to pay for basic necessities like groceries. So now will the Liberals work with us to draft a new budget that will stop the deficits, that will stop the inflation, and will stop rates from going up, and which will stop the mortgage defaults? Mr. Speaker, will these Liberals cancel their vacation, work with us, and help Canadians save their homes?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Well,
Mr. Speaker. Despite the childish and immature and irresponsible games of the Conservatives, this House actually passed the budget last week. And it's a good thing we did do that, Mr. Speaker, because there's real help in that budget for Canadians. Let's talk about, as of July 5th, the grocery rebate is going to reach 11 million Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the first-time home buyer savings account is also part of that, Mr. Speaker. And the investments in clean technology that are going to help us fight climate change, but also build the economy of the 21st century. This side of the House passed that.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Hello, Mr. Speaker. This government is spending recklessly, and this creates serious problems in the country. Just last week, the Bank of Canada was forced to react to the Prime Minister's inflationary policies by raising interest rates for the 9th time, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are already saddled with mortgage payments that have doubled, and some can't keep up and end up defaulting on their payments. Can the Prime Minister commit to immediately halting his deficits and inflationary spending and table a plan to balance the books? The Honourable Minister for Sport. Mr. Speaker, I know that the Conservatives would prefer to forget the past few years and to forget everything Canadians have gone through over the past few years, such as a pandemic. Our government chose to be there for Canadians when they needed it. We supported businesses, we supported people, we prevented people from losing their homes during the pandemic when they couldn't work. You know what's ironic today is that the Conservatives acknowledge that Canadians are suffering, but instead of proposing anything concrete or tangible, they're just trying to block our budget, which would help people. It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker.
Stood with Indigenous Chiefs of Police of Ontario who are trying to negotiate to keep their communities safe. This government is fine to enforce policies that were found to be discriminatory by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. They are fine to let the funding for First Nations policing run out. This would never happen in major cities. Why is this government forcing the Indigenous Chiefs of Police of Ontario, forcing to accept them a contract which goes against reconciliation?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to begin by thanking my colleague for her question and for her advocacy in the space of First Nations policing. I want to assure her that I've had constructive discussions with Chief Kailu over the course of the weekend, and I want to assure all members in this chamber that we are committed to resolving this situation as quickly and as respectfully as we can. Mr. Speaker, the statements made by the community earlier today are with merit. It is a reminder that we have a long way to go when it comes to reconciliation, and that is why this government remains committed to doing that work in partnership based on respect for the community.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
International students who's been defrauded by crooked consultants should not be punished with deportations and inadmissibility based on misrepresentation. They have invested everything they have for a better future. They work hard, they study hard, and under very difficult conditions. They are under enormous strain, and their lives are in limbo. The Liberals can eliminate this uncertainty by allowing them to stay in Canada and build the life of their dreams. Will the minister do the right thing, the compassionate thing, and grant these international students a pathway to permanent residency?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with much of my honourable colleague's question, and I'm glad to share that we've been working very hard, as we've discussed in a recent meeting just a little more than a week ago. We are working to develop a process to ensure that those innocent students who are the victims of fraud will have an opportunity to remain in Canada. However, to the extent that people committed fraud or were complicit in a fraudulent scheme, they will bear the consequences of choosing not to follow Canada's laws. I am hearing stories of students who are dealing with serious mental health concerns, with the uncertainty that they are struggling with. We will put a process in place to allow them to prove that they were taken advantage of and provide an appropriate remedy for them.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, as Ukrainians continue to fight valiantly for their freedom and for ours, our Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister made another visit to Kyiv to meet with President Zelensky and Prime Minister Shmyhal. For more than a year, Canada has remained a steadfast ally of Ukraine, with significant military aid, financial aid, sanctions on Russia, supports for Ukrainians fleeing the war, and much more. In light of the Prime Minister's visit, can the Minister of Foreign Affairs share with Canadians some of the latest measures the Government of Canada has announced to support the Ukrainian people and hold Russia to account?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a great question. Well, indeed, the Prime Minister announced $500 million more in military support, including that Canada will help train Ukrainian fighter pilots. And we also announced the seizure of the Russian Antonov plane stranded at the Pearson Airport. This is the first physical asset targeted, and with our new seizure and forfeiture powers, we are the first of our allies to make sure that we're using these powers. We know that we have to do more, and we will do more, and there will be nowhere to hide for those who profit from the illegal.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The Finance Minister said that she would end her inflationary deficits and balance the budget by 2027. Just months after that, she admitted she'll run deficits forever and balance the budget in the year never. 8 years of massive Liberal deficits gave Canadians the highest bank interest rate hikes not seen in the last 20 years, and now the International Monetary Fund is reporting Canada is highest at risk for mortgage default crisis. When will the Finance Minister end her inflationary spending and give us a date of when she'll balance the budget so Canadians don't lose their homes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative finance critic is a serious adult. That's why it's been frankly so embarrassing to watch juvenile staffers from the Conservative leader's office bully him and other Conservative members of the Finance Committee and force them to play juvenile partisan games and filibuster legislation that will provide Canadians with support they need right now. It was embarrassing to watch, Mr. Speaker, and it shows how irresponsible these Conservatives are.
Well, Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
What's embarrassing is while Canadians are suffering, that Finance Minister dumped a $60 billion jerry can of fuel on the inflationary fire that she started. Liberals don't understand that reducing the deficits would reduce inflation, would reduce bank interest rates, which would reduce the risk of default mortgage crisis. The interest rate hikes will cost an extra $1,300 a month on already struggling Canadians paying their mortgages, which average are costing $3,000. If the Liberals don't have any plans to reduce this deficit, will they at least get out of the way so Conservatives can save Canadians' homes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is really astonishing that these Conservatives would have the temerity to talk about fires burning in Canada. Because the fact is, fires have been burning in Canada. They've been burning in Quebec, they've been burning in Atlantic Canada, and they have burning in the finance critic's home province of Alberta. But what have the Conservatives done in response? They have fought a price on pollution, the best way to fight climate change, and they have fought our budget, which has a clear plan to fight climate change and create great jobs for Canadians. Appalling.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has run massive deficits for 8 long years, and as predicted, inflation has soared, leading to unaffordable mortgage rates for households across this country. Canadians today have the highest household debt in the G7, and today we now have the highest risk of mortgage default in the OECD nations. The solution is obvious. End deficit spending, stop the inflation, and help Canadian families. So will the Prime Minister and his government commit to ending his inflationary spending to prevent a fiscal crisis?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, to be absolutely clear, the Honourable Member's question when he refers to deficit spending is largely referring to the supports that kept families fed during the pandemic. The programs that we put forward help keep the roof over kids' heads in my community. It helps small businesses keep the lights on and the doors open. And jeer during my responses they made. They know that this is true. In fact, they knew that...
Going to interrupt the Honourable Minister. We're doing so well, and now suddenly everything, I'm not sure what's going on, but the volume seems to be going up. I'm going to ask everyone, so if the Member for New Brunswick Southwest can hear the answer to his question. I'm going to ask the Minister of Immigration to, maybe he's got about 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the deficit spending that they're talking about included the pandemic supports that made sure that families in my community could keep food on the table and a roof over their kids' heads. Those supports help small businesses keep the lights on and the doors open. And here they are now blaming the Canadians who availed themselves of those pandemic benefits on deficit spending that they now are attributing to inflation. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is they don't support these spending now, and at the time their leader held a press conference and said he's a conservative. He doesn't support those big fat government programs. Well, I support them because they kept my neighbors fed when they needed it.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, that is absurd. $200 billion was spent during the pandemic that had nothing to do with helping Canadians. This government just added another $60 billion to their inflationary bonfire, and they now have deficits for as long as the eye can see. Canadians are struggling to put food on their table. They're cancelling their summer vacations because of this Liberal-caused inflation. On our side of the House, we're willing to work all summer to fix and pass a budget that will tackle the inflation, bring down inflation, bring down deficits, and make home ownership and hard work affordable again. So will the Prime Minister cancel his summer vacation? Will he get to work, or a surfboard rental?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, what the member opposite is saying is absolutely false. What we did during the pandemic was support Canadians. And when he's talking about that additional funding, he's talking about things like childcare. $30 billion that is helping Canadians access childcare. We don't know how the Conservatives are going to vote on it, but what we heard during their speeches in the House, Mr. Speaker, that they're pretty against affordable childcare. They're pretty against Canadians having access to thousands of dollars in their pockets at the end of the year that's helping them pay for the high cost of groceries, that's helping them with their mortgages, that's helping them take maybe a family vacation. Mr. Speaker, let's see what they do. Let's see if they truly care about Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, when our farmers and producers called on the emergency account during the pandemic, they did not foresee all the other things that would fall on their heads. The war in Ukraine, which caused input prices to soar, an inflation rate already 3 times worse than in other industries, $8 of debt for every dollar of income, and a key interest rate that is still rising, and we can go on and on and on. Result, 1 in 10 farm businesses is afraid of closing within a year. Firstly, is the Minister for Finance going to postpone payment of the emergency account for farmers without them losing the subsidy portion? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Of course, we're working with the agricultural sector to make sure that there is a just and equitable profit in their farms. We've increased the payments up to $350,000 without interest, which will help our farming families throughout Quebec and Canada. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The question was for the Minister for Finance, but whatever, it would be nice to get some answers from her. Can we at least postpone the repayment of the account? Agriculture is hit even harder than the rest of the economy by inflation, especially. That is why other governments are taking action. The Americans have invested $22 billion in agriculture. Quebec has taken action with aid from the Financière Agricole. Now it's up to Ottawa to do its bit. Current programs are inadequate to deal with this exceptional crisis, which requires exceptional assistance. When will the government finally support our farmers and producers? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the daughter of a farmer, I fully understand the importance of our agricultural sector. And I agree with my honourable colleague that our farmers and producers are exceptional. They're essential for our communities and for our economy. And that is the reason for which our government was here during the pandemic. Yes, spending was up, but it was essential to support our farmers and producers, and will continue to help them.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that this government's record deficit spending has shot inflation through the roof. As a result, Canadians are spending more on food than ever before. This is particularly particularly marked in rural communities like my own, where higher shipping costs add on to the cost of the end product and will only continue to get more expensive with this government's carbon taxes. Mr. Speaker, will this government finally acknowledge the damage their lavish and out-of-control spending is having on the kitchen table? Canadians are needing help. They need to end their inflation-inducing monetary policy. Will they do it?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians won't receive any help from the Conservatives because their plan is austerity, austerity, austerity. And in opposition, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to supporting Canadians. In fact, inflation is a global phenomenon, and a recent report noted that Canada actually has the second lowest food inflation in the world. It doesn't mean that Canadians aren't hurting, and that's why we brought forward the grocery rebate that as of July 5th, 11 million Canadians are going to receive, and that's in addition to the Canada Child Benefit, early learning and childcare, the rental benefit. Mr. Speaker, we've been there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the federal government, struggling Canadians cannot simply print more money. They need to manage their budgets and spend within their means. They cannot impose a series of punitive taxes on their neighbors to balance their books. They need to manage their finances with the added hurdle of reduced spending power. So, Mr. Speaker, when will this government stop spending, reduce inflation, and lower massive grocery bills?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times in this House, I think we can all agree that affordability is an important issue. That is why there is a rebate with respect to the price on pollution to ensure that we are actually addressing this in a thoughtful way. But my goodness, when we are seeing the evacuations of people across this country, it is time that the Conservative Party started to think about climate change. I don't know whether they don't believe it's real or they just don't think it's important, but Canadians certainly do.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, many families across the country are struggling to put food on the table. Now, mortgages, car payments and credit card interest will go up yet again. Everything is going up under this Prime Minister. The Liberal government's deficits are to blame, but it refuses to take responsibility. Food prices will continue to skyrocket if no one takes action. When will the Prime Minister wake up and propose a real solution to this crisis? The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that there is an increasing number of people who are watching us at home and who have been overtaken by the fact that the Conservatives are doing nothing about climate change. We've had the biggest tropical storm on the East Coast, our worst flooding ever, and now the biggest forest fires in our history. What are the Conservatives saying about climate change? Oh, we don't believe in it. Or even worse, there's a magic wand somewhere that will one day fix climate change overnight. That's not how the real world works. On this side, we believe in climate change and we work on it every single day. The Honourable Member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week marks the 31st National Public Service Week, which recognises the valuable work of federal public servants from coast to coast to coast, year after year after year. Can the President of the Treasury Board explain to the House why all Canadians should recognise the hard work of federal public servants? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Madawaska Restigouche for his important question and for his diligent work for his community. As President of the Treasury Board, I see every day the dedication of federal public servants in ensuring that the government acts in the best interest of Canadians. And I'd like to thank them. Whether it's paying benefits to seniors or protecting our borders, Canadians are well served by our hard-working, committed and professional public service. I hope everyone has a wonderful National Public Service Week.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious problem. Massive Liberal deficits are fueling inflation. Inflation causes interest rates to go up. Higher interest rates lead to higher mortgage payments and more mortgage defaults. To stop mortgage defaults, we need to balance the budget, end the big deficits, and reduce interest rates. Will the Prime Minister end his inflationary deficit spending so Canadians can afford to live?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, it's time for Conservatives to be honest and transparent with Canadians. So what they have to answer is, what would they cut? Would they cut the $200 billion that we're investing in healthcare? I sure hope not, because Canadians need a healthcare system they can rely on. Would they cut the $30 billion we are investing in early learning and childcare? I sure hope not, because that is making a real difference to families across our country and helping our labor market to boot. Would they cut dental care? Would they cut removing interest on federal student loans?
The honourable member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia and Headingley.
Well, that's certainly not a very serious answer, Mr. Speaker. The bank governor is working to rein in inflation by increasing interest rates. At the same time, the Prime Minister's massive $60 billion spending spree is fueling inflation and has caused yet another interest rate hike just last week. While the Liberals are making the Bank of Canada's job even harder, it's ordinary Canadians who will be dropping their keys off at their banks and saying goodbye to their homes. Will the Prime Minister put an end to his inflationary deficit spending and let Canadians keep their homes?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, earlier in question period, I reminded the Conservatives that their leader at the beginning of the pandemic held a press conference where he decried our pandemic benefits as big fat government programs. If you watch that video on the internet, that member who posed the question is standing behind him. Mr. Speaker, the reality is the spending that we put in place has supported people through the pandemic. The Conservative solution to the cause of inflation is to spend less money on supporting the households who need it. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to be there for Canadians to support health care, to help protect our environment, and to make life more affordable. It is a shame that they won't join us.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the deficits, as this Prime Minister is accumulating as if they were a collection of deficits, have increased inflation. And inflation has caused the Bank of Canada to raise interest rates 9 times. Homeowners paying their mortgages saw the effects immediately. The IMF has warned Canada that it is at risk of defaulting on its debts. That's the situation in which we are, Mr. Speaker, which is unfortunate. Will the Prime Minister finally stop his inflationary deficits? The Honourable Minister for Health. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance a couple of minutes ago talked about a juvenile attitude from the official opposition when they refused last week to work towards adopting the budget. The good news is that my colleague on the other side also has a juvenile population. There are many young people, 12,000 children, who get the universal childcare benefit that will be strengthened in a few weeks, and close to 500 children who've been able to get improved dental care. Do the children of his riding not deserve this?
For Mississauga, Streetsville.
Tobacco use is the leading preventable cause of disease and continues sadly to kill 48,000 Canadians each year. Marginalized and underserved populations such as people with low incomes, racialized, Indigenous, or those with a mental health diagnosis experience even higher rates of tobacco use and greater tobacco-related health gaps. Can the Minister for Mental Health and Addictions update this House on how our government is using every evidence-based tool at our disposal to help protect the health of Canadians, especially young people?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question and for her tireless advocacy. It is essential that we take bold action to help people stop smoking and help young people to live healthy, tobacco-free lives. Canada's recently made cigarette health warnings unavoidable by becoming the first country in the world to require they be printed directly on individual cigarettes. This, along with updated and periodic rotation of health messages on tobacco packaging, will ensure that we reach our target of less than 5% by 2035.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, families have been struggling to keep up with growing food prices, forcing kids to turn to school lunch programs. The Breakfast Club of Canada now provides breakfast for more than 600,000 students. 600,000. 2 years ago, it was just over 250,000. Canadian nutrition programs can't keep up with the demand or the cost to feed students as grocery prices soar. This government needs to stop dragging its heels. Will the Liberals make sure our students are fed by immediately setting up the National School Food Program?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Families.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I look forward to working with him on this important issue. We know that because of high food prices right now, many school food programs are struggling to keep up with the cost, and we know how essential school food programs are to children right across this country. That's why over the past year I've been engaging in consultations both with schools, with school food providers, with stakeholders, with children, to gain their input into how we can bring forward a national school food policy. I look forward to sharing the results of those consultations with this chamber shortly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The climate crisis demands of us action that's twofold. First, to end our addiction to fossil fuels so we can avoid the worst, and second, to prepare for what we can no longer avoid. We had excellent nonpartisan briefings from the Minister of Emergency Preparedness for all parties. Today, as I read that California's insurers are no longer prepared to insure for fires and floods, we know what's coming, and yet we are not prepared. My question to the Prime Minister is, can we prepare as we would in wartime, the equivalent of a war cabinet of all parties together, taking this seriously to protect Canadians?
The Honourable Member the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for a very important question. And, Mr. Speaker, as we see an increase in the severity and the frequency of weather-related disasters, we recognize the importance of ensuring that Canadians have access to affordable and accessible home insurance. And it's why we've been working with the insurance industry to ensure, first of all, to develop a national flood insurance plan, but also to ensure that Canadians have all of the tools that they need to manage risks, including home insurance.
Bill,
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question pour today. C'est tout le temps. Nous avons un rappel au règlement, l'honorable député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member from Mégantic-Les-Érables. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hope that you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that the House express its solidarity and its support for all populations suffering from the forest fires. B, note that climate change have direct effects on the quality of life of the population, and that it exacerbates the frequency and the amplitude of extreme weather events like tornadoes and heat waves. C, recognise that the federal government has to do more in order to fight climate change when it comes to preventing its impact and supporting communities that have been affected by natural resources. And D, ask the federal government to take concrete measures to contribute to fighting climate change that risk to become worse and worse for the population and for the environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All those who are opposed to what the Honourable Member has proposed will please say nay. We do not have unanimous consent.
Point of order. We have another point of order. The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House call for the immediate return of vile serial killer and rapist Paul Bernardo to a maximum prison, and that all court-ordered dangerous offenders and mass murderers be permanently assigned a maximum security classification, and that the least restrictive environment standard be repealed, and that the language of necessary restrictions that the previous government, conservative government, put in place be restored.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard. I'm sorry? Apparently I missed a nay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry, we don't have apparently unanimous consent. Oh, very good. It being 3:12, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Monsieur Blanchet relating to the business of supply. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Ms. Posey, moved that the House A. Stand in solidarity. I'll start over. A. Stand in solidarity with and express its support for all those affected by the current forest fires. B. Acknowledge that climate change is having a direct impact on people's quality of life, and that it is exacerbating the frequency and scale of extreme weather and climate events, floods, tornadoes, forest fires, heat waves, etc. C.
Recognize that the federal government must do more to combat climate change, prevent its impact, and support communities affected by natural disasters. D.
D. Call on the federal government to invest more in the fight against climate change, which is at risk of becoming increasingly expensive for both the public and the environment. And E.
That the federal government stop investing in fossil fuels and develop incentives while respecting the jurisdictions of Quebec and provinces to promote the use of renewable energy and public transit.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Zarevitz.
Ms. Zarevitz.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Back to Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Good to see.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 210, 210. Nays contre 115, 115.
Je déclare la...
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to the order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at report stage of Bill C-35. La mise aux voix.
The question is on motion number 1.
Ms. Ferrari, seconded by Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster, moved that Bill C-35 be amended by deleting the short title. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Personne. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Findlay.
Ms. Findlay.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kaibaga.
Ms. Kaibaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Je désire informer la
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Le bureau va mettre
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 114, 114. Nays contre 211, 211.
I declare the motion number 1 defeated. Ms. Gould, seconded by Ms. Haidu, moves that Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada, as amended, be concurred in at report stage.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
À la présidence, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So, Mr. Speaker, we would request a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote? Very good. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Zarevitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Van Popta. Pardon me, correction. Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Falk Provençais.
Mr. Falk Provençais.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote because of technical problems, they can now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the votes.
Yeas pour 325, 325. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Agreed? Agreed. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C-41.
The question is as follows. Mr. Mendicino, seconded by Ms. Haidu, moved that Bill C-41, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elkhoury.
Monsieur Elkhoury.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Back to Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Oh, Mr.
You have another?
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Those were all in favor, right? All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Atwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote yay.
Ms. Atwin, yay pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 299, 299. Nays contre, 25-25.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Order. I believe the honourable member for Durham has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Today I rise for the last time in this chamber. It's been the honour of a lifetime for me to serve Durham in Parliament. My hometowns of Bowmanville and Port Perry, Oshawa, and dozens of small towns and hamlets. But these are just names on signposts. The real honor has been working with and learning from Durham's people, the volunteers, the young people, the civic leaders, the business leaders, Indigenous leaders, first responders. It's been a joy to work with them. But I want to start my remarks by thanking my incredibly supportive and patient wife, Rebecca. You are my true partner in all things, my rock, and my biggest supporter. We dedicated our family to public service, and I think we made a real difference. Thank you. I love you. I'm also incredibly proud of our two children, and I will retain special memories of my time with them. Running in Stanley Park with Molly, fishing for crabs on Vancouver Island with Jack. Thank you for serving Canada, and I love you too. They are here today with my parents and one of my siblings, and I want to thank all of my family for your love and support. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my political family, my friends and family here in the Conservative caucus, my best friends from the military, from law, from the corporate world. You were with me throughout this journey. How many first-time candidates can say they had Wayne Gretzky show up at their first fundraiser? How many candidates have little platoons of veterans knocking on doors with them every election? My success is due to you. You know who you are. Thank you very much. And a special thanks to my incredibly dedicated staff. The number of people who've worked with me over the years in Durham, your compassion has helped hundreds of families in our community. And to the incredibly bright women and men who came to work with me in Ottawa, in my office as Minister of Veterans Affairs and leader of the official opposition. Often you left good jobs in the private sector or elsewhere to take a chance and face immense challenge. You did this because you believed in me and you believed in this country. Thank you, and I will never forget your efforts. I'm also incredibly proud of the accomplishments we made together, both in government and in opposition. The last full sitting day of 2012 is when I first entered this chamber. Actually, it wasn't this chamber, it's the real one up the way, Mr. Speaker. But I had the pleasure, the honor of being escorted in as a by-election winner by Prime Minister Stephen Harper and by the late Jim Flaherty. Jim Flaherty was a political mentor to me, a colleague of my father's from Queen's Park, and to have my family in the audience that day taking my seat for the first time is a memory I will never forget. And a few months later, I had the honor to then work with my friend, the honourable member from Abbotsford, as his parliamentary secretary for trade at a time that Canada had its most ambitious trade agenda in history, helping to finalize our free trade agreement with the European Union, traveling to Seoul, South Korea, to help drive home a final deal for our first free trade agreement in Asia. And while in Seoul, taking the time to lay a wreath for the hundreds of Canadians who died helping that great country earn its freedom. Working with our friends, the United States of America and other countries in the Americas. What an exciting time for a brand new MP. And I will never forget the day that I was sworn into cabinet. The memory of Molly explaining to her 3-year-old brother Jack that we were going to Rideau Hall, and Rideau Hall was kind of like the home of the Queen's friend in Canada. And then an hour later to see Jack knowing it was the Queen's friend, but still standing on the couch in his shoes. That's a memory Rebecca and I will always keep. But what an honor for a Canadian Armed Forces veteran to be able to expand mental health treatments for our veterans, to reduce wait times, to start to win trust back from a generation of Afghanistan war veterans that were already feeling forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I traveled to more legions than anyone in Canada in that time. And I can tell you, I was yelled at more legions than anyone in Canada at that time. But sometimes listening, tough talk, and humility are ways to start to earn back trust. By restoring the memory of World War I soldier and MP Sam Sharp, to expanding benefits for veterans and their families, to forging friendships with the Equitas veterans who had been suing our government. I gave it my best in the time we had, and I truly believe we made a real difference. And then, Mr. Speaker, getting the chance to serve as leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, the party of confederation, the party of the Bill of Rights, of leading the global fight against apartheid, of calling out at an early time the aggression of Vladimir Putin. This was the zenith of my time in politics. And given the pandemic, polarization, and uncertain prospects at the time, I took that responsibility very, very seriously. And I do believe that we made a real difference.
I'm proud of my team and of our work for the country. Work on the economy, innovation, mental health, reconciliation, our values and our interests on the world stage. We proposed smart policies for our future. It was also an honor for me, an Anglophone MP from Ontario, to honor the Quebecois nation and to participate in debates that are important to Quebec, to its culture, its language, its identity. As a leader, I often said, we must preserve the existence of the only French-speaking nation in North America. There are 7 million Francophones in Quebec and across the country in an ocean of almost 400 million inhabitants of North America. We must recognize that this is something that is very special and we must protect it. This is a patriotic project. It's a truly Canadian project, Mr. Speaker.
And now I end my time in this chamber as it began, Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Durham, as a husband, as a father, as someone who believes deeply in Canada. And this is why, in my final moments, in my last time in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, I want to share my thoughts with my fellow parliamentarians. Over a century ago, as war raged in Europe, Prime Minister Borden said this about a Canada coming together to meet the challenges of its age. Quote, "In the awful conditions which confront the world today, why should the political future of any individual or the political fortunes of any party stand for one moment across the path of a great national purpose?" Mr. Speaker, war is again touching Europe, and democracy is being strained in many parts of the world. With this in mind, all of us in this chamber must ask ourselves, what is our great national purpose at this critical moment in history? There will be an important counteroffensive from Ukraine in the war this spring, and Canadian soldiers have helped train our friends in the Ukrainian army. But just last week, we learned that Canadian soldiers in Latvia were forced to buy their own helmets. This news came mere weeks after learning that the Prime Minister had told other world leaders that Canada had no intention of paying its fair share in NATO. The country that in Borden's time secured victory at Vimy Ridge now has its soldiers buying its own kit. The country that helped draft the NATO Charter now is saying it's not willing to pay and support it. This chamber should always ensure that the men and women have the equipment they need to do the job we ask them to do, and that our country never wavers from its commitment to peace, security, and living up to our word. That should be our national purpose, Mr. Speaker. There are Indigenous youth in Canada who voted for the first time for people here in this chamber. Yet some of these Canadians have never been able to drink the water in their community. It's our job to ensure that every child has access to clean drinking water and a fair chance to succeed in life. That should be part of our national purpose. It takes a decade to get a pipeline built to Tidewater in this country, 2 decades to get a mine into operation. Canada has been slowing down at a time the world is asking us to speed up. Getting Canadian resources to global markets for both our economy and our environment should be our shared national purpose, Mr. Speaker. There are many challenges facing Canada at this time, but there are also incredible opportunities waiting to be seized. But that is not happening today. Instead of leading, instead of debating our national purpose in this chamber, too many of us are often chasing algorithms down a sinkhole of diversion and division. We are becoming elected officials who judge our self-worth by how many likes we get on social media, but now not how many lives we change in the real world. Performance politics is fueling polarization. Virtue signaling is replacing discussion. And far too often, Mr. Speaker, we're just using this chamber to generate clips, not to start national debates. Social media did not build this great country, but it is starting to tear its democracy down. If we're not careful, there will soon be a generation of young voters who have never even heard a point of view different from their own. I fear the ignorance of the views of others will slowly transform into a dislike of others. And we can see that starting to happen, Mr. Speaker. Canada is a frontier country. We were built on the strength of the fur trade, a country where going hunting with your grandfather or an elder is as quintessentially Canadian as the backyard hockey rink. But today, hunters are often demonized as a threat to society by politicians who know that this is not true. Whole rural swaths of our country are being held up as the problem only to secure a few political points in the suburbs. Mr. Speaker, we are a country that sent our citizens far from our shores several times to fight for liberty alongside other countries in multilateral efforts. Canadian diplomats, including a future Prime Minister, have drafted the agreements built on that sacrifice to give us decades of peace and security. NATO, the United Nations, the Commonwealth. But today, too often, we're allowing conspiracy theories about the UN or the World Economic Forum go unchallenged, or we attribute sinister motives to these organizations or people in a way that is simply not true or not fair. And if we do this more, we're allowing others to define the debate for us. We risk allowing others to set the course for this country because too many members on all sides of this chamber, from time to time, I've been guilty of it myself, Mr. Speaker, we're becoming followers of our followers when we should be leaders. One member from the other side of the House told me, Mr. Speaker, that they no longer speak to their brother because of the divisive nature of the vaccine debates in the last election. Canadian families are in some cases finding it difficult to talk to each other about important issues. If we ever want to change this and begin to have respectful and serious discussions again, Mr. Speaker, that change needs to start right here in Canada's House of Commons. Why should the political future of any single member of this chamber or the electoral success of any one party stand in the way of our unity, of the prosperity we want to give to our children? Preserving these things and rising to meet the unique challenges facing Canada and the world today needs to be our national purpose. As members of Parliament, we must always put the country first. We must lead and not just follow. We must strive to inspire and be careful not to incite. And we must debate with insightful reason, not just tweet out of frustration. Because if we don't, Mr. Speaker, decades in the future, Canadians will point to this Parliament as the time when our national decline began. But colleagues, I don't think that will happen. I'm an optimist, and I hope you all reflect on some of these things over the summer, because I believe that Canada's best days are actually ahead of us, Mr. Speaker. I believe in this great country and its people. And friends, I believe in each of you. It's been an honor to serve with you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
I want to thank my good friend from Durham, and I believe there's a few other comments to be had. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to rise today to speak about a neighbour and longtime colleague, a friend who, while we disagreed vociferously on many different issues, had in his heart always the interest of Durham and his country. And I want to start by saying to the member of Durham, a profound thank you for your service to Durham, to our community, and to our country. We don't often enough, Mr. Speaker, rise in our place to recognize the contribution that people give who have different opinions than us. But when the member opposite, the member for Durham, talks about the darkness that is casting a shadow over this world right now, how remarkable is it that we live in a country where when we say goodbye to one another and thank one another for our service, we can recognize that which is good in the other person and recognize that the debate that we have, the differences that we have, the way that we exchange those differences in this place is what makes Canada so very special. and is at the core of what so much of the member opposite talked about. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to meet the member for Durham in a way that's most fitting, out in the community, giving back well before he was in elected office. This was an individual who was giving to charity and active in his community, involved in the Legion, involved in any important cause. He was somebody who, like his father before him, John, who served our community admirably. I knew I could go to and have a conversation about what mattered for our community and where we needed to put aside partisan differences. And of course, the member for Durham didn't just serve this House, didn't just serve his community as a volunteer. He also served in the military, where he went as far as a captain. And he put his life on the line for our country, Mr. Speaker, something that we're profoundly grateful for. He was also a lawyer and, as he mentioned, a minister of the Crown, a remarkable accomplishment, and one that I know he holds deep in his heart. And I want to talk about that for 1 second, because I think, Mr. Speaker, when we think about what he did, along with partnering with Senator Romeo Dallaire, to raise awareness for Samuel Sharp, not only the memorial here, the memorial in Uxbridge, but really to bring to attention the issue of mental health in our armed services generally. That was something that he took out of his time serving in the military, I know, and attacked with great passion in his time as a cabinet minister. And something I'm deeply appreciative of, and it's a conversation which we have to continue. And I also would say that he had a real sense of fun, and was somebody who was up for the challenge of doing something different. You know, I was just talking to the Minister for Families when she was the Minister for Democratic Institutions, and an event most of us attend, Politics in the Pen. He was asked to dance publicly, something he'd never done before. And he was there in a 1940s-style swing dance, doing it because he wanted to help out. And if I can't imagine, I don't know that I'm big enough to put myself on display like that, to dance publicly. But he did, for something that he cared about. But most of all, as you heard in the member for Durham's speech, he is first and foremost a father to Molly and to Jack, a husband to Rebecca, a son to John, who I know well, and so I'll say John specifically, but just somebody who really had family at the center of his life. And I want to say to his family, as somebody who knows deeply the sacrifice of public life, to your family, to the member for Durham, thank you for their sacrifice so that you could be shared in this place and share your voice and your service. Being leader of a party, I can't imagine the level of sacrifice and the level of scrutiny. But I do think that we have to pay a particular respect to those that would step forward in the space of leadership, particularly in this time. The member talks about the destructive power of social media and the nastiness that's going around. There's not a member in this House who isn't subject to it. There isn't one of us who haven't had to look at something and strike us in our heart as being deeply cruel and mean. And to have his family subjected to that as well, Mr. Speaker, is something incredibly difficult. But he stood and fought for what he believed in. And we have a democracy that we can thank for that. And perhaps that's something that we can be called to in this moment when we talk about the former Prime Minister Borden's call to a greater purpose. That greater purpose is our democracy. It is the respect that we show for one another. That as we have debates and differences, we recognize that those differences are so small compared to the love we have for this country, the love we have for serving our community. Because in our words and in our differences of policy, the member for Durham and I had very vigorous debates and disagreements. But in one another's eyes, we see a love for our community, a love for our country, and a desire to serve. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member of Durham, thank you for your service to this place and to our country. I wish you every success in the days ahead.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I rise today in praise of a life of service to Canada. The member for Durham is a Canadian first and a Canadian servant above all. He started his adult life at military college, went through law school, had a successful career in law, but then instead of turning that success into simply to personal riches for himself, turned it into generosity towards others. He became known for his commitment to philanthropy and volunteer work, sitting on the board of True Patriot Love, where he raised countless dollars to help wounded veterans. This was something already close to his heart because, of course, he himself had served in the armed forces. And it was in the forces that he learned about loyalty, discipline, planning, strategy, all qualities that he would put to successful use in his service towards others. He would go on to follow in his father's footsteps, his father John, having been a very respected member of provincial parliament, acting as a great mentor to his son. And the member for Durham would present himself in a by-election, and I think we can all agree he was someone who was elected locally, not on a party brand, but on his personal notoriety around the community. Places, streets, community halls, coffee shops where he had frequented since childhood came out in droves to elect him to be their servant in this place. And after being elected, he would make great sacrifices, for which I not only thank him, but also want to thank his wife, Rebecca, and his daughter, Molly, and son, Jack, who had to spend weekends and often evenings without him as he was traveling on the road. He was very quickly elevated to Minister of the Crown. In fact, he was in cabinet with lightning speed as then Prime Minister Harper recognized his ability, his knowledge, and his prior experience, making him Minister of Veterans Affairs. Now, this was a difficult time in that portfolio because, of course, Canada was grappling with a new generation of veterans. We had, prior to that, all known of the great veterans of the Second World War, of the Korean War, and of peacekeeping and other missions throughout the latter half of the 20th century. But for the first time in a very long time, we were dealing with the new challenges of young men and women who had served on the battlefield in an extremely dangerous and violent place, southern Afghanistan, and who were coming home with new problems with which we were not yet equipped to deal. His role was to transform and modernize programs so that they could serve those veterans who had suffered so greatly and whose needs were so grand. And I remember the time when he was minister and he would be on the road up until late at night, sitting in a Legion Hall, hearing the concerns and sometimes even the complaints of military veterans who were feeling strangled by a bureaucratic program, or that they weren't getting a prompt response to their concern, and to deal with others who were there to say thank you for the excellent service that he had managed to turn around in his, at that time, very short time as Veterans Affairs Minister. I remember the stories of him being up late at night on those famous Facebook chat groups, which he described as the virtual Legion Hall, where he would sit there in front of his computer until 1 or 2 in the morning, and veterans who were up late as well could ping questions and comments, complaints, suggestions off him, and he would respond personally, not through staff, personally, and in real time, sitting, I imagine, in his family living room in darkness, but for that screen glowing on his face. In these moments, we saw a true public servant. He would go on to run 2 very impressive leadership campaigns, one of them successful, where he became leader of His Majesty, Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition and the Conservative Party of Canada, and ran a spirited election campaign in very difficult circumstances, constrained by a pandemic that prevented the normal human interaction that typifies election campaigns. But he came through it and has been he remains a statesman in our party. He has served loyally the people in his community, the people of Canada. And we know that wherever he goes, whatever chapter he decides to write in his life, one thing is for sure, that it will be consistent with the life of service that has personified everything he has done to date. And I look forward to watching that service and learning from his wisdom and experience. And so on behalf of His Majesty's loyal opposition, on behalf of all Conservatives, and I think I could say on behalf of all Canadians, we thank you for your incredible service, and if you'll allow me to break the standing orders, just to say thank you to Aaron O'Toole and the entire O'Toole family. Your nation is deeply grateful, and we will always be in your debt. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to speak today to honour the member for Durham, who I had the pleasure of getting to know more personally last year in May 2022 when we were on mission to Washington, D.C. We had a great time together. We had a few glasses of wine and a few beers at the reception at the embassy, and then at a delicious restaurant, and I would encourage everyone to try the Old Edinburgh in Washington. But before I knew the member politically, in the campaign of 2021, he came to my riding many times. He wanted to win that riding, and he was supporting his candidate in the riding at that time, and promised $7 million for an agri-food R&D center. And you can imagine that in Saint-Hyacinthe, there were a lot of people who were keen on that investment. So I have to say, sincerely, I wasn't too pleased with him at that time. But the departure of the member for Durham certainly marks the end of an era. It's the end of a decade as a member of Parliament serving his constituents, first and foremost, but also as former Minister of Veterans Affairs under the Harper government. But it's probably not the end of his public service for people in general. I recently crossed paths with him, and he told me what area he was going to be working in, and I probably will have to work with him. And since we're both in Ottawa, hopefully we can chat around over a beer and perhaps maybe not change the world or save the world, but at least move things forward. It's public knowledge that he formerly served in the armed forces. And let's be honest here, the member is probably too young to retire, but too old to change his true nature, and that is public service. Wherever he winds up, I am certain that he will end up in public service. His departure marks the end of an era for the Conservative Party. He was elected leader in 2020, just before the election of 2021. I was listening to his speech, and I remembered an earlier speech he did, the first speech as in the House here as leader of the official opposition in 2020. And as we say back home, it was a longie but a goodie. I remember that his vision of Canada, of its future, was irreconcilable with our vision of Quebec's future, and we disagreed with some of his public policy, but I recognized who he was talking to. He was talking to people I know, and in that election campaign, he proposed a contract with Quebec. Ultimately, there weren't so many takers, but it wasn't for a lack of understanding what distinguishes Quebecers, and not for lack of building on common ground that could have been very promising. His choice of priorities wasn't necessarily the same as the Bloc's, but we have to admit that on some issues, like standing up to the Chinese regime, he was way out in head, and congratulations for that. But coming back to his first speech as leader in 2020, we really got the impression that we were going to be dealing with a really good political adversary. We were going to have good debate, but obviously a lot of water has flowed under the bridges since. Some might even say torrents of water. But the member for Durham has not changed, as he proved a few days ago with his speech on Chinese interference, of which he was a direct target. What he said was spot on, and he has statesmanship that he has been proud to maintain. We will remember his time here as the member for Durham, and his calls for a public inquiry. He was able to put his country ahead of his party. He was concerned about the future of all his constituents. He was as humble about the importance of the role of a member here as he was firm when it came time to protect democracy. He was an upstanding individual. On behalf of the Bloc, I'd like to thank the member for Durham for his years here in the House of Commons. His political party will miss him. Some might take a bit longer to realize it, but they will miss him too. And the House will certainly miss him and the people of his region, even though they know he'll never be very far away. We wish him every success in his future endeavors. Thank you.
Before going to the next speaker, I just want to make sure it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre on taxation. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and pay some words of tribute to the Member of Parliament for Durham, who I first met or encountered as a newly minted MP. The member for Durham was his party's critic for, at that time, Bill C-7, which had to do with RCMP collective bargaining. And it was my first assignment to a bill, and I sat in on the Public Safety Committee. And I have to say, debating that bill with the member for Durham, I think gave me an unrealistic expectation about some of the debate in this place, because it was principled and sophisticated and well executed. And it was a pleasure, even though we didn't agree on all of the points of that bill, in fact disagreed on many of them, to carry out parliamentary debate in the style that I thought was appropriate. In fact, things got so downright collegial that it earned him a quote in one of my very first householders. It was not an authorized quote, but it was on the public records. It was fair game. And now that he's leaving public life, I feel it's time to reciprocate. So I may have a few nice things to say. That relationship developed further later in the 42nd Parliament when I had the honor of sitting in on a study of Canadian sovereignty in the North, and so we were able to travel Northern Canada together. It was that was a great trip in its own right, and I learned a lot there. But one of the things that I really enjoyed about that trip was the opportunity to get to know the member for Durham better and to discuss some of the issues of the day in less public fora. And so that was certainly a pleasure. And I think one of the lessons of that experience for me, and for folks who would go and look at that report or the joint all-party press conference that we did at the end of that study, I think it was a fine example of how parliamentarians coming from different political movements and with different ideas about where the country should head, when they roll up their sleeves and they immerse themselves in the study of an important issue together, can find ways to find common ground instead of just finding ways to wedge and divide. And I think that report showed nicely that, you know, the priorities of maintaining Canada's sovereignty in the North and some of the some of the military components of that can dovetail nicely with an emphasis on investing in the people of the North and making sure that their needs are met. I was very proud of the work that we all did together in order to make that case here to Parliament and more widely to Canadians. So as I say, I think one of the great contributions, and this was demonstrated later when the member for Durham became leader of the Conservative Party, was an ability to state differences of opinion in a principled way and in a way that promoted the kind of debate that I think Canadians want to see from their politicians. They don't need to see us agree on everything all the time or to cover over important differences, but to explore them in ways that are far more constructive than we sometimes explore those differences in this place. He talked earlier about the tendency towards division that we're witnessing in politics right now and the dangers of performance politics. I think we can say with hindsight that the member for Durham exhibited a refreshing lack of demagoguery in the way that he presented the Conservative position. And for that, I'm grateful, as I know many Canadians are. And there's a lot of lessons for all of us to learn in that, in terms of how we carry ourselves in public debate. I know that that can be a difficult thing to do, not just for members themselves, but especially for their family. And so I too want to add my voice to the chorus of thanks to Rebecca, Molly, and Jack, who supported their husband and father through this journey, and to thank, on behalf of New Democrats, the member for Durham for his service in this place, and to offer my well wishes for what awaits him as he exits public life. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Durham.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honour to rise in this place to add the voice of the Greens caucus in saying farewell to the honourable member for Durham. And he is, and I think exemplifies the term, an honourable member. I certainly will never forget, and there are a lot of colleagues in this place where if you ask me, when did you first meet so-and-so? I'll just pick a so-and-so out of the blue, the honourable member for the honourable member for Winnipeg, Strathcona, who just spoke. I can't remember the first time we met. We've known each other forever. When was the first time? How would we know? The same thing applies to many friends around this place. But I remember, and the honourable member for Durham knows this, with crystal clear clarity, the moment we met, because it was right after his election in the 2012 by-election, and winning me over forever, he came up and said, I want to say hi. I went to Dow Law School too. So that's kind of, those of us who went to Dalhousie Law School hold that in common, although, not that I need to mention it, but he did graduate 20 years after me, so we weren't classmates, although we would have had fun if we had been. I also want to add my thanks to Rebecca and Molly and Jack, and particularly they'll probably remember a candid and fun moment we all had together at the Billy Bishop Airport. There's nothing like making friends across party lines and truly meaning it. The honourable member for Durham has stood for what I think is the best about this place and the best of being Canadian, which is to be able to disagree without being disagreeable. He has conducted himself in this place with the gravitas that comes with being a party leader, with speaking across party lines, again, having differences, but not descending to what, and he mentioned in his speech, which I appreciated, the business of manipulating algorithms. No one could accuse the honourable member for Durham of being interested in rage farming. I hope, and I'll end here because you've had a lot of speeches and I think the whole family is probably keen to get going to something more fun. But let me just add that I hope the rest of their lives together will be more fun. That the times to be together as family and to continue to contribute to this country and the life of this country, as he has done in the military and as he has done in this place, will continue to come to him. And the country and those of us who appreciate the way in which he's conducted himself in politics, that we will all be able to reflect that the time together as family and good times is well deserved and well received. God bless you and thank you.
Before we close this one up, I'll use a little bit of Speaker's prerogative as well. Knowing Aaron and of course Rebecca for probably close to 20-some years now, I've been honored to be able to work with you, work alongside you. Thank you for your service on behalf of this House of Commons. Don't go too far. Canada still needs you. And we do want to hope that you come visit us on occasions and keep us up to date on what's going on because, of course, your friendship is always very important to many of us, to Molly and Jack and to Rebecca as well. So thank you very much. There you go. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll just give it a second here, and then we go to a point of privilege. So I'm going to give it a minute, just to everybody can shake their hands and give their hugs, and then we'll restart again. Order. So let's go to the next issue. I believe the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou is standing on a point of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ordinarily, as you better than anybody know, or as well as anybody knows, that I often will say it's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people for Kamloops Thompson Caribou. It's ordinarily how I start out my speeches. But I'm not going to say that today because this is not something I relish, frankly, rising on a point of privilege. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a question of privilege concerning an effort by the Attorney General of Canada to retaliate against me in my eyes, or in the lexicon of parliamentary privilege, to intimidate me for sharing and supporting my party's position that the toxic mix of overlapping conflicts of interest involving the former special rapporteur required the calling of a public inquiry and his dismissal, as was voted on by our House. During Thursday afternoon's question period, my colleague, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes, asked this question at 2:46 p.m. Quote, Mr. Speaker, it seems to be a comprehension issue for the minister. The question is about levels of conflict of interest with the government. We have the Prime Minister who hired his friend, paying him $1,500 a day. That friend then hired Liberals. He hired Frank Iacobucci from the Trudeau Foundation. He hired Liberal insiders such as Sheila Block, and we now have this rapporteur who is taking the same communications advice as the member for Don Valley North is getting. It is conflict of interest after conflict of interest. Fire the rapporteur, call a public inquiry. Will the Liberals do it today? End quote. I pause here, Mr. Speaker, to note that the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes asked another question, but it wasn't related to Justice Iacobucci in any way. I stood, along with many of my colleagues, to applaud that question, as I agreed that there should be a public inquiry called. It zeroed in on a genuine issue of foreign interference that our nation is currently dealing with. Of course, since Thursday, things have changed now with Mr. Johnston's resignation. I now return to the events of Thursday. The Attorney General sent me an email stamped at 2:49 p.m., and I note that my recollection is that the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes spoke at 2:46 p.m., so 3 minutes later, and it said, quote, see you clapping on attacks on Frank Iacobucci's integrity. I will let the community know, end quote. This was not a situation wherein the Honourable Attorney General spoke to me privately after question period or sent me a note asking to chat. It wasn't a casual text or even a note signed with his initial or his first name. It was simply a signature block that says this was from the Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada. Typically, obviously, in this House, I will speak with anybody at any time when appropriate. The message might sound innocuous enough, but I worry and I do not take it that way. I reacted to a question put forward by one of my colleagues. The Attorney General said he would take action by letting the community know. So the question I have is, what action to whom? The community in question is presumably the legal community. We're both obviously from legal backgrounds. But this doesn't matter whether he's referring to the legal community, the Italian community, or my home community of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I have 2 law degrees, I was trained as a lawyer, and I currently have a non-practicing status with the Law Society of British Columbia. I served and was proud to serve the people of British Columbia as a former Crown prosecutor, and like the Attorney General, I taught at a law school. I tried to teach students to weave ethics into their everyday decision-making as a lawyer. I believe that this is our role as lawyers, and I know that the House of Commons is different, and sometimes we will do things differently here, but it was something I really did strive to do, and that was the feedback I did receive from my students. I hope and presume that the Attorney General did the same when he taught students in his prior career. So what is this about? I take this to be about reputation. The Attorney General did not like that I clapped in response to a question. He said that he would let the community know, presumably the legal community. And I pause here to note, Mr. Speaker, that a lawyer's reputation is really everything. I may go back to the practice of law. I am still a non-practicing member. I'm less than 44 years old. There's a lot of time left in my career. I have therefore concluded that the Attorney General communicated that my reputation would be damaged and that he would be the communicator of the information to do so. This is problematic on two levels. First, there is an issue of parliamentary privilege, which I'm raising now to you, Mr. Speaker. Second, in my view, the Attorney General got this wrong. The question did not question or impugn the reputation of Justice Iacobucci. I'll be very clear. It called on him as a member of the Trudeau Foundation, which I understand to be a fact. I don't know Justice Iacobucci. I have never met Justice Iacobucci. I have always respected Justice Iacobucci. We cannot forget the dynamic here. The Attorney General is a third-term parliamentarian. He has been a minister of the Crown for longer than I have been elected. He decides serious justice matters. He makes all federal judicial appointments. He is senior to me at the bar by nearly 2 decades. This is my first mandate. My party is not in government. To be direct, this is the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, and he is telling a non-governmental MP that he will take action to diminish another member's reputation in the community. Surely he is aware, or should be aware, that his word as Attorney General will have significant weight. That is a problem on many levels. This behavior, I respectfully put forward to you, Mr. Speaker, is a misuse of his office as the country's top lawyer. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states at page 107, and I quote, "In order to fulfill their parliamentary duties, members should be able to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed. Any form of intimidation of a member with respect to the member's actions during a proceeding in Parliament could amount to contempt," end quote. This is a long-standing and well-established principle in the law of parliamentary privilege, tracing its roots back to an April 12, 1733 resolution in the British House of Commons. Quote, the assaulting, insulting, or menacing of any member of this House I'll just change the wording, in their coming or going from the House or upon the account of their behavior in Parliament is a high infringement of privilege of this House, a most outrageous and dangerous violation of the rights of Parliament, and a high crime and misdemeanor, end quote. Bosk and Gagnon observe, again at page 109, in order to find a prima facie breach of privilege, the Speaker must be satisfied that there is evidence to support the member's claim that he or she has been impeded in the performance of his or her parliamentary functions and that the matter is directly related to a proceeding in Parliament. In words endorsed by the Speaker in a landmark ruling on May 8, 2023, endorsing, as I understand it, the words of Mr. Speaker Lamoureux, said at page 6709 of the debates on September 19, 1973, that he had, quote, no hesitation in reaffirming the principle that parliamentary privilege includes the right to be a member of, and to discharge his responsibilities as a member of the House free from threats or attempts at intimidation, end quote. Meanwhile, on May 1, 1986, Mr. Speaker Bosley held at page 12847 of the debates, quote, if an honourable member is impeded or obstructed in the performance of his or her parliamentary duties through threats, intimidation, bribery attempts, or other improper behaviour, such a case would fall within the limits of parliamentary privilege, end quote. Bosk and Gagnon explain at pages 81 and 82, quote, the House of Commons enjoys very wide latitude in maintaining its dignity and authority through the exercise of its contempt power. In other words, the House may consider any misconduct to be condemned and deal with it accordingly. This ellipses, this area of parliamentary law is therefore extremely fluid and most valuable for Commons to be able to meet novel situations. Throughout the Commonwealth, most procedural authorities hold that contempts, as opposed to privileges, cannot be enumerated or categorized. The United Kingdom Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege attempted to list some types of contempt in its 1999 report: assaulting, threatening, obstructing, or intimidating a member of the House, a member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties, assaulting, threatening, or disadvantaging a member or a former member on account of the member's conduct in Parliament. While I hope to enjoy my electors' confidence for many years to come, Mr. Speaker, I am also young enough that I could find myself back practicing law before I retire, or even by choice after retirement from this House or after any election that could come. That's the case for anybody here in this place. Remaining in good standing within the legal community is central to that potential path. An attack on my integrity impedes me as a parliamentarian, as a future practicing lawyer, and as a non-practicing lawyer at this time. It's my view the House must take a firm stance against actions like this, and as the defender of the House's rights and privileges, it falls to you, Mr. Speaker, to signal that this kind of conduct will never be tolerated here among honourable members or among the Honourable Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, I don't relish this one bit. I never thought I would have to rise on a point of privilege. I certainly don't enjoy doing this. But this email struck me, and I felt it was inappropriate. And if you agree with me, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to move an appropriate motion. Thank you.
So, a couple comments on this. I'm just wondering, I probably should hear from the government member first. So, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right offhand, I would categorically deny what it is that the member is actually trying to imply with his statement. But I will take note in terms of what the member has said, and then come back to the House, Mr. Speaker, at this time. And if we're going to continue to have a discussion, if members can be better focused on what the actual privilege is.
Okay, the honourable member for the honourable whip of the official opposition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no implication here, Mr. Speaker. It's very clear what happened. I happened to be sitting beside the member when he received that text in real time from the Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada. He is a member of the Law Society of British Columbia, as am I, Mr. Speaker, and we both have had legal careers before, during, and after this place. And just as the member mentioned, there was a time when I was not re-elected to this place in 2015, and I returned to my profession and then came back again in a subsequent 2019 election. If a member of the Law Society, if a member of the legal profession does not have their integrity and their reputation, they have very little, Mr. Speaker, because these things for a member of Parliament are extremely important, but they are also extremely important for a member of the legal profession, members of their respective law societies. It is, in my case, I am also a King's Counsel. I've also been a Minister of the Crown. So I understand the duties of a Minister of the Crown, and I very much understand the duties of the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada, having been a Parliamentary Secretary of Justice myself, and understanding that as the Attorney General of Canada, that is the most prominent position that a lawyer can hold in this country. And to uphold the integrity of that office must also be to treat other members of this House as honourable members, and to think, even contemplate, that the Attorney General of Canada would threaten the reputation of an honourable member of this place, and knowing that it would not just reach this place, but could reach into the outer profession, into his life following his time in this place and during his time in this place, is egregious. And for the member opposite to suggest that it's not what it says, I have read the message, I have read the email. In real time, sitting next to the member, my reaction was exactly his, that the Attorney General of Canada is threatening to harm harm the reputation of a sitting member of this House because he stood in his place and clapped for a member of his caucus during debate, during QP. And this is a fettering of his privilege. This is a fettering of his ability to vote and express himself in this place as a member of Parliament. It is not implied, it is explicit, and it is beneath the dignity of the Attorney General of Canada and should be sanctioned. Yes. Thank you, Mr.
I believe the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to add a few brief comments to my colleague's intervention, because I think it's very important to underscore the way in which this message was transmitted to my colleague. We've all been in the House where people say things, where emotions might get the better of us, and you might chalk something like that up to a heat of the moment exchange. But what the Minister of Justice did was put that message, intimating a threat to my colleague's reputation, his standing in the legal community, and then signed his full signature block to it. In other words, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't just a message from one colleague to another or from one opposing side to another. This was a message delivered by the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. That is what was at the bottom of the email. In other words, he was exercising an action with his Attorney General hat on. That was him in his office as Attorney General, the highest legal office in the land, and as Minister of Justice. That's the context in which it was sent. It was an official communication from the member acting in his capacity of Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Don't take my words for it. We will table the email so the chair can see what was said and understand the point that we're making. And I want to just make a comparison, if we could imagine a similar scenario. Imagine we do have members of this House who are currently, or before they were elected, were in the armed forces. Some of them may have intentions to go back to the armed forces. We have a colleague who's a reservist. Imagine the Minister of National Defense writing in the capacity of Minister of National Defense a similar message to a member saying, I saw your actions in QP, or I noticed something, I'm going to make sure the rest of your fellow service men and women know what you just did. Or based on what you just did, I'm going to make sure that your regiment understands what just happened. As Minister of National Defense. Egregious, Mr. Speaker. That's the context in which we are raising this point. I also want to make the point that increasingly in Canada, it is these threats of disciplinary actions that are increasingly becoming the fashionable way of imposing political uniformity, of enforcing political viewpoints within the country's self-governing professions. Members of the Ontario Bar have, over the past half-decade, been having a back-and-forth battle about whether to oblige lawyers to adopt statements of principles, whereby they must profess to hold certain beliefs, whether or not they actually do, failure of which would lead to disciplinary hearings. We all know what's happening to well-known commentator Jordan Peterson, who's defending against disciplinary proceedings with the College of Psychologists of Ontario, for, among other things, retweeting the Leader of the Opposition and posting criticism of the Prime Minister's former Principal Secretary, Gerald Butts. But let us not mistake the power and gravity of an Attorney General's efforts to stir up a disciplinary complaint from within the legal community. An Attorney General isn't just some random person or a random lawyer or even a random Liberal off the street who might muse about such things. Any lawyer who aspires to a judicial appointment to a Superior Court, the Federal Court, Court of Appeal, or even the Supreme Court of Canada must have the favourable recommendation of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada to advance through the Cabinet appointment process. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to add a couple of points. Paragraph 15.14 of Erskine May 25th edition says, to molest members on account of their conduct in Parliament is also a contempt. Threatening a member with the possibility of a trial at some future time for a question asked in the House, or proposing to visit a pecuniary loss on them on account of conduct in Parliament have all been considered contempts. To attempt to intimidate a member in their parliamentary conduct by threats is also a contempt, cognate to those mentioned above. Actions of this character, which have been proceeded against including impugning the conduct of members and threatening them with further exposure if they took part in debates, summoning a member to a disciplinary hearing of their trade union in consequence of a vote given in the House, end quote. It is a well-established principle that witnesses appearing before parliamentary committees largely enjoy the same privileges as members. The jurisprudence concerning witnesses threatened for their participation at committees would also be relevant to consider in the circumstance. Indeed, in our own House, Mr. Speaker Fraser on December 4th, 1992, at page 14631 of the debates, found a prima facie case of privilege after the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation threatened a witness with a lawsuit concerning the evidence she gave to a subcommittee. Erskine May 25th edition, meanwhile, explains at paragraph 15.21, quote, on the same principle, molestation of or threats against those who have previously given evidence before either House or a committee will be treated by the House concerned as a contempt. Such actions have included censure, punishment, or dismissal by an employer. In relation to that latter proposition, I would refer the Chair, for example, to paragraph 40 of the 5th report of the 2003-04 session from the UK House of Commons Committee on Privileges. Quote, we do not accept Mr. Hewson's evidence that Ms. Wolemski's evidence to the Constitutional Affairs Committee was not, quote, the final straw. Mr. Hewson, with the active encouragement of the majority of the board, sought to initiate the formal disciplinary process against Ms. Wolemski after the 17th of June board meeting as a result of the evidence she gave to the Constitutional Affairs Committee. We do not believe that a code of conduct or board rules can override the rights and obligations of witnesses to select committees, a view in which we understand the Attorney General concurs. Mr. Hewson's attempt to call Ms. Wolemski to account for the evidence she gave was, in our view, a contempt of the House. I see that you're encouraging me to wrap up my remarks, Mr. Speaker, so I will just conclude. I would argue that the Justice Minister's intention is patently clear. Disciplinary proceedings will be encouraged to be brought against my colleague because he dared to speak out or show support to the Conservative Party's position that the Liberal government's special rapporteur process was a monstrosity of compounding conflicts of interest. The House must take a firm stance against egregious actions like this, and as the defender of this House's rights and privileges, it falls to you, Mr. Speaker, to signal that this kind of conduct will never be tolerated here among honourable members. Thank you very much for considering the opposition's points on it.
I thank honourable members for bringing this issue forward. We will be reviewing it closely and getting it back to the House as soon as possible on the findings of our review. Also, a quick reminder that when presenting points or questions of privilege, to stick to the facts as much as possible, to keep it as short as possible when we're doing that. Daily routine of business, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 32 petitions. These will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration concerning Bill S-245, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, granting citizenship to certain Canadians. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report it back to the House of Commons with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled National Housing Strategy. Mr. Speaker, I would like to at this time acknowledge and thank the clerk and the analysts of the committee for preparing the report and attached copies. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report, Mr. Speaker. And
I believe there's a dissenting opinion. I'll remember for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Conservative members of the Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and Status of Persons with Disabilities Committee, also known as HUMA, to table the dissenting report to the main report of the committee with respect to the National Housing Strategy. We all know that when the National Housing Strategy was presented by this government some years ago, it was described as a transformational plan. Of course, we all know that despite that and the work of the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, rents have doubled, mortgages have doubled, has driven Canada to a high risk of mortgage defaults, and has allowed the number of persons experiencing homelessness to grow significantly. Conservative members also wish to highlight that the person ultimately responsible for these failures of the CMHC is the Minister of Housing and this government. He is responsible for the massive increase in the government fees that the CMHC has just introduced on multi-unit residential, and he's responsible for the complex paperwork that stalls so many applications, and he's responsible for the crisis that's unfolding today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. Mr. Jenness, seconded by Ms. Finley, moves that the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights presented on Monday, June 5th, 2023 be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise to be able to speak to this important committee report, which deals with the House's ongoing condemnation of the Taliban for their horrific violence against the Afghan people. While I'm moving this concurrence report, I want to say that I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, and I'm very much looking forward to his comments as someone who has served this country in uniform, and so many Canadians served in uniform in Afghanistan. 158 Canadians gave their lives, and more than 40,000 members of the Canadian Armed Forces served. And the blood, the treasure, the time that Canada invested in Afghanistan has established a special bond, a special commitment that we have with that country, felt particularly deeply by those who did serve, but felt in some sense by all of us who have seen the sacrifices, who have known people that have participated in those sacrifices. Now, this House has rightly just passed Bill C-41, a bill that will enable development assistance to get into Afghanistan, creates an authorization regime whereby that can happen. And I think passing that bill was the right decision to create that framework whereby that development assistance can be delivered. But we should be clear at the same time in our denunciation of any kind of normalization of the Taliban, any kind of recognition of legitimacy of their control over Afghanistan, and we should be firm and clear in our commitment to the fact that Afghanistan, the Afghan people, deserve freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. This is the birthright, I believe, of all people, and Canada has particularly been engaged with and sacrificed for the people of Afghanistan, and we need to hold on to and be steadfast in committing to the principle that Afghans in particular deserve the protection of these fundamental rights. So we reject any kind of normalization or recognition of the Taliban, and we believe that it's important to engage with pro-democracy opposition groups with the goal of restoring freedom, democracy, and fundamental human rights for the people of Afghanistan. So the motion that Conservatives brought to the committee and that was unanimously adopted by the committee says that the committee report to the House that it firmly denounces the Taliban and rejects any recognition or legitimization of their control over Afghan territory. In particular, the committee denounces the Taliban system of gender discrimination, systemic violence targeting minority communities, reprisals against former members of the Afghan National Security and Defense Forces, attacks on freedom of the press, and other violations of human rights. The committee believes the Taliban must remain a listed terrorist organization. Now, I think just parenthetically, I want to mention to the House that there are a number of cases of terrorist listing where this government has been behind on. We are at about the 5-year anniversary of this House adopting my motion calling on the government to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. At the time, the government actually voted for that motion to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. That was 5 years ago, and at the time the government said it's being studied, it's being considered, etc. And they still have not listed the IRGC as a terrorist organization in spite of the escalation in horrific violence from the Iranian regime. Conservatives have also called for the listing of the Wagner Group as a terrorist organization. There was a unanimous consent motion in the House a number of months ago. It hasn't been 5 years like with the IRGC, but it's still been a number of months. The Wagner Group is involved in the genocidal invasion of Ukraine from the Putin regime. The Wagner Group is also active in parts of Africa. They've been active in Syria, using horrific, violent tactics, complete disregard for civilian life, and acting as an agent of the Putin regime's foreign policy. So we have called for the listing of the IRGC. The House has called for the listing of the IRGC. We've called for the listing of the Wagner Group. The House has called for the listing of the Wagner Group. And these are two organizations, terrorist groups in our view, that have not been listed as terrorist entities under the criminal code. The Taliban is listed, and we, through this motion, are highlighting the importance of the Taliban remaining listed. When you list an organization under the criminal code, it's not merely symbolic, of course. It's very significant. It's a way of most clearly denouncing these groups and also shutting down any possibility for them to operate in Canada. It means that when an organization is a terrorist group, they can't recruit here, they can't be present here, they can't fundraise here, and in the absence of terrorist listing, groups have more room to maneuver. This is why we think it's important to shut down these groups in Canada. But I want to return now to talking specifically about the Taliban and about Afghanistan, because after the September 11th attacks in the United States, there was a global coalition that came together, recognizing that Afghanistan had become a haven from which terrorist attacks could be organized, but also recognizing the way that the Afghan people were victims of ongoing horrific violence, and we could detail those violations of human rights then and now. We've seen horrific targeting of ethnic and religious minorities, Christians, the Shia Muslim community. The Hazara community has faced multiple ongoing genocides. The Sikh and Hindu community in Afghanistan that I've advocated for, and other members have advocated for in behalf of other minorities and all Afghans, particularly the situation of women in Afghanistan. Many have started to use this terminology, and I think it's quite correct to say that there's a system of gender apartheid in place in Afghanistan, and that is part of the system of human rights violations that we're seeing. So the motion, it highlights the system of gender apartheid as well as violence against minorities, attacks on freedom of the press, the targeting of those that have been involved in Afghan national security and defense forces, those that were involved in supporting Canada. These were victims of Taliban. These are victims of Taliban violence. Now many of these groups were victims of Taliban violence during the initial period of Taliban control of Afghanistan. And it was with this in mind, as well as the threats to our own security, that Canada stepped up and joined our allies in fighting to rid Afghanistan of the Taliban, and to give Afghanistan, to support the Afghan people in realizing their desire for freedom, democracy, human rights, and rule of law. And many Canadians participated heroically in that effort. I believe that the pullout of Afghanistan was a big mistake, and that it would have been better for Western troops to be able to continue to play a supportive role as Afghans were heroically fighting the Taliban. The pullout was poorly managed, poorly executed, and it really was done in a way that gave the Taliban the greatest opportunity to be able to take over the country. But in the midst of what we know, the sad reality that the Taliban have taken over Afghanistan, I think it's crucial for this House, for us here, and for the Canadian people to remain engaged with events in Afghanistan, to honor the sacrifices that have been made and the ongoing desire of the Afghan people for change in their country. There are many Afghan civil society groups, opposition groups, pro-democracy groups, and diaspora groups here in Canada that are working to envision and to plan for a brighter future for Afghanistan. And the Foreign Affairs Committee recently heard testimony from a representative of the National Resistance Front who said that clearly Taliban rule in Afghanistan is not working. It's causing all sorts of problems, including a humanitarian crisis, and that in his view it's realistic to hope for a kind of collapse of the Taliban administration that would open the door again for a new kind of alternative Afghan government that aligns more with the hopes and the values of the people of that country, as well as what we would hope for here in Canada. So we should be continuing to engage, to support the opposition, and to tighten sanctions against the Taliban oppressors of the Afghan people. It is not a lost cause, far from it. There are many reasons to hope that a brighter future is ahead, but Afghanistan's friends around the world must continue to be engaged in that hope, and that means firmly holding the line against the Taliban and preserving their terrorist listing and looking for opportunities, if anything, to tighten the sanctions that apply to the Taliban. That is our position, and I hope this is a position that is shared by the House. Finally, I just want to say on immigration measures as well. Canada had and continues to have an obligation to support those who stood with Canada, who fought with Canada, as well as the most vulnerable minority communities, to support their ability to make application and come to Canada. Sadly, this government was far behind on making that happen. We had been calling for measures in the lead up to the fall of Kabul. In fact, on the day Kabul fell, this Prime Minister should have been at his desk, but he was instead at the Governor General's calling an election. And it's a shame that the government wasn't more focused on responding to events in Afghanistan instead of making political calculations about their own political future. But Conservatives, this whole House, we believe, should stand with people of Afghanistan and seek that brighter democratic future.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I do note that this afternoon Bill C-41 passed this place. It's a very important piece of legislation that does ensure that aid to Afghanistan goes from Canadian sources as well as Canadian agencies. I do want to acknowledge the work of the member opposite on this file, but also want to question why today, when we do have this passage of C-41 and when I think we're quite united in condemning the Taliban and all that it stands for, why we're taking valuable House resources away from Bill C-40, an act to amend the criminal code with respect to the miscarriage of justice, an act that's been sought by many victims who've come forward to ask for a justice system, their response to their needs, Madam Speaker. I want to know why we're spending so much time on something that we all have agreement on.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it relates to the government's management of their own legislative calendar, I mean, I think that's maybe more a question he can direct to his House Leader, insofar as the government can call any bills that they want during government orders at any time. And I understand the House is going to be sitting until midnight to consider government orders, but we are now in the rubric of motions where members are able to move motions that are important to them, and clearly it's important to use that time to move concurrence on committee reports that are important, that deserve consideration of the House. The committee, with the exception of the NDP, agreed on the importance of C-41, but also in that context felt it was important to send this message condemning the Taliban and condemning the ongoing violence and emphasizing the need to continue to list them as a terrorist organization. Therefore, it's important that the House make those two statements as well, agreeing to the importance of allowing humanitarian and other forms of development assistance in, and also recognizing that we should not in any way legitimize the Taliban's position in Afghanistan.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Clearly, this is a matter that I approach as status of women critic, I bring that lens to the situation in Afghanistan. The situation of women in Afghanistan is extremely worrisome. We have to be very vigilant. We need to watch what's going on the ground. Obviously, there's humanitarian aid and so on, but the international community and women's advocacy groups need to still have access to women on the ground in Afghanistan to defend their rights, because currently we get the feeling that we're going back to the Middle Ages in Afghanistan, where women are, how should I put it? They're in a situation where they're worthless. They're worth less than nothing. And people in my riding are very concerned about this.
For Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for her comments, and I share those concerns about the situation of women in Afghanistan. And I've appreciated having the opportunity to meet with Afghan women's organizations here in Canada and hear them share firsthand some of the things that they're hearing. And I salute those organizations in Canada that are working hard on behalf of women who are victims of, and I'll say it again, a kind of gender apartheid. We should be doing all we can to support democracy and women's rights and other groups working for the advancement of freedom. I think we also need to explore ways that we might be able to make educational resources available to women who still want to be able to access those resources in spite of the repression that exists. Are there ways people can access those materials while avoiding detection in Afghanistan? There's a lot of work that we need to do to support women in this situation, and I want to encourage the House to remain seized with these events and to honor the commitments that have been made in the past to Afghanistan and continue to be seized with these events going forward.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for providing me the opportunity today to do something that I have no problem doing, and that's bashing the Taliban. I have zero time for the Taliban regime. And for those that maybe not be aware that might be listening today, I had the privilege to serve this country in uniform, but spend 14 months of my life in Afghanistan. And I'd offered this, and I've offered it before. The Afghan people are no different than any other people around this world. They're no different than Canadians. They're people that just want to live in peace and have a chance to provide their families, their relatives, their friends with a chance to have a better life. And unfortunately, under the Taliban, that is something, especially the women and girls, don't have that same opportunity that that those of us here in Western Canada, or in the West and in Canada in particular. So I just want to share a little bit of history about Canada's involvement here and my personal experiences, and maybe where we got things right and where we got things wrong. I honestly believe when the West first got involved in Canada, shortly after 9/11 in Afghanistan, it was much needed. We needed to do something in a country that was harboring terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda and, that helped perpetrate the attack of 9/11. And we had Canadians over there right off the get-go, down in the Kandahar region. But more important, we actually had Canadians involved in Kabul, in the capital city, right from the get-go, trying to make fundamental changes to the way that country works, from a mentoring and strategic advisory team that was in Kabul. And that's where our sort of focus was on that training for quite some time, until about the 2006 timeframe, when the Canadian Armed Forces then got deployed, and the government of the day, the Liberal government of the day, decided it was time for Canada to step up and engage in the fighting that was going on in the south, in particular in the Kandahar region. And, I think our Canadian Armed Forces soldiers did themselves proud and did this country proud with the incredible service and sacrifices that they made. In around the 2011 timeframe, Madam Speaker, we then transitioned from the south and back up to Kabul and really focused our efforts as part of the NATO training mission and the Canadian contribution to that, to again try to build that institutional capacity. And again, this was all why we were still fighting the Taliban, and trying to again create that situation and the long-term success for the country of Afghanistan and the people. And ultimately, Madam Speaker, Canada then decided in 2014 to withdraw our Canadian soldiers that were on the ground, with the exception of a minor detachment still supporting our embassy. And ultimately, though, what we saw happen, though, was the fall of Kabul and the fall of Afghanistan back to the Taliban in 2021. Before I get into the specifics of that, though, I do want to draw and highlight the incredible sacrifices 158 Canadian soldiers, 7 Canadian civilians made in that country. Some of them that I knew very well and very personally. I lost 6 of my own soldiers while I was there, and it's something that was, it was the crappiest day of my life, Madam Speaker, the only day that was tougher when you're communicating to family members after the fact. And unfortunately, we're still losing Canadians to this day due to that mission, due to post-traumatic stress and suicide, which is something that we should be doing our darndest to prevent. But I want to explain a little bit about who the Taliban are and why I have so, dare I say, use the word hatred for them, and why Canada needs to do more in opposing that regime. This is a regime that treats people, and as I mentioned already, women and girls are treated more, cattle and sheep have better treatment than the women and girls in Afghanistan. I moved my combat team in 2007 up to Gorak to escort an Afghan army company up there to reinforce an Afghan National Police outpost. And we got there about 24 hours too late because there was a young boy, 7-8-year-old boy, and his father that were just beheaded and hung 24 hours earlier because they dared to provide local food and bread to those Afghan police forces. This is a Taliban regime that if girls try to go to school, they get acid thrown in their face in the streets. They do not respect human rights. And this is why I have no problem speaking out against them, and I think this is why this motion is so pertinent today. The member from Shepherd identified and brought up the issue of where Afghanistan is going backwards. I couldn't agree more. This is why this motion is pertinent to be brought forward and debated today in the House, and why I thank the committee for actually moving this motion, because it does allow us to continue to bring attention to the horrific issues that are going on in Afghanistan. What happened in 2021, Madam Speaker, this is where, again, we saw the fall of Kabul, and instead of us focusing as a country to focus all efforts to get those Afghans out, especially those Afghans that helped Canada in a timely fashion, unfortunately, the government of the day was more focused on calling an election and campaigning and not focused on putting all our assets forward. But what really irritates me even more, Madam Speaker, is the signals, the intelligence that was publicly available months and months ahead of what happened in August of 2021. There was indications that the Taliban, well, as soon as the U.S. government had signaled that they were going to withdraw their support, that this was likely going to happen. There's lots of experts out there that predicated that maybe it wasn't going to happen as quickly as it did. However, the signs were there, and we needed to do more sooner. And where I'm frustrated even to this day, and I have the privilege to work with members across all parties, and we've been working since last October to get former Afghan women members of parliament out of that country. And we started that initiative last October. Unfortunately, we needed to go public in January of this year because one of those women MPs, former MPs, was killed just because she represents everything that the Taliban detest. And this is why, again, this is so important that we continue to do more. Where I've been very critical, and I've had frank and honest conversations with the Minister of Immigration, and, I believe his heart's in the right place, Madam Speaker, but we're not doing enough. The country, Canada, is committed to bringing 40,000 Afghans to Canada. I think we're around the 30,000 Afghan mark now. Unfortunately, I'm still critical that the efforts are in the wrong place. They're in Afghans that have already got out of Afghanistan. They're not focused on those ones that are still stuck in that country, and their situation's just getting worse by the day. We have former Afghans that have helped Canada, that are here in Canada, that are literally protesting out in the streets this past week and weeks past because they can't get their family out, and the bureaucracy behind it drives me nuts. So I just want to say, Madam Speaker, Canada continues to need to do more. It can't be just about, as you know, keeping the Taliban listed as a terrorist organization. As the member before me from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan mentioned, you know, we've got a government that refuses to list some organizations as terrorist organizations, but in the end, that's not enough. We need to do more to put pressure on the Taliban regime to respect human rights, to respect women and girls. And if we don't do that, things will continue to slide in the opposite direction. I'll conclude, Madam Speaker. I do have hope. I have hope that those better parts of almost 2 decades of Afghan women and girls getting educated, seeing that they have a better hope for the future, that one of them one day will be back in Afghanistan, leading that country, and maybe we'll see a day in the not too distant future where Afghanistan is a democracy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, I just want to make sure I get it right. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He really talked about a lot of things, PTSD, among other things. I've been interested in that since 2000. And also he talked about the Government of Canada's commitment toward Afghan interpreters. And I discovered in 2021 a significant Afghani community in Shefford. People came to my constituency office and they said, do something. They were worried about their sisters and aunts and daughters still back in Afghanistan. They talked about anything that gives women an image of greater freedom is seen as a threat by the Taliban, and some of these women have even had death threats against them. So what does my colleague have to say about that?
Well, look, I talked about that at length, Madam Speaker. That is the challenge. The Afghans don't treat women and girls to the same level as everybody else. They literally will put controls in place. We've seen in the last year alone. First, they took away the right for elementary school age girls to go to school. Then they've just saw in the last 6 months or less all university education opportunities for women to be educated in the least. The good news, Madam Speaker, is that there are still women getting educated. I'm well aware through contacts of education, training, and opposition and protests going on. My final quick comment, and I don't know if it was the member or maybe the translator, Afghani is the currency in Afghanistan, not the people. So it's always Afghan. Use the term Afghan, not Afghani. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The gentleman for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. As the member indicated, one of the issue that I certainly have a lot of problems with the government's inaction, and that is bringing Afghans who served Canada, who helped Canada to fulfill their missions, and now they have been left behind. And particularly their family members, their loved ones have been left behind. The government put in an arbitrary quota with the number of Afghans that can be brought to Canada to safety. Would the members support the NDP's call for the government to lift the cap?
A member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Short answer is absolutely, Madam Speaker. I don't think it should be about numbers. I spoke about we're focused on the wrong things, and what I'm scared of is if the government turns around, they hit that cap, that quota of 40,000 Afghans, and then they shut it off. Because in the end, we need to get those Afghans that are at the greatest risk, which is those ones that help Canada, help the West, that are still stuck in Afghanistan out, and we've got to be committed to that. And the reason why, Madam Speaker, as a nation, if we want to be able to leverage local populations, to have interpreters, cultural workers, people that will help us when we deploy either our military, our diplomats, or non-government organizations around the globe, they need to trust that by them stepping forward and helping us, that when they are in trouble, we're going to be willing to help them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member knows that this motion was passed at the Justice Committee right after we passed Bill C-41, and today we were able to pass that bill here in the House. I wonder if the Honourable Member could talk about the importance of getting aid into Afghanistan, because not everybody can leave, and how important that bill is to get passed.
Brief answer, 1 minute for response. The Honourable from Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Look, I totally agree, and that's the challenge. And to be frank, and I've said this in the House before, I was split on Bill C-41 because I know some of the money is going to end up in the Taliban's hands, right? It's the nature of the beast there. The world's a complicated place, and that's why I actually have concerns with it. I know I disagree with some of my colleagues that have been working on these efforts behind the scenes that they don't think the bill goes far enough in providing, that there's some safeguards that the government's put in place. But ultimately, we do need to do it. That's why I voted in support of it. But we need to get that aid in, but at the same time, it can't be getting overly abused and misused, and that's the challenge here. So it's a messy situation, and it's one where I really feel, we could have done more sooner, and I really wish the West had never pulled out completely, because ultimately, this is an example of where we as the West failed. We need to do more in the future.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time this evening with the member from Scarborough Rouge Park. Madam Speaker, I rise, and for those that might be tuning in, we are now on a concurrence motion that falls under the routine proceedings in the House, and Conservatives have chosen to put forward a motion that will basically consume about 3 hours worth of the debate time today on this particular committee report. Normally when these come forward, Madam Speaker, they are motions that perhaps were contentious, perhaps there was a lot of committee disagreement on how to proceed, and usually those end up on the floor of the House like this, consume about 3 hours worth of debating, and then a question is put with respect to the motion that came out of committee. However, with this particular motion, Madam Speaker, I don't think that there will be much debate per se, because my understanding is that everybody within the committee agreed to this motion. It's certainly something that seems extremely reasonable. It's something that has come out of the committee. And just for in the interest of those that might be watching, it is the 12th report from the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. It is specifically with respect to the study on the Taliban regime and human rights, and it reads, and this is the report in its entirety, two sentences actually. It says that the committee report to the House that it firmly denounces the Taliban and rejects any recognition or legitimization of their control over Afghan territory. In particular, the committee denounces the Taliban system of gender discrimination, systemic violence targeting minority communities, reprisals against former members of Afghan national security and defense forces, attacks on the freedom of the press, and other violations of fundamental human rights. The committee believes that the Taliban must be listed as a terrorist organization. And as I indicated moments ago, Madam Speaker, my understanding is that the entire committee voted in favor of this. Now that this has been placed as a motion, I anticipate that all members in this House would likely be voting in favor of this. And it's even more perplexing, I guess I could say, coming on the heels of the fact that we just voted on Bill C-41. And Bill C-41 was an act specifically to empower the Minister of Public Safety to have the ability, and the Minister of Justice, Attorney General, and International Development to have the ability to allow funds to flow into Afghanistan, in particular those that are aimed at supporting humanitarian needs and people who really need those funds. So I think that it's something that passed this House. It's something that, as we heard the member from Bruce Grey Owen Sound say a few moments ago, he thought at times that it might go too far, whereas others in the House thought that it didn't go far enough. But it sounds like it was a very collegial discussion and debate, and genuine consensus was formed at committee somewhere where they could adopt the report, but still have this important caveat to be added to it that came through as a report from the committee to the House. So I genuinely think that the democratic process was served very well in how this particular report got to the House. Where I'm a little bit more concerned or confused is about why we have this particular motion right now to concur it in, given the fact that we know that there was very little concern or very little disagreement over it, notwithstanding the fact that it's a very important issue, and an issue that I think is very well identified within the report and what's being concurred in now. But just as we heard a number of discussions about the supports going to Afghan people, Bill C-41, which we did just pass, which this report basically came to the House at the same time with, is a bill that enacts and amends the criminal code to create a regime under which the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness may authorize an eligible person to carry out in a geographic area that is controlled by a terrorist group for certain purposes, activities, and otherwise would be prohibited under paragraph 83.3 Section B of the Act, which becomes 88.303 subsection 2, and also makes other consequential amendments. So to put it in context, there's, for obviously good reason, limits with respect to where public money and where money can flow. In particular, we have a very stringent rules around how that gets into the hands of those terrorist organizations. We certainly don't ever want to see that happen, but we also respect the fact that there are a number of organizations that are providing humanitarian needs in certain parts of the world that might need to have access to money in order to support the work that they're doing, which genuinely drives that humanitarian effort. And that's what C-41 did, and that was the genesis, I guess, for lack of a better expression, behind C-41. So I'm very pleased to see that that had passed through the House earlier today. Madam Speaker, I think that this gives us an opportunity to reflect, perhaps. I hope it doesn't have to go on for the entire 3 hours. I will keep my comments short, but I genuinely do believe that we need to move forward with some of the other very important pieces of legislation that we have before the House today, and therefore I hope that we can come to conclusion on this particular concurrence motion relatively quickly so that we can move along. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will leave my comments there and take any questions, and then turn it over to my friend from Scarborough Rouge Park.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question for the government member. The issue around Afghans and bringing them to safety is something that is top of mind for many of us. In fact, just outside of the West Block here, there's an individual whose family members have been left behind. He was someone who served Canada, but still they're not able to bring their loved ones here. The government put a cap on the number of Afghans who help serve Canada complete their missions, and as a result, many people have not been able to bring their loved ones to safety. Would the member actually support the call that the government should lift that cap, the arbitrary cap that they put in place?
The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I heard this question being asked of my Conservative colleague before me, and I recognize that my NDP colleague refers to it as an arbitrary cap. I don't know that to be a fact. I don't believe that the government would just arbitrarily pick a number out of a hat. I imagine there's some logic to it and some thought that goes into it. Having said that, I certainly support doing as much as we absolutely can, getting as many people out as we absolutely can. And if there is the availability to do more than what we've been able to do to this point, then I certainly would support that. I do respect the fact that the government makes the decisions for various different reasons, and notwithstanding the fact that I haven't heard all of the rest of the reasons, I would be reserved. I would reserve myself, or I would prevent myself from commenting too much on exactly where I believe that number should be without having heard all of the arguments.
That's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend from Kingston and the Islands for his comments. I do want to ask him a procedural question because I know he's quite active in the legislative process. We were supposed to debate Bill C-40, Madam Speaker, an important bill. We call it the Joyce and David Milgaard bill, one that is meant to review convictions of those who are wrongfully convicted. I'm wondering what kind of impact a motion like this at this late hour brings to a bill like Bill 40, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for the question through you, Madam Speaker. I mean, I guess my biggest concern is what other tactics do the Conservatives have lined up? We know from last week that they said that they would do whatever they could to prevent the budget from going through. Typically speaking, Madam Speaker, and I really hope this isn't the case with such a sensitive and important issue like this, but typically speaking, when the opposition puts forward a concurrence motion, it's done under the guise of trying to delay the House and the work that the House has to do. I really hope that that's not the case, and I take at face value that it's not. The reason why the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan brought it forward, so I hope that is the case. But knowing that we all agree with it, I also really hope that we can vote on it quickly and then get back to the regular business of the House.
Questions and comments. A brief question. The honourable member of Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This motion deals with the listing of the terrorist organization, the Taliban, and highlighting that in the context of recognizing the need for special provisions to bring in humanitarian assistance, we also need to be firm in denouncing the Taliban and saying that while we want to find ways of getting humanitarian assistance in, the Taliban need to continue to be a listed terrorist organization. At the same time, there are other organizations that the House has called on the government to list that they haven't listed. I'm thinking in particular of the IRGC. It's been 5 years since the House voted to list the IRGC. I wonder with the passage of C-41, maybe from the perspective of the government, that removes a potential impediment. Is the government open to now moving forward with listing the IRGC as a terrorist organization as they voted to do 5 years ago?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 50 seconds to respond.
Well, I did read out the entire motion in my speech, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if the member heard it, so I'm fully aware of what it is. I mean, it's a report that really only contains 2 sentences, and I support it, and I understand that that all committee members supported it. I actually understand that this was one of the ways that Conservatives were able to come around and support the bill. And so I think that that's important. And I think that the committee did its work and worked collaboratively together to find common ground where everybody could accept what the committee was doing and report it back. The member wants me to comment on some hypotheticals that he's proposing. I will wait for the government and those with who are following this stuff and are responsible for stuff to make the various different recommendations and then make our decisions at that point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm here to speak on the concurrence report with respect to the Taliban. I know this afternoon, Madam Speaker, I was very pleased to see Bill C-41 pass this House. It's a very important bill, one that many people have been working on for several months, and most notably something that the Justice Committee worked on for the last several weeks. And I believe Bill C-41 is a very important step towards ensuring that those in Afghanistan are supported and are supported through many of the incredible aid agencies that do work in the region, including organizations that have both an international span as well as those who are regional. And I think it's an important step towards supporting Afghanistan in this moment. With respect to the Taliban, Madam Speaker, I think it's very clear that it's an organization that offends many aspects of human rights, and I can enumerate the various challenges that the Taliban poses, not just to the people of Afghanistan, but also the world. It's an organization that is brutal in its force. It's one that has summarily killed so many people. It is one that limits access to education for women. It certainly does limit dissent of any sorts, and it's by no means is it democratic. And for it to form government in Afghanistan, of course, is deeply troubling and deeply problematic. And of course, it goes back to historical reasons why the Taliban are there today, and in part is because the West just left overnight, and one that I think history will judge as a failure of the Western world. And in many ways, we can go back to history and say that the region, Afghanistan itself, is one that's been impacted by colonialism over the centuries, and in the last 50 or 60 years, it's been impacted by the Cold War. And in this particular case, the departure of the United States in August of 2021 certainly enabled the Taliban to take hold of Afghanistan and of course, regress back into an autocratic state that does violate the human rights of its citizens. Canada's response, it's fair to say, has been quite challenging. I mean, in part because of the complexity of the governance structure in Afghanistan. It did limit our ability to bring people out. But over time, I'm very pleased to see that the number of those who have been resettled in Canada is in excess of 35,000. I think it's a remarkable number, given that this is probably the second highest number of resettlements we've ever done. The first one being the Syrians, right after we formed government in 2015. And I would say that this is amongst the top countries in the world to resettle so many Afghans to Canada. And of course, there's good reasons for it. And apart from many of the family members and those who are directly supporting the government of Canada, there is a humanitarian reason why this type of resettlement is so critical, and the 35,000 within, I must add, under a 2-year period is a remarkable achievement. And it may not seem fair to those who may be languishing in different parts of the world, or those who are struggling to get out, and those who, rightfully should come to Canada. It may seem frustrating to say that it took 2 years to do that. I can give you some examples. Like this morning, I had a call with my office. This morning we do a weekly meeting, 9 a.m. every Monday, to talk about the casework. One of the cases that was approved today was a group of 5 resettlement of a Tamil refugee who was in India for the last 13 years, and this application process took 13 years to process. That is the nature of in many cases of the resettlement process, although Canada is the #1 resettlement country in the world for refugees. Notwithstanding that, it was a 13-year process, and you can understand how difficult it is for those people like that to be able to resettle, especially those who are fleeing conflict. So while the 2-year mark may seem long, it is in the broader sense. It is something I think that is important for Canada, and it's important for our government to have achieved. And there's no doubt that we will achieve the 40,000 mark as set out by the Minister of Immigration, as he enumerated a number of different times. And we've seen people who have come to our airports. We've seen plane full of Afghan refugees who have come here, who are settled. In fact, I've met many over the last 2 years. And in fact, I've met family members of my friends who have come here as part of the resettlement. So it's fair to say that I think Canada is doing its part and is doing a part, I think, disproportionate to our involvement in Afghanistan. But it is the right thing to do, and I certainly support the government's effort in that. And of course, I support, and I want to reiterate that I am deeply offended by the Taliban and all that they stand for. Having said all of this, Madam Speaker, this is a concurrence motion that really forms part of a report of the Justice and Human Rights Committee, one that is really like 5 lines, and it's quite simple. It basically denounces the Taliban regime, the Taliban administration, the Taliban itself. And as such, I think we have generally unanimous consent from all parties on this language. It was passed by committee. I certainly hope that it doesn't take us a full 4 hours to have this debate here. What I would suggest at this point, Madam Speaker, is that we go on to what was in our order paper. It was to debate Bill C-40, and if I may, I just want to highlight why it's so important that Bill C-40 is debated and is passed. It is a priority bill for the government. It's one that over the past, I would say, 30 years or so, it's an issue that's offended Canadians. The fact that those who may be wrongfully convicted are spending time in jail, who are unfortunately have no recourse, or the recourse that's available through the process of ministerial relief is quite arduous, and we know that the Minister of Justice has outlined the frustration that he's faced during his tenure as the Minister of Justice and Attorney General in reviewing those cases. So I think it's important that we debate this bill and make sure that the sense of justice and fairness for which Canada is known, and I think for which Canada ought to be known. And one of the reasons why I think people of all backgrounds come to Canada is reiterated through the passage of this bill, and ensure there's an outlet that's available for people to seek redress when they're wrongfully convicted. This is not about opening the doors.
Point of order. There is no interpretation.
Est-ce que ça fonctionne?
Is it working now? It seems that there's a challenge with the interpretation. Is it working? Is it now working?
Est-ce que ça fonctionne? Working now in the translation? No? I'm going to keep going. Is it working? Yes? Peut-être c'est sur le canal? Is it working now? No? Is it working down there? It's okay. So si je parle en français.
So if I speak in French, it's working. There is interpretation. But if I speak in English, it's not working.
Try again. Is it working now? Yes. Okay. Bon, l'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
A minute and 27 seconds.
So Madam Speaker, let me just conclude by saying that Bill C-40 is quite important for this House to debate. I know the Minister of Justice and Attorney General started a debate today. We would have preferred constructive debate from the Conservatives, which in fact we saw at the outset, and I know both the Bloc and the NDP would also be able to constructively contribute to this very, very important discussion. It is one that I believe, one that we have consensus on, one that we can build and better the bill as we move this forward. It is paramount that those who are now languishing in prisons right now, who may be wrongfully convicted, have the possibility of a review process that will enable them to have an independent arbiter who can speak to the the original case itself. So with that, Madam Speaker, with the disappointment I express for the delay, I do want to reiterate my support for this motion and to also ask that we move to other orders of the business at some point as soon as possible.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. I do think this is an important debate, and of course the House will be continuing debate until midnight, so the government will have an opportunity to bring forward government orders. But I think this is a motion that was important to discuss. I want to ask the member just about testimony we heard from representatives of the National Resistance Front. There are various opposition groups, pro-democracy groups that are organizing right now, that are looking for support, that are also hoping for, expecting that the Taliban may collapse sooner than people expect. And I wonder if he could share what the government's position is on engaging with and supporting these various opposition groups.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for that question, and I can reassure the member that our government will always support democratic movements, will always support democracies around the world and those that are emerging as democracies, and it's one that I think Canada is known for over the modern history of Canadian foreign diplomacy. It has been a paramount component of our foreign policy, and I know that in many countries as we speak, we are supporting the voices of dissent and voices of democracy that continues to inspire us and that continue to inspire the world. We know that democracy is the way towards the future, and we will continue to support them.
Questions and comments? The member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
You sounded a little hesitant there, ma'am. Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech in the House today. I've enjoyed working with him on a number of different things, and I want to echo his concerns. I was prepared to debate C-40 today. I think it's very important legislation, something that we really should be discussing at this point. But I also wanted to go back to some of the discussions he brought forward with regards to C-41. So he will know that I did not vote in support of this bill for the simple reason that I do find that there are some real challenges to this legislation. As much as we were able to work together with members of his party, with members of other parties, to fix parts of this bill, there are still some really outstanding challenges within the bill that I think make it difficult for CSOs, for nonprofit organizations to work within. It's overly bureaucratic, of course, and has some big challenges on definitions. But my big concern, or one of my big concerns, is around the potential for politicization. So knowing that a future government could use this legislation to punitively act towards the charitable sector, the international development sector, how does he worry? Does he have those same concerns, and how would he like to comment on that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her thoughtful comments, and I can assure her that this bill has come forward after extensive consultation and support from the sector that works in Afghanistan and internationally. So I'm very content that we are in the right direction. Of course, Madam Speaker, every bill that we pass, there are always questions. None of them is perfect, and I think C-41 is a good compromise that has broad support of all the parties in this House.
We have time for a brief question. Oh, we have a point of order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm tabling government response to questions number 1,446 to 1,457. And while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member for Kingston and the Islands, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Pursuant to an order made November 15, 2022, the motion is deemed adopted.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Consideration of government business number 26, amendments to the standing orders.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Mr. Holland, seconded by Monsieur Guilbeault, moves that A, the proposed amendments to the standing orders laid upon the table on June 8, 2023, sessional paper number 8525-441-30, be adopted, and the said standing order shall come into force on June 24, 2023, or upon the adoption of this order, whichever is later. B, les changements.
The provisional changes made to Standing Orders 104, 108, and 114, adopted on December 2nd, 2021, shall remain in effect for the duration of the 44th Parliament. C, the order made on April 6, 2022, concerning witnesses appearing before any committee be rescinded as of the coming into force date of the said amendments to the standing orders, and
the clerk of the House be authorized to make necessary editorial and consequential alterations to the standing order. Débat, the honourable the honourable government House Leader.
There you go. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's my privilege to rise on this this very important series of changes to the standing orders. Let me start by thanking members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for their excellent work. The changes that are before the House are representative of the recommendation from the Procedure and House Affairs Committee and would amend our standing orders. And maybe I'll go back, if I could, Madam Speaker, to where this came from. March of 2020 was the beginning of the pandemic. It signaled the start of a period of time none of us could have imagined. And at that moment in time, the House was confronted with an enormous challenge. The realization that we were going to have to do our work at distance, to do it remotely. I was the whip at that point in time, and I recall asking for the pandemic plan to see what exactly was put in place as a provision if the House needed to operate at distance. And of course, there was no plan. Like so many aspects of what we faced in the pandemic, it had to be invented. And I want to start my comments by thanking the House leaders and whips of the other parties, and in some cases there have been several House leaders and whips as they've changed roles, who at the beginning of that process came together and found a way to get on the same page and imagine a new way of doing business. And it was quite remarkable, Madam Speaker, because it was done unanimously. We worked, it was an arduous process, but we worked to put aside partisan differences and find a new way to do business. And that leads me to a second and equally important thank you, and that is to all of those within House administration who are responsible for helping us author these changes and finding the technological means to ensure that Canada's Parliament could continue to do its work, even as a pandemic ravaged our country and meant that we were forced to stay at home. And maybe I'll talk at first about what hasn't.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park First Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, just as a matter of the consultation requirements, the House Leader has said that House leaders were consulted. He didn't consult with our caucus in the drafting of this at all, and he consulted with the NDP.
This is a point of debate. The honourable government House Leader doesn't have to indicate who he has consulted with. The honourable government House Leader.
I do thank, Madam Speaker, the opportunity for the member opposite to say to him that I'm talking about in March of 2020. And at that moment in time, both the whip and the House Leader for the Conservative Party, for the New Democratic Party, and for the Bloc all joined together to have a conversation about how we were going to do the business of this country. And I thought maybe for a moment we could put the partisan swords down and talk about what we did in the pandemic and how we came together in that dark moment. Because I think it was a proud moment for Parliament, Madam Speaker. I think it was a moment where we set aside our differences and we saw the challenge that was in front of this country and understood the need to be able to do our work as Parliament and envisioned a way of doing that business totally differently. And I'm surprised that the member opposite is a long-standing member. He would remember that his party absolutely agreed at that point in time that we had to work at distance, that it was impossible to be in this chamber, that it was not safe, unfortunately, to be in public spaces. And what ensued thereafter was a debate. And there was disagreements, and there continues to be some disagreements about the use of these provisions, and I will speak to that. But I think it's important, and it's why I start my comments, in rooting the work that was done on the basis of unanimity and in collaboration. in finding a way through that dark hour. And that's why I thank all parties for the work that they did in that difficult moment. I think it's an important starting point, and it's important for us to remember that the provisions that we're talking about today are born from that process of cooperation. But let me speak about a couple of the points that, as the member stopped to give his point of order, there's a number of points that have been made in criticism of the hybrid system, so I'm going to start with those, and then I'm going to talk about many of the advantages I feel, Madam Speaker, that does confer. One of the arguments made is that members of Parliament will not show up, that we're going to see Ottawa be empty. Of course, we've had these provisions for almost 3 years, and in the height of public health emergencies, that was true. It was impossible for members of Parliament to show up. But thereafter, we've seen this House populated as it always has been. We recognize in this place, Madam Speaker, that every member is honourable. And honourable members want to be here. They want to do the work of this country, and have. These hybrid provisions allow greater flexibility that I'll speak to, but the work of Parliament has continued. Committees have met, the House has met, the work of Parliament has been conducted, and conducted very well, I might add. Il y a quelques questions sur les questions d'interprétation.
There's a couple of questions regarding interpretation. It's clear, Madam Speaker, that it's absolutely essential that the debates which take place here in the House exist in both official languages, and the quality of interpretation is extremely important. But at committee, with the hybrid system or without the hybrid system, there is a necessity for interpretation. For witnesses who appear before committee, it's essential that interpretation be there. So that is why the issue of interpretation is important whether there's a hybrid system or not. And it's also extremely important that the interpretation be available from a distance, from outside of the House, and we continue to ensure the high quality of interpretation as well as to ensure interpreters' health.
Respect to holding the government to account. Over this last 3 years, I don't think we could imagine a time that has been more challenged. A country that has been seeing the rise of very unfortunate trends in the social media space that are incredibly aggressive, sadly sometimes amplified by the opposition, particularly in the Conservatives. And we've had very vigorous debate, and that debate is appropriate. And the ability of the opposition parties has been in no way curtailed by the use of hybrid provisions. Accountability has been evident and in full force. So not much has changed, Madam Speaker, with the use of hybrid in terms of what was lost. But I think we need to take a moment to think about what was gained and what was changed for this place over the experience that we've had over these last 3 years. And I'll start, frankly, Madam Speaker, with my own errors. And in looking back over a career, and I was elected nearly 20 years ago. Next year it'll be 20 years that I was given the opportunity to take my seat in Parliament for the first time. And that I came a little bit earlier than I might have intended. At 29, a new riding was created in my community. It was always my dream to serve my community in Parliament. It was a dream that I held since I was 12 years old. This has been the great passion in my life. And I believe that I could hold those responsibilities and the responsibilities of being a father and the responsibility of my family and hold them intact and to find balance. Now, there were a lot of reasons why I didn't get that right, that I allowed too much of my life to be taken over by this job and by the priorities of it. This is not a job in a normal sense. It's an incredible calling and privilege. You meet all of the people in your constituency and you want to serve them well. You hear wrongs that are happening in the country and you want to stand up for them. But without any of the provisions that exist in hybrid, there were many moments that were extremely important in the life of my family for which I was not able to be there and for which I sincerely regret. And I want to make sure that we don't do that again. That in the key and most important moments in members' lives, that they're able to be there for their families, for the people that they love, their friends, because those moments are essential. And I'll speak to that in a number of different ways. But I think we have to remember the most important reason that that's true, and that is because this is a house of common people. We are supposed to understand common people. Common people spend time with their families. Common people make space for important life events for their families. Common people take jobs that respect their families and the obligations of their families. And it's high time that Parliament is a place that respects those values, Madam Speaker. And I want us to think not just about the justice that's done to a family. Let's think about what happens when you attend that really important moment in your family's life or in the life of somebody who's very close to you. One, I think it changes how you see issues. You know, when you get an opportunity to be at the graduation of a child, when you get an opportunity to be at the bedside of somebody that you love, when you get to be there in those really critical moments, it reminds you of why you do the job and what you care about, and frankly, how those who are facing those issues are also feeling. The work that we do, it's just as important to have time away from the work that we do as it is to be in the work that we do so that we can get the context and we can remember what we are debating. You know, so often it's said that we in Ottawa live in a bubble. Well, if we don't have the opportunity to connect and be with those that we love and be in the real world, then no wonder we're in a bubble. I think as well, it reminds you of what is real and important. And I'm sure we'll all have this experience, Madam Speaker, and it's one of the reasons why weeks in the constituency are so important. When we take a moment to step out of this place in the debates that we're having, sometimes debates that I think are really big and important, I get home to friends and family, and they say, what are you talking about? That's not on our minds. You completely are missing it. Or sometimes something that's small that we may not be seeing here or feeling in the same kind of way when we go home into our constituencies and are with our friends and family, they remind us how important it is. But there are two other things that I think are even more important than all of that. One is energy. Now, you can see, Madam Speaker, I've got a lot of vigor today. That vigor comes from a very direct place. It comes from having my needs met. It meant that although on the weekend I had a lot of events, I also took really important time with people that I love. That reinforces me. It changes the person that I am here. And it leads me to my last point about spending time in those key moments, which is that when you have the opportunity to be there in moments that are really important and regenerative to you, that you make better decisions. All the worst decisions I've ever made in my life, Madam Speaker, and I've made some bad choices, have come from a place of deprivation, have come from not taking care of my needs. They've come from extending myself too far and from losing that sense of what priorities are. So taking care of those things, I think, is no minor thing. Because let's be really honest. The problem we have today in Parliament is not that MPs are taking too much time off or are going away to relax and rest. I was whipped for over 3 years. I can tell you that that is not reflective of the life of a member of Parliament. The life of somebody who decides to serve, and every person in this House or any person who has served, who's listening to this, would know it is true, is one of tremendous service and sacrifice. When you're not here serving in the House, you're being asked to be in a committee. When you're not in a committee, you're asked to be in a reception or meeting with stakeholders or returning constituent calls. When you get to your riding, you're asked to serve on behalf of your constituents at events and to represent them, to meet them, to hear their issues, to hear the things that are bothering them, to be there for their cases. You're asked to do things for your party, to raise money, to organize, to make sure that you're ready for the next election and that your riding association is well taken care of and that you've called all the volunteers and people who've been helping out at community events and stakeholder events. Heck, Madam Speaker, when you go into Shoppers Drug Mart sick at midnight, you're talking about an immigration case. That's the life of a member of Parliament. That's not a Liberal member of Parliament. That's not a Conservative member of Parliament. That's every member of Parliament. you know, there's always somebody somewhere, I suppose, who isn't doing what their job is, but we have democracy that votes to sort that out. In my experience, it does a very effective job at doing it. But sitting in here and pretending that hybrid is somehow shirking our responsibilities, or that members of Parliament aren't rising to the responsibility of serving their communities, is putting a willful blindfold over one's eyes and missing the essential work that every member is doing in this House. And I would submit that we have the opposite problem, Madam Speaker. That hybrid is an opportunity to make a cultural statement, one that I wish, in retrospect, was made to me when I entered this House in 2004. It wasn't to work harder. My dear God, I had no time in my calendar for anything else. It was to say no. It was to learn to create boundaries, space, to make sure that you were there for the most important moments in your life. Because when it all washes away, this opportunity to serve, Madam Speaker, comes down to this. That's it. Your name printed on a paper card that could be changed in a second. That's it. And somebody's going to say it's a prop. That's fair. That's my name. It's on a piece of paper. I can read it. There.
Well, I don't know about saying his name personally, but I know that he can't name other people. But I would just remind members, you know, that they are well aware of what they can and cannot use in this House or show in the House. Even though it might be a paper from the House, it still would be considered a prop if you're making direct point to it. So, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But I make the point because all of our time here is temporary. And that's important to remember for two reasons. I lost and felt it viscerally. When you leave this place and the comma is no longer after your name and you're no longer a member, what you are left with is your family and your friends and your passions. And frankly, the relationships that you mean here. Those are the things that matter. Those are the glue that bind us. It is, and it should be, as a cultural statement to every person in this place. There is no job you should ever take that ever asks you to put that job ahead of your family or those that you love. Service is deeply important, but you have to put that service first and foremost towards those that you love. And there's a couple of reasons for that, aside from it just being the right thing to do, Madam Speaker. It's also because in my darkest moments, in the moments when I most lost myself and most lost my way, it was the love of my children that pulled me from that darkest spot. Then when I faced some of the toughest elections I ever fought, leaning in for my values and fighting for what I cared about, it was seeing my mom on the street, knocking hundreds of nights in a row, you know, being there for me in all of those moments. Seeing her strength when she's not even serving that fortified. And that's what happens. We're facing dark, hard times. There isn't a member in this House who, when they turn on their social media, isn't filled with hate, isn't filled with contempt and darkness thrown at them. If we're not given time for those that we love, if we're not given the opportunity to be fortified by that, then we will not be equal to the hour that is in front of us. We overcome darkness with perseverance. Anybody can stand up at a moment and be strong, but to do it for days and months and years and decades, that takes an internal fortitude that comes only from having the strength around us of those who love us and will be with us when we put down that sword and someone else picks it up. And for them, they will need it as well. So I don't know, in all likelihood, Madam Speaker, this speech will be a text somewhere in a book that's mostly used as wallpaper and forgotten. But when we speak here, hopefully it is a microphone to history. And if I were to say to anybody who is newly elected, take rest, make time for things outside of this place. No one else will tell you to do that. Everyone else will tell you not doing enough, you got to work harder, you got to go more places. But the honorable people that fill this chamber actually need to be told the opposite of work hard. They need to be told to take a break, to make sure they're getting what they need, that they're with their families, and that they're restoring for the big and hard battles ahead. Because what happens when we don't get our needs met, Madam Speaker, is we walk into the room as robots and ghosts. We don't come here with the strength of our convictions or the ability to fight for what we care about. We drag ourselves from one room to the other, exhaustedly shaking hands and trying to remember talking points. And that's why I don't think that there is any, and I would hold out, I work less today, and I'm proud to admit it, much less today than I worked in my first 3 terms. And I would say to you that I am much more effective. That I ask less of my staff today, and I would say they are much more effective. This doesn't just make sense because it's the right thing to do, but because when people have energy and context and space, they can see what is important and have energy to do it. If that all isn't enough to talk about giving members of Parliament a little bit of space, a little bit of break, to be at those really important events, then I'm going to end by talking about Arnold Chan. Arnold was one of my closest friends in this world. He managed every election day that I was in. He was my political mentor. Watching Arnold die of cancer was one of the most viscerally painful things I've ever gone through. But what made that so much harder is watching this man who loved this chamber, who loved this House, who loved the opportunity to serve, have to drag himself in order to be able to participate in debate, in order to be able to vote. Seeing him in the chamber that lies just behind this chamber, doubled over in pain, in an absolutely horrific state, because he didn't want to let his constituents down, is ridiculous. If we had had hybrid then, he could have done that from his home. Unfortunately, as whip, I know there are way too many situations like this, where health affects a member's ability to be there. Not just their health, potentially the health of their loved one. And it would seem to me, at a very least, even if you're not compelled by the other arguments to be there in major moments in your family's life, that remembering the memory of a Muriel Bélanger or an Arnold Chan would inspire some sympathy for the pain that you can't see, for the struggles that aren't so visible, that need to be attended to. Now, Madam Speaker, I know in my heart, 100 years, 1,000 years from now, the changes we're putting in the standing orders will continue. And I know that as I move these changes here today, not because they can't be changed, they can. Another government of another day could reverse them. They won't be changed because I can already see all members of the House using it, and using them judiciously and appropriately. I talk to members in the corridor from every single party who've talked to me about how these provisions have been a total game changer for them and their families and their ability to do their jobs. This is the right thing, Madam Speaker. It's not just the right thing for the people that are here, but it's a siren call to all others that this is a House of the common people. And I am certain, Madam Speaker, certain that there are people who will see these changes, who didn't see themselves being able to step forward and live a public life, who thought it would be impossible for them to serve in Parliament, who will say now that it is possible and that they can come forward and they can serve. And perhaps there is no more important thing than that hybrid makes this Parliament just a little more accessible, just a little more open, and just that much more representative of the country we are so lucky to serve. Madam Speaker, I hope all members really consider the last 3 years. Really consider the work that was done by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Consider honestly the toll of this job and the message it sends by adopting hybrid. What it says now and what it will say for the Parliament of the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to draw out a point that the Government House Leader made and challenge him on it. He used a few times in his speech language about unanimity, consensus, when it came to drastically overhauling and changing the standing orders of this House. And it's a very important point because historically and traditionally, major changes to the standing orders come through consensus and often unanimity. What the government has done today, though, is break with that tradition because there are many things within this package of standing order reforms that the official opposition objected to. And in a spirit of finding consensus, we would have agreed with some of the points that we might not have preferred to have in there had there been a sunset clause in this package. We are entering into a new world, even though we've been operating under many of these provisions for some time now. It still remains to be seen what the long-term impacts of these major changes will be. So our proposal was to agree to this package, but have a sunset clause so that after the next election, within about a year, they would have required a positive action for the House to continue on to it. So I wonder why the Government House Leader chose to ignore that request, that very reasonable request to have these packages expire and force a future House to make a positive decision about whether or not to continue on with these changes.
Honourable the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So first of all, on the question of unanimity, let me be very clear that unanimity existed for a brief period of time and for a very focused reason. That unanimity existed when the pandemic first began and where we all agreed, rightfully at that moment in time, it was going to be impossible for Parliament to operate in person. So that was time limited. But it's important to understand that those changes and that work was done with the cooperation and unanimity of all parties. In terms of why don't we just put in a sunset clause, well, a couple of points on that. The first point is that every time we started a session of Parliament over the last number of sessions, it began with a very long, protracted debate about whether or not we should use these provisions. We've debated these extensively. We're seeing them work. And that brings me to my last point in response to the opposition House Leader, which is that the unanimity that exists here is in watching the provisions be used. And I found it very ironic as an example that the Conservatives who had a position against the voting application, when there was a vote on the voting application, mostly voted using the voting application. And it's an inconsistent position to be against the voting application, but then use the voting application, to be against the utilization of hybrid, and then to watch Conservative members, even today, participating in debate virtually, as one member did. So when there's a use by all parties of the provisions, then it makes it sound like the opposition is more partisan in nature and more about posturing than it does about what I think the honourable member knows, which is these provisions work, they are used judiciously, and lastly, Madam Speaker, they can be changed at any time by a government in the future having a majority and changing the standing orders.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government leader says he has a message for anyone who wants to become a MP. He's the one who's making us work until midnight every week. I listen to him speak. I think that perhaps there was a problem with the whip. I don't know who the whip was, but when I listened to what he said, I found it very sad. Well, I won't say what I thought of it. I want to know how he'll react, because at some point the Liberals will no longer be in power, despite what they may think. The Conservatives will arrive in power. What will happen to the day when the Liberals arrive in the opposition and there will be a Conservative government that may be have a majority, and that will decide unilaterally, autonomously, how government will work? The Conservative government might say, well, as of now, the parliamentary rules are the following, and without having unanimous consent, that government may decide to proceed with changes. What will the member think? Thank you very much for the question. Madam Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. Obviously, every summer, the government has, or rather Parliament has sat later than usual and has sat until midnight more often. But now there has been a major change. It's much easier with the remote system to manage our work. Second of all, Madam Speaker, there's something very different in that possible situation with the current situation. With a majority government, yes, it's possible for it to change the rules. But in this current situation, there is another party, the NDP, that has supported the change. Moreover, every party was behind the change, the initial change. And every single party is using this system currently at the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I completely agree with my colleague. The government leader in the House, with regard to the unanimous consent for the provision before us, I will be discussing figures of use to date.
This question, he did touch, I thought, very profoundly on the issue of members being sick and still representing their constituents, members having family crises, family emergencies, and still representing their constituents. We live in a vast land. My commute is 5,000 kilometers to get to Ottawa, and I'm at the other end of the country in beautiful British Columbia. We've seen wildfires hitting throughout the middle and northern parts of our country, northern Alberta, northern Saskatchewan, Northwest Territories, northern Ontario, northern Quebec, and Nova Scotia. How important is it for members of Parliament to be able to be on the ground during those emergencies in their ridings and still advocate for the kinds of supports that the federal government needs to be providing in those crises as they are occurring? How important is that element as far as the hybrid?
Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague both for his question and for all of his work. He was there from the beginning of this debate and from the beginning of trying to find a solution, first in the pandemic and now looking at how we might use these provisions outside. You know, I had the opportunity, really the honour, of being the Chief Government Whip for over 3 years. And one of the things that was remarkable about that, really eye-opening, as anybody who's spent time as a whip, is to see just how difficult it is being a human being. How many hard and difficult things hit the life of everybody. And how difficult it was for me before hybrid to look at people in the eyes who had massive needs to be home. And I'm not, it was very evident to me seeing what was happening in their personal lives or the type of events that the member, the Honourable NDP House Leader is talking about. To say, I need to be in my community, there's a disaster there. And to say, sorry, we need you for this vote. I need to be home. There's a really urgent, critical situation with my family. Sorry, you got to be here for a vote. It broke my heart to do that, and it's unnecessary. We've proven it's unnecessary, Madam Speaker.
Allow for one more question. The questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
To the Minister of Health and to the Minister of Sport. A brief question, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Government House Leader for his speech and for sharing this evening. It was very, very touching. Madam Speaker, I'm struck with the reality that every party in this House has used hybrid over a period of time, and it has become a useful tool for a lot of different reasons. I was wondering if you could speak to the diversity of reasons why one might choose to or need to engage virtually, and also perhaps just comment on the willingness or desire of some parties to look forward rather than backwards when they're making decisions.
Answer from the Honourable Leader of the the Honourable House Leader of the government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my friend and colleague. I'll give you some really direct circumstances that maybe people don't think about. Talking to a parent whose kid is going through something really hard in school, and really needs mom or dad to be there for a few days. You know, that's going to make a huge difference in their mental health and in their development. Hearing from members who, you know, have a loved one who just got really terrible, devastating news, and being able to leave immediately to be there for that and still uphold their responsibilities. And that's not something that I've seen one party use. That's something I've seen every party use. And that's why I would ask really members to reflect upon how they've used these provisions and how important that they are, and to set aside the politics in this, do the right thing, support this motion, support these changes so that we can continue with hybrid.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to start off by setting a bit of context for how the Liberals treat Parliament in general. We all remember the 2015 election campaign when the Prime Minister pretended that he cared about things like accountability, transparency, and the supremacy of Parliament, the fact that we come to this place from all corners of this country to hold the government to account. And that's not just a phrase that you might hear in political science class or high school civics class. Holding it to account is not just some kind of bookkeeping exercise where we make sure the numbers add up. Yes, that's part of it. But really litigating the decisions of the government to ensure that Canadians get only the best. It's through the rigor of parliamentary debate, through the rigor of committee investigations, the daily questioning of the Prime Minister and Cabinet, that the facts emerge and Canadians are able to make informed decisions when it's time to vote come election time. Now, I was House Leader back in 2015, right after that election, right after when the Prime Minister said that he would respect the will of Parliament, that he would always defer to the important role that the House of Commons plays in our democracy. And something happened in that first few months after the 2015 election that totally showed what a phony comms exercise all of that rhetoric was. There's a bill before the House back then, I believe it was number C10. It was C10. And the Liberals had trouble counting their caucus members one Monday morning. And there was a vote that the Liberals weren't expecting on that day, and they almost lost it because they didn't have enough members in town. They still had members back in the riding perhaps, or on international junkets, on any number of things. And there was a tie vote in the chamber. And a piece of government legislation was almost defeated, and the Speaker had to break the tie at that time. And as was convention, the Speaker broke the tie in favor of continuing debate, allowed the bill to pass at report stage, and the bill continued to move on. But they were so rattled by that episode that just a few days later, the government House Leader came into this chamber and proposed motion number 6. And motion number 6 was a complete defanging of the opposition, a removal of all the tools, most of the tools, that opposition parties use to hold the government to account, to draw out those details, to litigate the government's course of actions and its legislation. It gave the government unprecedented power to move legislation along quickly and to prevent the opposition from using its very legitimate tools to hold up debate. Not just for the sake of filibustering or delay for the sake of delay, but it is in that delay that members of Parliament find those details, find the mistakes that a government makes, or hears the stories from witnesses about how those unintended consequences might do more harm than good. And so the government's reaction at that time to a tie vote on a piece of legislation was what you might call a parliamentary hissy fit, where they just completely lost their temper and tried to take away all the things that the opposition party could ever hope to use to hold the government to account. Now, thankfully, the opposition parties understood what was going on. And, you know, it's always amazing when parties with as wide a variety of views as the Conservative Party, the Bloc Québécois, and the NDP can find common ground. But boy, these Liberals are good at doing that. When even the Bloc, the Conservatives and the NDP can say, wow, that is such an affront to parliamentary democracy and everything that we're supposed to do here, that we're going to join forces together and put our differences aside and protect this institution. And it's actually a terrible indictment on this Liberal Party that so often we've had to do that. We've had to, for the sake of our institution, for the sake of future generations of Canadians, for the sake of future parliaments and future members of parliament, to be able to have those very important tools to do the job on behalf of their constituents, we've had to join forces. And I remember being there on the when the House leaders from all the recognized parties in the Bloc Québécois, we all told the story. We all told the story to Canadians about the motives and the consequences of what the government was doing. And we were able to push back on that. Now, whether or not it was the effective communications of all the opposition parties, or whether it was the fact that in those moments the Prime Minister lost his temper in those days and he actually injured an NDP member of Parliament when he elbowed a member of the NDP and forcefully grabbed the Conservative whip at the time, completely lost his temper, and physically manhandled a member of Parliament. Maybe that's why he finally backed down, but I like to think it was at least in part because of the important points that we were making as opposition parties to defend our institutions. We see this time and time again. Every time the Liberals don't get their way, they try to change the rules of the game. And it's important to note that the tools that are available to the opposition to delay, to propose amendments, to physically have members of the cabinet and the government in the chamber, it's an important part of the process. Because we have a system whereby the executive branch sits in the chamber, the opposition parties have to have some tools at their disposal to be able to highlight the shortcomings, the failures, the mistakes that are in the government's agenda. It doesn't just happen in this House. The other place also plays an important role in that. And I should point out, Madam Speaker, at this point, the other place has completely put aside their hybrid parliament mechanisms for a long time now. They are back under normal operating standards for months. They have been able to continue doing their job. It's really just this chamber. In fact, just this chamber in all of Canada that is continuing on with the full host of measures that were originally put in place, as the House Leader acknowledged, when there was consensus about how best to do two things. One, respect the public health orders that were in place at the time about people traveling from different parts of the country to come together, and respecting the orders at the time, the regulations at the time, to have people who were from different households from being certain distances apart. So we agreed at that time to respect both of those two things, that we would do it, because we could not have a period of time where Parliament was not doing that job. And thank goodness we insist on that. I was still, I remember those days, Madam Speaker, where the government was trying to arrange for unanimous passage of its legislation in response to the pandemic without any debate at all. They wanted to just email the text of the legislation to members of Parliament, come in here for just a few moments, pass it all, and then go home again. Thankfully, the official opposition, the Conservative Party, said no to that. And it was through that parliamentary scrutiny that we learned many, many terrible things about the government's response to the COVID pandemic. We found out, because Parliament was sitting, because we had the tools at our disposal in terms of committees, in terms of debates in the chamber, we found out that the Prime Minister attempted to use a pandemic with massive loss with massive disruption in people's lives, with loss of life, people having to say goodbye to loved ones over Zoom, people having to miss birthday parties, anniversaries, funerals, businesses going bankrupt, children missing out on activities, important parts of their childhood and formation. And what did the Prime Minister do? He used that opportunity to try to enrich his friends. He tried to give his friends at the WE organization, an organization that had paid members of his family hundreds of thousands of dollars, he tried to give them an untendered sole source contract worth $500 million. But he got caught. He got caught because we did not give up those tools in our toolkit to hold them to account. We found out through that parliamentary scrutiny that they used the pandemic as well to reward Liberal insiders and defeated Liberal MPs like Frank Baylis, who got a sole source contract for providing medical supplies that he had no history of ever providing. The Arrive scam app. Another example of waste and mismanagement. So thank goodness, we still had those parliamentary tools at our disposal. Now, I want to address a few points that the Government House Leader brought up in his speech. He talked about unanimity, consensus, and my colleague in the Bloc Québécois just made a very important point. As a former speaker, one of the things you learn about the importance of the standing orders and the evolution over time and why things are the way they are. You learn a little bit about the history. And the McGraw Commission was one of those great examples where Parliament had not been updated for a long period of time, and society had implemented a whole bunch of innovations and parliamentary life had changed. And so in response to that changing times in the 1980s, the government of the day decided that they would have a fulsome analysis of the standing orders and on the parliamentary cycle and the daily routine of business. And it was essential that all the opposition parties were brought in, and truly an effort was made to find consensus and common ground. And where there wasn't, the government didn't proceed. And it was out of that commission that we had major changes. For example, the election of the Speaker. For generations before the 1980s, the Prime Minister chose the Speaker. And it was a motion that the Prime Minister moved, and it was basically a fait accompli. Whoever the Prime Minister wanted to become Speaker became Speaker. In the 1980s, the House decided, in its wisdom, that it would be better to preserve the impartiality of the chair if the Speaker did not have to worry about pleasing or displeasing the Prime Minister. And so the House instituted the secret ballot election. And Speaker John Fraser was the first Speaker to be elected by a secret ballot, and ever since then, Speakers have been chosen that way. That was a very important development in our parliamentary democratic underpinnings. It was a great one. It was a fantastic idea, and it has served the House well, and it has served the Speaker as well. The point that I'm making to my honourable colleague from the Liberal Party is that it was achieved through consensus, because if you can't convince all parties from all different corners of the country, from different political perspectives, that it's a good idea that will serve the institution as an institution, not one party over another, then maybe it's not such a good idea, and you should at least go back and try to build that consensus. And that's not what they're doing here, Madam Speaker. They are creating a precedent. They are creating a precedent whereby future governments and future parliaments will look and say, well, it's been done before, where a government, backed by perhaps, in a minority context, a junior coalition partner, can say, well, at the end of the day, we're just going to ram it through anyway. And we offered a good faith effort to preserve that idea of consensus, to prevent what is about to happen when the government ultimately rams this motion through, to say, in order to preserve the importance of overhauling the standing orders only after a government has achieved that consensus, we will agree to things on a time-limited basis that we might not normally agree with. We were willing to allow aspects of this hybrid package to continue, with the one caveat, the one very simple and I believe common sense proposal to have the package of changes sunset after the next election. What would that do, Madam Speaker, and why is that important? Well, because after every election, it's part of our normal routine of business that the standing orders are studied by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. There's supposed to be a debate in the House about the standing orders and whether or not anything needs to be changed or how they're serving the House at the time. And it's never really resulted to anything substantially major, because the government of the day always wants to use government time to implement government business. It's reasonable. They get elected on a platform, and every day that they spend, like today, debating the standing orders is a day that they don't have to debate the legislation that they like to put in. So what our proposal would have done is it would have required a government of the day to proactively, in a positive way, to actually take some action to extend these changes. Because I submit, Madam Speaker, to you that we are still only about a year or so out of the complete lifting of COVID restrictions. We still have, in some parts of Canada, it's literally just been 12 to 14 months since those restrictions have been fully lifted. So it's hard to say for sure what the long-term consequences of these changes will be on our parliamentary life. Not just life in terms of our personal lives or how we conduct our business, but the institution itself. And I know my honourable colleague, the House Leader, has lots of examples of how it's tough to be here. Yeah, it is difficult. But I don't think that members of Parliament should ask for considerations that hardworking Canadians from across the country in other industries have. Yes, it's difficult to be here. Yes, I've got 5 children, Madam Speaker. There's lots and lots of things I wish I could have stayed home for. Lots of important milestones I've missed. I knew that when I ran for office. I knew that when I put my name on that ballot, that would be a trade-off in my life. That yes, I would get the incredible reward of fighting for the things I believe in and serving my community and my constituents. The counterpoint to that would be I would be away from home an awful lot. And I made the decision to do it anyway, because I so value the important work that my party does, that my team does, the things I believe are important enough that I'm willing to sacrifice those special moments at home to help make Canada a better place and undo the damage that big government intervention in our lives and the loss of liberty and individual freedoms that we've lost over the past few years under this Liberal government. It's worth it. I might miss one of my children's birthdays, but hopefully I will help to roll back some of the misery that big government intervention into their lives causes on them, and they'll be better off for it throughout their life. That's one of my motivating factors for when I do have to miss those important moments. And for Canadians in lots of different industries, they might have an important milestone in their family that they'd like to get back for. Maybe they have to go to a trades conference, or maybe they're in the legal profession. They have an important court date, and they can't just phone it in because they've got something going on at home. I don't think members of Parliament should grant to ourselves a privilege and a comfort that so many Canadians across the country don't have in their lives. I don't believe that is sufficient in and of itself to justify the changes that the government is doing today. So that important precedent that they are creating here today is, I hope, they will likely not be singing from the same song sheet in future parliaments if a future government does something that they don't like with the standing orders. And I would submit to the government it's not too late. In a few moments, I'll be proposing an amendment that will closer resemble the consensus that we were trying to achieve in negotiating these packages of standing order changes. We have long held that major, enduring procedural reforms must be implemented with the support of a consensus of the recognized parties in the House. And making permanent such a sweeping change to parliamentary life is absolutely the sort of thing which should first be embraced by all sides of the aisle. Now, in the interest of consensus, the official opposition would have agreed to renew the current hybrid procedures with some important limitations, subject to that sunset a year into the next Parliament, when a further renewal could have been considered with proper deliberations. Kind of the flip side of what the Government House Leader was saying. He was saying that, well, a future Parliament could undo it. What we were saying is, well, why don't we do it the opposite way? The onus is on the government to justify and to answer for all the potential unforeseen consequences of their changes, and it would have been far better for the House and for future parliaments if it had been done reversed, if the onus was on the government for continuing them. One of the things that hybrid participation, I want to focus on hybrid participation in the chamber. There really is something to the physicality of the place. Holding ministers to account in person really adds a dynamic that you lose when you have hybrid parliament. And it's not just me saying that. There are parliamentary experts from all around the world in Commonwealth parliaments, and even former Liberal MPs who said the very same thing, that being in the chamber, that thrust, that back and forth, is as much a part of the debate as the words themselves that are used are. When the House sits in a hybrid fashion, it takes a tremendous amount of resources, particularly with translation services. Members of Parliament have the right, and Canadians have the right, to read the debates and to watch the debates in either official language, in French or English. And it is difficult. It is difficult for the House administration. I sit on the Board of Internal Economy, And I can tell you that most of the meetings that the board has had, the Board of Internal Economy, for Canadians who might not be familiar with the term, is the management committee that oversees the House of Commons and its administration. And it's generally nonpartisan. It's literally designed to help make sure that the precinct is secure, that members of Parliament have the services they need to do their jobs, and it's been brought up multiple times at that committee, the strain that hybrid sittings place on our translation services, because the translators have a very difficult job. They have to listen at a very, very specific sound level, and they have to be able to hear what's being said and speak out the translation in real time. It's not like they get copies of speeches and can transcribe it into the other language and then just read it out. So they have to simultaneously listen and speak at the same time. And we have had a surprising number of workplace injuries because members of Parliament get up to speak and maybe they're a little bit too close to the microphone, or maybe they start off too loudly. Maybe their headset isn't calibrated properly. And so our translators get that initial blast of sound. And over time, we have had an unfortunate number of translators, interpreters, who have had to go on leave or have been put on medical leave because of those injuries. So as a result, our pool of available translators has shrunk, and it's now incredibly difficult for the House to find adequate levels of human resources for hybrid parliaments, and while at the same time providing the same for committees. And the reason why I bring this up, Madam Speaker, is because of the nature of the importance of deliberations in the chamber. The House of Commons itself is always given the first right of refusal on human resources. That means that we will always have the translation services available to the House. And where do they get those services when human resources are stretched thin? Well, they get it from committees, Madam Speaker. And I know that lots of colleagues in the chamber right now who sit on committees. How many of you have had a committee meeting canceled at the last moment over the last few months because of a lack of resources? I'm sure every single member has experienced that. And what often is the case is when the government extends the hours, say by 6 or 7 hours in the evening, well, suddenly the House administration has to scramble and reallocate those translators. And as a result, committees get canceled. Now, why would the Liberals want committees to get canceled? The Prime Minister hates parliamentary committees, Mr. Speaker. And it's not hard to understand why. Because it's at committee where we have exposed the most egregious examples of waste, corruption, and mismanagement. And we're able to really pour through the spending, the contracts, the hypocrisies in government programs or in terms of economic mismanagement. And we've had incredible breaking news, bombshell reports that come out at committee when we catch one minister saying something that has been denied by another minister, or where we get a look at those contracts that have been awarded to Liberal insiders, or where we hear expert testimonies that testimony.
A point of order from the honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hate to interrupt the opposition House Leader, but I just think it's interesting that we're talking about interpreters who do really important work, and we're almost suggesting that it's them who is causing committees to be cancelled when it's actually Conservative filibusters that have been calling.
I think we're defending into debate. I'd be more than happy to let the member for Waterloo ask a question once the speech is done. The honourable the opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know my honourable colleague has chaired a committee that often has to hear about the strain on House resources. So she would know that by no means is it the translator's fault. It's the government's fault when they don't properly allocate their resources or when they make these decisions at the last minute, causing committees to be
the honourable member for Waterloo has another point of order.
I do. I just want to say that when it comes to the relevance of the topic and wanting all members and all parties to agree, that it's important that the member find a way forward rather than.
I think the honourable member still is defending into debate. More than welcome to ask a question once the speech is done. The honourable opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the British Parliament, members of Parliament are able to ask questions and comments during the speech by asking if the member with the floor would give way or yield. But we don't have that system here. When I'm finished, the honourable member could ask me questions or provide comments, and then I'd be happy to respond to her, but not during my speech itself. So, and of course, she might have a turn to speak if the government House Leader has her on his list of members on his side to speak to it. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I think I was right about the point of the time where I was talking about how much the Prime Minister hates committees, because that's where the most egregious forms of his waste and mismanagement are exposed to Canadians. And that's why our common sense proposal is to say, let's keep participation in the House in person. Let's at least say that when you're in the House, when you want to intervene, when you want something on the official record, you want to give a speech on behalf of your constituents, do that in the chamber. Now, committees, we could allow to continue in a hybrid format. We've got lots of expert witnesses who it might not make sense to fly them all the way to Ottawa, put them up for several days in a hotel, and then fly them all the way back if they're really just required to give testimony for an hour or two. So we recognize the reasonableness of that particular proposal. And doing it that way, separating the hybrid parliament from the hybrid chamber from hybrid committees would have completely eased the strain on the translation services. But that proposal was rejected. We also, I also just want to address something that the House Leader referenced, talking about, he actually was making one of the points I was going to make for me, and then he kind of glossed over it in I believe, an insincere way. Talked about the parliamentary precinct and life in Parliament, and how our day-to-day routines actually help a lot of work get done outside of what I'm doing right now, which is speaking to legislation. I just had an example of this, Mr. Speaker. I've got an issue in my riding that I've been trying to get a government minister to address, and often it takes days and days to get a response back from a minister's staff. Obviously, they're handling a lot of different files, and so sometimes when you put a request in, it takes sometimes 5 to 7 days to get a response back. But when I see the minister, the speaker was welcoming, I believe it was the Portuguese ambassador. I happened to be in the same room. I could get an answer right away. I could say, look, I haven't heard back yet. I've got this important issue. I've spoken to you about it before. I haven't heard back. Can we get together tomorrow? And the answer was yes. So all those types of meetings, all those types of ability to advance files, the ability to move something along, or to have things addressed, whether it's a program or whether it's a project and someone's writing, that's lost if ministers aren't physically here.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, point of order from the honourable member for King Vaughan.
My colleague over the conversation at the back. Can we keep it down, please? Thank you.
I'll remind folks that the honourable member for Regina Capel does have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you to my honourable colleague for that. The point being, Mr. Speaker, is that there is a lot of work, important work, that gets done in the parliamentary precinct outside of the official proceedings of a committee or the House of Commons. And that's lost when ministers are able to literally phone it in, when they're able to stay in their ridings, not be here. It's a lot easier for them to put up those gatekeepers of their staff and their departmental officials to prevent members of Parliament literally getting right in front of them and saying, look, take a look at this. This is an important problem with what you're doing, or something that you've overlooked. And that's not nothing. Those aren't just like small peripheral issues. A great deal of what members of Parliament do is advocate for their constituents outside of debate, outside of giving speeches in the chamber. And so we need to be able to have that access to government ministers, not just through the phone or through intermediaries like staff. We also propose that at committees, while we would have supported hybrid committee meetings, that when ministers come with their officials, that they should testify in person for similar reasons. Mr. Speaker, I think at this point I will move on to what our proposed solution is, which is to make a series of amendments to what the government has proposed. These are common sense proposals that will alleviate the concerns that we have while still addressing some of the benefits of having a little bit of flexibility around the parliamentary routine. So, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for King Vaughan, that the motion be amended, A, by deleting paragraphs A and B and substituting the following. A, the proposed amendments to the standing orders laid upon the table on June 8th, 2023, sessional paper number 8525-441-30, be adopted on a provisional basis with the following changes. 1, that the proposed amendments to standing orders 11, bracket 1, bracket B, 16, bracket 4, 17, 26 bracket 2, 31, 43 bracket 2 bracket B, 52 bracket 3, 53 bracket 4, 56.1 bracket 3, 56.2 bracket 2, 57, 62, 74 bracket 2 bracket B, 78, 1, 2A and 3A, 83 bracket 2, 95 bracket 1 and 2, 98 bracket 3 bracket A, and 106 bracket 4 be deleted. 2, that the proposed new standing order 15.1 be amended by deleting the words "the House and its." 3, that the proposed new standing order 32.2 be amended, A, by adding the words "in his or her place in the House" after the word "may," and B, by replacing the words "for members participating remotely, the document is," with the words "documents presented in electronic format shall be." 4, that the proposed new standing order 35 bracket 1 be amended by adding the words, quote, "standing in their places" after the words, quote, "made by members." 5, that the proposed new standing order 36 bracket 6 be amended by adding the words "in his or her place in the House" after the words "present a petition." 6, that the proposed amendment to standing order 45 be amended, A, by replacing the words "that standing order 45 be replaced with the following," with the word "that standing orders 45.3 to 8 be replaced with the following." B, by deleting the proposed new standing orders 45.1 and 2. C, by deleting in the proposed new standing order 45 bracket 11 the words "whether participating in person or remotely." D, by deleting the proposed new standing order 45.12D, and E, in the proposed new standing order 45.12E, by deleting all the words after the words "using the electronic voting system" and substituting the following: "the Speaker shall determine whether the member's visual identity was sufficiently confirmed." 7, that the proposed new standing order 122.1 be amended by adding the words "provided that members of Parliament and officials of government departments or agencies of the House of Commons administration appearing as witnesses appear in person." And 8, that the proposed amendment to paragraph...
Just a moment. Apparently there's no interpretation.
Order. Order. Okay, I want to speak English and hope that translation is happening. There you go. Apologize to the Honourable Opposition House Leader. Maybe back up a little bit, just to make sure. I don't know where it let go, so I'm not going to ask to start over, but maybe back up a paragraph or two. The Honourable here for the Opposition.
To be safe, I'll go back one paragraph, Mr. Speaker. 7, that the proposed new standing order 122.1 be amended by adding the words "provided that members of Parliament and officials of government departments or agencies or the House of Commons administration appearing as witnesses appear in person." And 8, that the proposed amendment to paragraph 56.2c of the Code of Conduct for members of the House of Commons, sexual harassment between members, be amended by replacing the words "debate has..."
Point of order, the Honourable Member for La Prairie. I am certain that it's important and it's interesting what he is reading. The problem is that the interpreter is saying that it's being read too quickly and she's not able to interpret it. And maybe he could go more slowly so that we would be able to follow, because we're interested to hear what the member has to say. I appreciate the intervention.
From the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Because at Procedure and House Affairs Committee, we've been trying to make the systems better in this place. Sometimes when something is drafted, it's easier to share it with the interpreters, and then they have a little bit of an easier go at providing it in both official language. Just a friendly suggestion to the Opposition House Leader.
Bruce Gray Owen Sounds also standing on the same point of order.
Same point of order. That has been done. The interpreters do have a copy of the amendment that the Honourable House Leader of the opposition is speaking to, Mr. Speaker.
Other member for South Okanagan, or North Okanagan, Shuswap.
A slightly different point of order, Mr. Speaker, and I did notice that you motioned for the members at the far end of the chamber to try and quiet down, but the former government House Leader should know that decorum is expected in the House, and respect for the person with the floor should be shown, because I'm only halfway in between and I can't hear what the member is saying over top of the kibitzing that's going on between the basically government, NDP and Liberal government members in the opposite end of the chamber here.
Thank you. Thank you. That is defending into a little bit of debate. But I will remind folks to keep the chatter to a minimum, especially while there's an amendment being read in so that we're able to hear it to make sure that it is in order. The Honourable House Leader for the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will continue, and I do appreciate the reminder from my colleague. Sometimes when I'm reading a very lengthy technical document, I tend to speed up to get through it quickly, but I could appreciate that would pose an extra challenge to the interpreters. And as my colleague indicated, a text of this was prepared. The table did have some changes at the last minute to make sure that they were procedurally proper. So that may be why the translators might not have a working copy of what I'm actually reading. So I will just go back that one paragraph and slow it right down. Okay, 7. That the proposed new Standing Order 122.1 be amended by adding the words, provided that members of Parliament and officials of government departments or agencies or the House of Commons administration appearing as witnesses appear in person. And 8, that the proposed amendment to paragraph 56(2)(c) of the Code of Conduct for members of the House of Commons, sexual harassment between members, be amended by replacing the words, debate has collapsed, with the words, no member rises to speak. And the said standing orders shall come into force on June 24th, 2023, or upon the adoption of this order, whichever is later, and shall expire 1 year after the opening of the 45th Parliament. And B, the provisional changes made to Standing Orders 104, 108, and 114, adopted on December 2nd, 2021, as well as the following amendment to Standing Order 106.4, shall remain in effect for the duration of the 44th Parliament. Quote, that Standing Order 106.4 be replaced with the following. Quote, 4, within 5 days of the receipt by the clerk of a standing committee of a request filed by any 4 members of the said committee representing at least 2 recognized political parties, the chair of the said committee shall convene such a meeting, provided that 48 hours notice is given of the meeting. For the purposes of this section, the reasons for convening such a meeting shall be stated in the request. And B, by adding the following new paragraph. E, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be instructed to report no later than on Friday, December 8th, 2023, on recommendations for 1, a new standing order concerning remote participants' audio standards along the lines it proposed in Recommendation 5 of its 20th report, presented to the House on Monday, January 30th, 2023. 2, amendments to Standing Order 45 concerning members voting remotely who experience technical difficulties with the remote voting application. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, I only wish. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Roberts, moves that the motion be amended. A, by deleting paragraphs. May I dispense? Thank you. Well, I'm going to keep going here just in case. There you go. The motion is in order. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to give maybe a bit of a different perspective in the sense, as a parliamentarian for about 30 years now, the vast majority of those years were in opposition. Very much aware of the importance of opposition tools and how important it is to ensure that those tools are in fact protected. And I've had the opportunity to go through this, as I know the member opposite has. And there's nothing within this motion that the government is proposing, which is supported by the Bloc and by the NDP and I assume by the Green members, that in any way prevents opposition from being able to use tools to hammer home whatever their point might be. One can speculate on a few things, sure, but if from an opposition's point of view, in my 20-plus years of experience of being in opposition, I don't quite understand what it is that's within this legislation that the member opposite or the Conservatives believe will prevent the opposition from being able to do their job specifically. Can the member give a clear indication what specific issue will prevent the opposition from being able to do their job?
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, first of all, I should point out I was kind of expecting a question from the chair of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, because she had a lot to say while I was speaking, and now she didn't rise to seek the floor for a question. But I believe I covered that. I talked about how anytime the Liberals are messing with the standing orders, you have to have your guard up because they have used it before. They've tried to take tools away. So absolutely we don't trust their motives from day one, especially when they're not going to do it with consensus, when they're going to unilaterally impose it because they have a partner in the costly coalition with the NDP. I talked about committees. How many committees have been canceled? Committees where we are in the middle of investigating Liberal corruption and mismanagement, and suddenly the committee meeting gets canceled because resources have to get allocated. Now, when the government wants to have its committee meetings continue, they always find a way to have resources for their priorities. Committee meetings that are investigating Liberal mismanagement get canceled. Committee meetings for continuing debate to ram through clause-by-clause consideration or to quickly move legislation out of the committee back in the chamber, magically has resources available to it. So that's the most important point. The third point that I made was it really does limit the ability of members of Parliament to interact personally with ministers. That is an important part of being a member of Parliament. Debate is important. Bills are important, but being able to go sit down with the minister and say, hey, I've asked your officials for weeks why this constituent was denied access or was rejected from an application, and your officials haven't been able to get back to me with anything. I'm able to do that. On a weekly basis, I do that, whether it's immigration, whether it's Canada Post, whether it's any number of issues. And if ministers are constantly using remote options and hybrid, members are going to lose that ability.
I don't shut people off. I've never have. So I let people speak out. So if people don't like the way I do it, then maybe they should talk to me. I can cut everybody off at 1 minute, or I can let people actually get their thoughts out. That goes with the questions, and that goes with the answers. Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, historically in the House, when there are changes to the standing orders, there's a consensus. There's an attempt to seek consensus. I haven't seen any such attempt in this case. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Why? Say so. No.
Yes, there's a lot of side conversations going on all corners, in all corners. So,
and have a serious conversation about what's actually happening here on the floor of the House of Commons. L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, usually there's an attempt made to find consensus, and I don't think the Government House Leader tried to do that in this case. Does the leader of the opposition House Leader feel that such an attempt was made with the Conservatives? Was any hand reached out to your party? The Honourable Member.
And I really do appreciate my colleagues' perspective on this. We have a lot of differences between our two parties. There's a lot that we disagree on, but we both recognize that when a government is going to come in and change the rules of the game, you really do need consensus. I mean, imagine a scenario in a sports league where one team had an advantage and then tried to get the league commissioner to change the nature of the sport itself or the action itself to benefit one team over the rest of the teams. That is analogous to what's being done here. And right from the get-go, this was presented as a fait accompli, that what the government wanted, they had already secured with the NDP, and it was a take it or leave it type of proposal. And we were told right up front, if we were trying to take away any of the things around remote participation in the chamber or other ancillary aspects, that they were going to go ahead with it anyway. That's not the way to bring parties together for the betterment of this institution.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to the member's speech, and I find it a little bit rich for the member to say that hybrid is problematic because of the issues around interpretation. Now, I noted last week, Mr. Speaker, that in the House, when we were doing votes, that many of the Conservative members were actually out in the lobby, just steps away from the chamber. Instead of coming in to do the vote, they were doing it through hybrid. Worse still, they weren't actually using the proper headsets, hurting the interpreters with their ability to do the interpretation, even though the speaker repeatedly told them to either just give a thumbs up or thumbs down on their vote. They refused to listen. They talked anyway without the proper headsets. So now they're saying, oh, you know, this is not working. Now, the way in which the members talked about in terms of resources, do you want to talk about wasting resources? I sit on the Immigration Committee, and you know what the Conservatives did? They wasted 30 hours debating Bill S-245 on Lost Canadians, and so that we can't get on with the business. Talk about wasting resources. Now, on the question about hybrid, I have to say this. You think that from the Conservatives, the way that they were talking, that is the only mechanism that people can only use Zoom to do our business, and that is not.
I think we have a point of order. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member just spoke about Conservatives where they were at on the vote, and I thought we weren't allowed to say where people were or aren't when they do a vote. So could you please clarify that for the honourable member?
I think it was in video that people are actually voting online, so I think it was that's okay whether you're online. So I'm going to allow the honourable member Vancouver East just a reminder to wrap up so we can maybe get a couple of the questions in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, on the question around hybrid, the way in which the member was speaking, it was almost as though the only option is for members of Parliament to not show up in the chamber here to do the work. That is not the case. Hybrid is meant to allow for people to have an option. So myself, for example, actually got COVID. I had to be in quarantine, and what did I do? I used hybrid because there was important work that I had to get done both in this House as well as at committee. And that is the whole purpose here, to facilitate a process so that people can use that option. Why are the Conservatives opposed to allowing for people to use different options to fully participate in this House?
The Honourable House Leader for the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, I'm not sure exactly what caused so many members to have challenges with the voting app. I would point out to the honourable member that whatever concerns she may have had about people clarifying their vote through a hybrid mechanism wouldn't be required if we didn't have hybrid. If members had to be here physically, then obviously that would happen. So if she was vexed by the amount of time that may have taken, not proceeding with hybrid participation would probably solve that problem.
Yes, yes.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, because I've been waiting for it. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, you're not the only one who's been waiting for it. And I do have to say that I really have appreciated always working with the opposition House Leader. And I do remember when I became the House Leader, it was almost on that very same day or maybe the next day that he had shared that he would no longer be the House Leader. And I did kind of take it personally. And so I think being the chair of PROC, him being the opposition House Leader, provides us an opportunity to work together. And I will just say that at Procedure and House Affairs, you know, this is a matter that we've taken really seriously, the way the House functions. We've also really pondered how do we make sure interpreters can do their work. We've tried to provide some good suggestions for standing orders, and the list goes on. Right now at Procedure and House Affairs Committee, we are seized with a really important question of privilege. And as much as we would like to see us respond to that question of privilege, unfortunately, the list of witnesses that keep coming from Conservative members continues to grow. And just today in question period, the member rose wanting a response to his question of privilege. I believe every question deserves an answer, and so I would like to see a response provided, but he really should be talking to his fellow Conservative colleagues, because most members would like to see that response happen. So the point that I am making, and it's interesting because they talk about heckling, and yet they do it so well. And I've been watching this House for so many years off the TV screen, watching Conservatives heckle, and that's maybe why I've learned a trick or two. And now I see the member for Perth Wellington doing such a good job chirping at me, and it's not just in this House that he does it, and I welcome it. But I will continue on my point. My point that I would like to make, and the question I would ask of the member, is that many stories have been shared in regards to when members might use hybrid. I have been really lucky where I have been able to be in the House every single time I needed to be in the House. Every single time committee was called, a 106.4 was called, I was able to change my schedule at oftentimes saying no to my own constituents to ensure that I took those responsibilities seriously. But sometimes, and we've heard some stories, that's just not the case. And it might be because you got sick. It might be because there was a wildfire in your community. It might be because there was a flood and people lost their homes and everything that they've known. It might have been a mass shooting in a mosque, a place of worship, where someone thought they would go offer a simple prayer, probably not for themselves, but those around them, and they didn't come home.
Well, I just want to say we are out of time, but I want to maybe let the honourable member. Well, I have the time in the clock, so at some point I do have to cut someone off. I will let the honourable member maybe ask a question. The honourable member for Waterloo.
So my question that I was getting to with those examples was really about, what does the member think? And I know he's had many experiences within his own benches. We've seen members of all parties be online. When it comes to those moments where a member does need to use the hybrid capacity, does he agree that an honourable member is responsible for those decisions and that their constituents would at the end of the day be the decision makers as to whether a member takes their responsibilities seriously or not? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader Rocham.
Mr. Speaker, our main point is just that this is a massive overhaul to the standing orders. Our House of Commons has been operating pretty much the way it has been in terms of members being physically present, how we conduct votes through 2 world wars, the Great Depression, the turbulent 60s and 70s, everything from a terrorist shooting here on the precinct itself. And our point is this, that when you're making this level of changes and you're going to make them permanent, you have to do it by consensus. And we would have agreed. We would have said, okay, you know what? We have our reservations with hybrid participation in the House, but if you enact a sunset clause where we know that there'll be time for the unintended consequences to be determined, that a future Parliament would say, okay, well, we're not going to renew them, or we will if we amend them, we would have gone along with it. We could have had that consensus. We were willing to set aside some of our reservations for the very points that some of the colleagues have raised, as long as there's that safety valve of a sunset clause to make sure that something doesn't get entrenched that has a negative impact on the way parliamentarians fulfill their duties without the making it so difficult to change back.
Resuming debate, the member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was under the impression that I would never get my turn to speak. In October 2019, the leader asked me to be the House leader for my party, and I learned how this place works. And I can say that it was a steep learning curve to start, because one of the first things that we had to deal with was COVID. So when March 2020 came along, it was an exceptional situation. You may remember, Mr. Speaker, but the country was basically shut down. People were faced with an extremely virulent virus, and the question was, what do we do? Do we stop sitting? Do we continue sitting? And if we do keep sitting, in what circumstances should we sit? And that is when, well, and I must say that I'm very happy to have experienced that, because the government House leader, who is now the Minister of Heritage, said, member for La Prairie, he said, listen, things are we're at a crisis, and we must try to work together to save the country, and because the situation was absolutely disastrous. We were in that situation, but we remained sanguine, and we talked together, and we came to an agreement. And I must acknowledge the work of the technicians and, of course, the interpreters as well, and the staff of the House. They really did do exceptional work to enable us to continue to sit so that we could table legislation that would help people get through the pandemic. So there was consensus, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'm trying to get at. Despite the fact that it was an extremely difficult situation, we were able to agree with one another. And the government House Leader wanted consensus, and I could feel that. Then there were successive waves of the pandemic, but we kept striving for consensus. And one thing that we started doing was negotiating or discussing motions that were time limited. We're going to do this for this year, and then we'll see in a year what the situation is. And I remember that in 2019, the Liberal government was a minority government. There were elections in 2021, and I'll give you the results of those of the election in 2021. You may have forgotten. The Liberal Party got 160 seats, the Conservative Party 119, the Bloc Québécois 32, the NDP 25, Green Party 2 seats. And you need 170 seats for a majority, and the Liberals had 160. They are a minority government, just as they were from 2019 to 2021. And at the time, they did behave like a minority government. They sought agreements with one party or another, trying to find consensus. The Canadians gave the government a minority mandate. And the first thing they tried to do was to find a friend so that they could artificially create a majority government. So the Liberals found their NDP friends. They gave them dental insurance, and really, the legislation was not very carefully done, and I said it at the time, and I'll say it again, but that's how the Liberals got a majority-like government. So listen, instead of stating we are a minority government and reaching out to parties like the Bloc Québécois, they created the situation for them. And when that happened, we could tell that there was a rise in arrogance. There were more and more instances of time allocation. Discussions aren't really taking place very much with the Bloc Québécois, for example. But it is crucial to attempt to find consensus. And this particular issue is about how Parliament is going to work. It's not just a matter of what color pencils we're going to use. This is extremely important, and throughout history, when it is an issue of the standing orders that affect parliamentary business, I can tell you that consensus has been sought. But here we have a motion, and it is permanent. This motion will change Parliament permanently, and this is the first time this happens. And so we get this motion that says this is how things are going to work. A few months ago, the government House Leader said, listen, if you have any suggestions, please send them to me and we'll talk about it. Well, we prepared the suggestions, but he never asked for them again, and the whip is here to back me up. And in fact, no, this is the motion. Without further ado, that is the respect that the government has for opposition parties, Mr. Speaker. They changed the rules without obtaining consensus. And what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? What that means is that, well, yeah, I mean, they're in a good mood because really they like to talk about how well the Liberals master democracy. But here we are in a situation where the rules are being changed permanently. And what does that mean? They are creating a precedent. That means that in 5, 10, 15 years, I mean, I'm not trying to predict the future here, but at some point, the Liberals will not be the government anymore. So the Conservative government will become the government. And well, the only thing I know for sure is that the Bloc Québécois will never form the government. But it could be the Conservatives. And imagine the Conservatives have a majority government. And they might decide to wake up one morning and say, listen, here are the rules that are going to be used in this place hereafter. But then the Liberals are going to say, whoa, you have to seek consensus. But maybe at that point, what they're going to be told, well, haven't you done exactly the same thing? Who are you to speak? So all I'm trying to say is that this creates a precedent, and that is dangerous. And what does that mean? It means that we will continue with hybrid parliament partially. And there was a member for the NDP who said, well, I had COVID, it was awful, but I wanted to keep working anyway, and I think that's absolutely fine. But whenever I mentioned it to the government, I would say that virtual parliament must be the exception and not the rule. So, are we saying never any virtual parliament? No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying that it has to be used parsimoniously. It has to be used as an exception. It can't just be because somebody has a little cold or has a bad haircut that they decide to appear virtually. It has to be for a good reason. You make sure that you have a way of showing up and proceeding in the way that is supposed to be. Then if people have to participate virtually, well, then it has to be for a good reason. That should be the foundation for this. And I was willing to negotiate. We didn't come with our suggestions and say that it has to be this way or the highway. We can discuss and find solutions. That's what we want. We want to find solutions, and we haven't heard solutions. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, I heard the Government House Leader's speech, and it made me uncomfortable. I won't go into it at length, but I have to say that when I listened to him, it is difficult for some members, but there's, when you become a member, when you run for your riding, it's not like it's a big surprise that you have to be present in the House of Commons. 155 years ago, it was established, and it's been working and that way ever since. So, yes, you have a family. I mean, yes, you do your best, but it's not a surprise. That is the way it works. Members appear here in the House. And as our whip always says, yes, it's important to listen to people and to try to accommodate people. Of course, there has to be flexibility for people who have children, for example, so that there can be a family life and there can be a work-family balance. But listen, this has been going on for 156 years. And we can find a way of working with schedules, for example. There can be arrangements here in Parliament to facilitate the work of mothers or fathers who have children. And there is a way of talking about this, of examining it and trying to solve the problem. It may not have been a problem that we had way back when, but we do want to try to find a way of ensuring work-life balance for parliamentarians. We could talk about it, but no. The Government House Leader says, no, this is what I have seen, and here's my solution. Like, really? Isn't it possible to sit down with people and work together to find solutions? Because I'm sure if you talk to the Conservatives and the NDP and even the Liberals and to us, it would have been possible to find solutions for work-life balance. There are young mothers in our party too, and they are incredible. They managed to do it, and we can provide even more solutions for them. I mean, of course, it could be virtual from time to time, but we should talk about it before saying, listen, it's virtual, you have no choice. So really, there isn't a lot of room to be able to negotiate any improvements. There's the electronic vote, for example. So if you ask us if we agree with it, but of course we are. But always? Well, no. We think that if it is a confidence vote, it should be here in person. Because if the vote means that the government will fall, well, I think that it's an occasion where people should, get themselves into the House and vote in person. During COVID, there were ministers who weren't often there. Well, there was a pandemic, and that's understandable. But when the pandemic was starting to wane, there were still ministers who thought that it was fine to appear virtually. But I think that ministers and those who answer questions, or the ministers who go to committees, must be accountable and must be present in the House to answer questions. There's a colleague who earlier was saying that when we are present in the House, we are better able to do our work. We can meet with the ministers, for example. And really, the ministers are great. They're nice. They like to talk to us. They're human beings. If you're polite with them, they're polite with you. And so you can talk to them within 30 seconds here in the House. That's fine. It works. So we can approach them and talk to them. There were some colleagues who were saying, yeah, you could give them a call. Yes, it's possible, but it's actually harder to get a minister on the phone than to cross the House and meet with them in person. I'm not saying that the ministers don't answer their phones. I'm just saying that it's simpler for everyone to be present in the House so that we can do our job properly. I can read you something about the work of a member when working virtually. Kathy Brock, who is in charge of research at Queen's in her area, and she was a witness at PROC, and she said that when members participate virtually in hybrid debates, there's a certain power dynamic that means that the ministers and the opposition critics are really at the forefront, and simple members are shifted to the sidelines. So that was a witness in committee. This reader told us that, in fact, it's really a power dynamic that changes. So, yes, it's not just a question of asking the ministers. It's also the presence and the contribution of regular members and talking about motions that are tabled in the House. I know that, there are discussions that take place about sometimes the work that's going on in committee. And it's easy to see people and ask them just a question about what's happening if they are here present in the House. There is another thing. PROC tabled a report with suggestions, and I could read it to you, Mr. Speaker, but there were suggestions to justify the presence of ministers in the House for accountability purposes. And PROC stated that it was necessary for ministers to be there. And the government that had committed to observing the suggestions of the PROC report did not take those suggestions into account. It's problematic. Now, interpretation now. My colleague will be going into that further later, but we've seen it with COVID, with virtual parliament. The use of French in debates has gone down significantly, and I've witnessed it. So people are being encouraged more and more to speak English, and we can hear it from the Liberals and everyone who say that there are two official languages in Canada, French and English. But I have bad news for you, Mr. Speaker, and that is that the use of virtual platforms is has a negative impact on the use of French. There are figures, and they tell us a lot. So democracy will be harmed by this behavior. And there's the issue of foreign interference, for example, that is an attack on democracy. And the majority of the House, with the opposition parties, and I would say that earlier the opposition House leader was saying that when there's an agreement between the Bloc, the NDP, and the Conservatives, well, the issue has to be significant because there may be some similarities between us, but really not that many. So it takes a public inquiry to protect democracy in a context where the government is saying, well, I know what we need, but it's not necessarily what is needed. I'm hoping that the Liberals will change their minds now that Mr. Johnston has withdrawn himself. But I'm saying that really what we see, what is problematic with the government's behavior is that they do not always take democracy seriously. I am being careful with my words because I do not want to shock anyone, but that is something that I have noticed. And I must say that in addition to all of this, we have the hybrid parliament situation where here we are creating a precedent and where democracy is going to be harmed by this behavior. It's part of what the Liberal government wants, a government that is easier to lead. But what's strange, I mean, I say it's surprising, but nothing surprises me anymore, but the NDP is supporting something that removes some of the power from the opposition, and that could become problematic in the fairly near future. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, and I will have a sub-amendment to table if I can find it. So I would like to say that the government is creating a precedent. The government is creating a future that could be difficult using extremely rare behavior that is exceptionally objectionable. And we cannot let this happen. I am asking the government House leader, I know him, and I'm convinced that when he hears the comments today, he will change tacks and will actually grasp the hand that we are reaching out to ask for consensus, and that consensus will benefit our parliamentary life. And imagine, I respect institutions because I believe in the independence of Quebec. So imagine how much more weight that carries. So I have an amendment that I will read slowly so that the interpreters can hear it, but they may already have a copy of it. And that is that the amendment to Section 45 of the bylaw be modified by adding the standing orders be modified by adding the following 45:13. Notwithstanding paragraph 12 of this section, it is mandatory for members to participate in person for the taking of recorded votes on any matter involving confidence when explicitly stated by the government, or for the adoption of interim supply, the adoption of estimates, budget policy, and the address and reply to the speech from the throne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Terrien.
De Bellefeuille. Pas besoin de lire.
Dispense? Okay. It is not in order. The sub-amendment is not in order.
L'amendement doit porter strictement sur la...
It must have to do strictly with the corresponding amendment and not the main text of the motion. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very interesting speech. A number of points I agree with, but other points I agree with less. Talking about being in agreement, I love to be in the House to give my speech. It's much more motivating, as you've shown here tonight, how we can really have enthusiasm and express our feelings, our questions, and it makes for a better debate. There's no doubt about it. I agree with that. I also love being here in the House like him. The only thing I need to admit, and maybe there's food for thought, we could reflect on this. I'll be honest with you. You're in the opposition. Your arguments are different than mine. On a very important point, in 2015, when I arrived here in the House, in 2015 and 2019, majority government in the House with veterans, my predecessor, Peter Stouffer, who was recognized for standing up for veterans, he told me, Daryl, you're not here at dinner. You're not here for a night with veterans. Mr. Stouffer, you were here. He was there. You don't represent us like him. I couldn't be there because there could have been a vote in the House and our government could have fallen. So when you're in the opposition, like my predecessor, it was easy. He could stay home for a day, for an event. He could attend activities and then come back to the House. And that's very efficient. But so here, I'm here 99% of the time. But when I'm not here, if there's an event, if there's an illness, I don't have to spend 3 days at the dentist. I'm so excited. Some people tell me, is it not more efficient when you have hybrid as an option, but only used as an exception? And that's why we have whips to tell us, hey, be there. But if you can't for whatever reason, I support you. I believe in you. I don't want to cut you off when you have good things to say, but we need to respect others. There are other people here who want to ask questions.
Share the time appropriately with one another. So just make sure we keep our questions and comments as reasonable as possible so I don't cut you off. I don't want to do that.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to admit that I love this member. Hearing him is always a pleasure. I recognize him. I thank him for his question. I'd say yes. We're not far from being on the same page. The bloc says it needs to be an exceptional situation. And for votes, for confidence votes, you need to be in the House. I'll say, Mr. Speaker, we don't have that many confidence votes. So I could tell my honourable colleague that we're not far. So what would that exception be? And that's what we wanted to work on. But with whom? We need someone to talk to, someone opposite us. Otherwise, we just seem like we're complaining, and that's not the case. So we're not far apart. And perhaps we can say, now we have the parliament we want. We can be with people, and people will be happy to see you because you're so pleasant. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. He works hard. The sound is cutting out a bit. I'm going to cut you off there. Your sound is not good.
I don't know what I'm going to ask you to do. Maybe just to speak, move the little mic a little further up towards your nose, just a little bit, because something's not working correctly. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to raise something with my colleague on 2 points. During the Harper years, there were ministers in the House, and it didn't matter. There were a few exceptions, like Jim Flaherty, and in general, ministers were not interested in answering questions from members. The second point is use of virtual votes, and I've noticed that Bloc members have used virtual votes more than other parties, so I find it a little bit contradictory that on the one hand, Bloc Québécois members use it more than other parties, but on the other hand, they don't seem to want to proceed with virtual parliament. I have a lot of respect for my colleague. Could he explain? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I say hi to my colleague. I don't understand the question, though, because the Leader of the Government knows very well that the Bloc Québécois agrees with virtual votes. So I can't explain something that I'm not putting forward. Virtual votes, the Bloc Québécois agrees with that. So we agree. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, in the speech by the Leader of the Official Opposition, he talked about there used to be consensus to make changes to the Standing Order. Between 2015 and 2018, the government, which was truly a majority government there, it wasn't a false majority, wanted to ensure that the House would sit from Monday to Thursday. Who agreed with the government, the majority government? Only the 10 Bloc members. The NDP wanted us to be here 5 days a week. That was very important. Same thing with the Conservatives. So what I'm thinking is that they didn't go forward. Why? Because there was no consensus of the House. So what has changed between 2015 and 2019, my first term, and now? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I thank my colleague for her question. She's quite correct. That has happened a number of times. In the year 2000, there was a similar situation that happened. The government in place was putting forward changes to the Standing Order that had to do with Parliament. And a number of times, when they didn't have consensus, they preferred to withdraw their request because they felt there needed to be consensus, because otherwise everybody could start fiddling around and you could end up with a situation where Parliament doesn't function as intended, and it could be in the hands of a majority government. Makes no sense. And if you look at the history of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, you'll see that it's not just that example. There are many examples where the government didn't have consensus and threw in the towel, did not go forward with the proposed changes to respect consensus. What has changed? I don't know.
Just 22 seconds left. The Honourable Member for Waterloo. Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll say thank you to our colleague for the words he shared. Even though he's wearing jeans today, I don't think that's professional clothing, but I will continue with my question. I agree that we need to find consensus. I think sometimes we can't. So I'd like to know from the member, what is the way we can work together to find something that will work for more members? Because I think we agree that the voting application works. We want a hybrid system. We want to go forward in a way that everybody agrees with. So what is the way that perhaps we could work together better so that we can achieve that? Thank you. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll respond to her question, even though she's just wearing her socks. I've been saying since the beginning, it's no secret. And there's nothing written on my jeans, by the way. I like her a lot anyways. The solution is simple. We need to discuss and show respect for each other. I spoke with the government leader. He knows that every time he wants to talk to me, I'm there. The bloc is constructive. We're ready to discuss things and reach agreements and be reasonable. Often, he talks about the leader of the bloc in the media. The first thing he says is, the leader of the bloc is reasonable. He didn't even come to see me. He didn't even come see the reasonable person. He avoided me. Well, someone who's avoiding me, I can't negotiate with him. I'm reaching out and I'm waiting. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this important matter. I will, of course, give a bit of a history lesson later on, but I will continue on the roots of what we're establishing with hybrid parliament. The leader of the government in the House was quite correct a few minutes ago when he said that on March 13th, 2020, all of the parties gathered to suspend Parliament because we knew the epidemic was arriving and we knew we couldn't have 338 members in one room with COVID starting to spread throughout the country. On March 13th, we unanimously decided to suspend Parliament and then put in place what has become today the virtual Parliament we have, and which is shown as an example around the world. And there are other parliaments that have already permanently adopted these rules for virtual Parliament, hybrid Parliament. And today, we are discussing the next steps. I wanted to raise, because it's very rare in Parliament, we're not supposed to talk about absences, but at the beginning of the pandemic, there was a COVID committee, and the House of Commons uniquely gave the rate of participation. That was June 23rd in the Globe and Mail at the time, June 2020. When we look at the participation rate, the highest rate for that COVID committee, once again, virtual Parliament but without votes at the time, 85% of NDP members were participating. It was extremely high for NDP members. Second place was for the Liberals, 76%, as the Globe and Mail wrote in June 2020. The Bloc Québécois was 73% at that time in 2020. But the lowest rate of participation at that time, there was some controversy about it. It was Conservative Party members. It was just 47%. That was in June 2020. Today, 3 years later, we've beaten COVID in a number of regards, even though we still need to be very cautious and take health measures. But now we have the same calculation that can be done with virtual votes. In June 2023, we see, once again, with virtual votes, what's used the least. That is to say, who has the highest participation in the House? It's still the NDP, but tied with the Conservatives, 58%. The Liberals are at 65%, and the Bloc Québécois use virtual votes 80% of the time. So I think that gives an overview of how the NDP uses virtual Parliament and virtual votes. And the NDP has the highest rate of participation in both cases. So when people question with hybrid parliament, if it means we'll be less active at work, that's certainly not the case for the NDP. And the NDP members have proved that. And our leader, the member for Burnaby South, has proved that a number of times, that we're still here working, but we have exceptions, and I'll talk about those exceptions later on.
Mr. Speaker, given that the NDP has the highest attendance rate, both in terms of virtual parliament and in terms of the voting application in the House, we have to look at historically how we have come to this point where New Democrats support the idea of moving ahead with a hybrid parliament that has been tested now over the course of the last 3 years. And I'll mention, and I know you're well aware of this, Mr. Speaker, that historically we have changed the standing orders to reflect new technology and new trends. We have to just look at how Parliament functioned prior to the development of commercial air travel in this country, where what would happen? Somebody like me, 5,000 kilometers from Ottawa, a commute that even with air travel sometimes takes 24 hours. And when you think of the commute for northern members of parliament, rural members of parliament in British Columbia, both ends of the country, you can see that we're talking about commutes that are sometimes extremely demanding. But if we went back 100 years, a member of parliament for New Westminster at that time would have taken that slow train travel across country in mid-fall and basically set up lodgings in Ottawa. They would not come back to their ridings. They would not come back to British Columbia. They would spend the winter in Ottawa doing the work that we now do in a contemporary sense. And they would have done that for 4, 5, 6 months. Then in the spring, they would have taken that slow train back to see their constituents. Now, obviously, Mr. Speaker, at that time, for members of parliament to actively engage with their constituents, to be effective for their constituents, it's hard to do that if you haven't been in the constituency for 6 months. And with the development of commercial air travel, we changed the development of the parliamentary calendar. We no longer have that 6-month block where you're in Ottawa at the exclusion of your constituency. In fact, now we have constituency breaks, as you're well aware, Mr. Speaker. And because of those constituency breaks, we can be back in our ridings, meeting with our constituents who are fundamentally our bosses a lot more often. In other words, with the development of commercial air travel, we understood that the important role of a member of parliament was to be serving their constituents. And so we changed the standing orders, we changed the calendar, we developed a new system to respond to the ability of a member of parliament, even from New Westminster, Burnaby, and British Columbia, to be able to fly out and fly back and see their constituents and still do their work in Ottawa. What COVID has done is COVID has allowed us to innovate yet again. And we've seen the technologies that have allowed other parliaments to meet in a hybrid way, some members in person, other members participating online. And as a result of that, they've become more effective, more efficient. There is no doubt that a member of parliament who is in their constituency is going to be a lot better at responding to the needs of their constituents. And Mr. Speaker, I want to shout out to my staff team because they do tremendous work. We've helped thousands of constituents over the course of the last few years. The fact that we work together to help constituents with a wide variety of cases before the federal government, even consumer cases, and with other things that they need vital help for. This is the key part of the job. It is as important for me and for my constituents to be working in my riding as it is to do that valuable work in Ottawa. And so there's a balance that has to be maintained. And with the idea of a hybrid parliament, what we found over the last 3 years is that we can do that work more effectively. Now, the member for Vancouver East raised this question about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, about when she became sick with COVID. And the reality is many members of Parliament during the COVID pandemic became sick and were unable to come. In fact, we didn't want them in the House of Commons. We didn't want them spreading the virus. In fact, we didn't want the House of Commons to become a vector for the virus. So the reality is she was able, through hybrid parliament, even while sick, and this is the same case for every one of those members of Parliament who found themselves in similar situations, is able to vote, able to make her voice heard in the halls of power, in the House of Commons, even while being sick with COVID. And we know that COVID cases often lasts for weeks. That is also the case when we're talking about the serious issues that come up in our ridings, emergencies. And we're seeing this now because of climate change increasingly, floods, forest fires. We're seeing tragically right across this country an outbreak of spring fires that we have not seen the like of before. Mr. Speaker, I know with climate change as well, the heat dome, it fell over the Lower Mainland, killed dozens of my constituents and killed over 600 British Columbians, is another example of these tragic catastrophes that are happening increasingly because of climate change. We have the atmospheric rivers that have struck that cut British Columbia off from the rest of the country. And so the climatic, the catastrophic impacts of climate change are felt more and more often. And for a member of Parliament to then have to choose between serving their constituents, being able to advocate for their constituents, whether it's a forest fire ravaging and threatening some of the major towns or villages in their riding, or a heat dome that is settled over the city that is killing many of their constituents, or the floods that have hit so many parts of this country. Members of Parliament need to be able to intervene on behalf of their constituents. And it is a much more effective intervention if they can do it on the ground as they are with their constituents and they see the needs that are there. The government House Leader also mentioned another element, and this I understand from firsthand experience, and that is the family crises that we all live through as members of Parliament. I mean, we are all human beings. We are trying to get a job done on behalf of our constituents. We are trying to serve the country and build a country that we think really reflects the values that most of us share. But when family emergencies happen, up until COVID, there were incredibly stark choices presented to people. A member of Parliament who had a dying relative would have to choose whether or not whether they needed to be with that relative or whether they needed to serve their constituents. And we know that our constituents' needs are significant, and we need to be at all times trying to advocate for them. When my mother fell sick for the final time last year, I was able to participate through virtual Parliament. I was able to hold her hand as she passed away. And it was a heartbreaking and terrible time for my family. It was unbelievably difficult. But I could still do the work as well at the same time while being at her bedside. And these are the things that make a hybrid Parliament something that opens the door for far more Canadians, that they don't have to make those stark choices anymore, that they can, if they're sick, still serve their constituents. If there are emergencies in their riding, they can still serve their constituents. In fact, they can advocate for their constituents from that constituency, talking to their constituents. And in the event of family tragedies that we all struggle to get through, we still can do the work that is so important and be with with our family members and be with them and help them. This is the world's largest democracy. It's a 5,000 kilometer commute from my ride. But when we talk about members of parliament from northern British Columbia, from northern Canada, from Vancouver Island, they have an even further commute. And with air travel these days and the difficulty we're having with some of the networks with air travel, increasingly it is a somewhat challenging thing to get from the constituency to Ottawa. So given all of those elements, there is no doubt that a hybrid parliament makes the most sense. Now, there's been a number of issues that have been raised through this debate thus far. One debate issue that's been raised is the question of accessibility to ministers. In my experience under the Harper regime, when I lived firsthand with a majority government, there were exceptions, like Jim Flaherty, who is always available to talk, but quite frankly, most of the ministers weren't, even though we were in physical proximity, even though we were a few feet away, even though we approached them. In so many cases, there was a complete unwillingness to engage with members of the opposition. So that argument that somehow ministers will be more accessible if you are in physical proximity with them, that has certainly not been my experience. It was not my experience during those years. And quite frankly, if a minister wants to be accessible, they will be accessible whether we are 3 feet away or 3,000 kilometers away. They will take your call. That has been my experience. Secondly, the issue of whether or not this should be a permanent or something subject to a sunset clause. And quite frankly, parliaments make their decisions. There is no doubt about that. The reality is we've had 3 years to test this system. We know that there are still some improvements to make, but we know as well that the system works, that members of parliament can participate, they can vote, and it's done effectively. And this, for this, I pay tribute to the House of Commons administration, our IT staff, and the interpreting staff that do such a remarkable job each and every day. The reality is they created a system out of nothing at a time when it was critical to put in place provisions for a temporary virtual parliament and then a hybrid parliament. They put in the long hours to make sure that everything was functioning. And though we still have a lot of work to do to ensure the health and safety of interpreters who do a remarkable job and without whom our parliament simply could not function, we still have improvements to make, but the reality is the system is working very, very effectively. So if parliament reflects the country, if what we're trying to do is open the doors to people who have families, people who come from communities that aren't represented or underrepresented in the House of Commons, we need to make provisions like a hybrid parliament. It's not only more effective for the constituents, it's also effective in attracting people to political life, which is very demanding. We work 7 days a week. We sometimes work 20 hours a day. We need to make sure more Canadians have access to our political system and from diverse origins. And the way to do that is to have tools in place so that those new members, those upcoming members, those future members can really advocate on behalf of their constituents in the most effective way possible. So living in a country as vast and as diverse as ours, living in a country where a 5,000 kilometer commute is something you need to do to get to work, we need to ensure that we put in place all of these measures. We know that they've worked. They've worked very effectively. They were established by consensus, unanimously, And as a result of that, we're the better for it. So as far as the New Democrats are concerned, we believe this is an important innovation that should be continued. And that's why we'll be voting yes on this motion and putting in place a virtual parliament that can really serve the interests of all Canadians. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can expand on the idea that, work as a member of Parliament goes far beyond the work that's done here on the Hill in Ottawa. And I thought he was doing a wonderful job in terms of just talking about how it is members of Parliament can serve their constituents by being in their riding. And I think at times that point gets lost. I know that there are so many events and things that are happening in our communities where members of Parliament can, in fact, and do serve their constituents best. And when I look at the hybrid, I see it as a tool that enables better representation, overall better representation of the people that are electing us. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts on that aspect in terms of better quality representation opportunities by having a hybrid system.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
I thank the member for his question. He's never referred to anything I said as wonderful before, so I appreciate that. We generally tend to disagree, but on this, I think we do agree. And the reality is, over the last few years, my team and I have helped over 20,000 people in our riding with federal issues, yes, but also with consumer issues, with a wide variety of issues that aren't strictly speaking related to the federal government. But by being on the ground, by having such an active constituency office where we're constantly doing outreach, and by understanding what the needs of my community are, I'm better able to advocate for them. So being at home is really the most important part of ensuring that I'm fighting for good representation. And when you talk about confidence in supply, dental care, affordable housing, the grocery rebate, that all comes from understanding what my constituents' needs are and fighting for them in Ottawa.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the member talked about, the family issues that may arise for members who sit in the House, and I was listening attentively to that portion, but he must realize that in a hybrid parliament, should this continue on, and I'm hoping and not that every single backbencher in all parties should be aware of this, eventually we will have no constituency weeks. We have constituency weeks where we can go back into our ridings and hear from constituents, work on individual files that come back here. But in a hybrid parliament, why do we have constituency weeks? As someone who has 3 young kids, I have to sit here in an evening sitting, something that was agreed to by the other parties. So I can't give them a call on FaceTime, so I can't talk to them tonight. There are issues that will continue with hybrid parliaments. We'll continue getting more and more invites to events in the riding, and people in the ridings will expect us to do both works at the exact same time, do our legislative work in the House and do all of our constituency events at the same time. In fact, I see hybrid parliament as going after whatever family time we have left right now as parliamentarians. I'd like to hear him comment about that.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, I appreciate the member a great deal, but I beg to disagree on this. I mean, the reality is, and the NDP, I think, has proven this, both with having the highest attendance rate in the virtual parliament and the highest rate of in-person voting.
I think we have a point of order for the Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that this motion was forced through committee to come to this House. Quorum is required. I don't see quorum. Should we ring bells for quorum? Would you consider that, Mr. Speaker?
All is in order. We'll do a quick count here. We have quorum. We have the Honourable Member for Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can't be doing points of order after 6:30.
Okay, was just checking to make sure that was. I guess me and the parliamentary secretary missed that as well. Did you? Okay, I didn't hear you. Speak up so I can hear people. There you go. It's hard to believe in this house. There you go. Now I kind of lost track where I was. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby had the floor.
Thanks very much. And just responding to the member, as I mentioned, the NDP has the highest attendance rate in terms of virtual parliament, the highest rate in terms of in-person voting, tied with the Conservatives there. And so we believe you can do both things. The way the NDP functions, and for free advice, pass that on to other parties. Whip has to agree to any virtual voting or to participating as I am back in British Columbia. And so there's already a measure that is in place that ensures that folks have to have legitimate reasons in order to do this. But the reality is, without virtual parliament, don't have those choices. An emergency in your riding, you can't go to, or you can't go to it and ensure that you're representing your constituents. A family crisis, being sick means your constituents no longer have the right to representation. You can't speak out on their behalf, and you can't vote on their behalf if there is no hybrid.
I think we have another point of order. Lake Simcoe. We'll start there, because this is what I always get confused.
Thanks. I'm just, point of order, I'm just confused with the member online. If he has the highest attendance virtually, does that mean he has the worst attendance in Parliament?
I think that's just ending debate. And how about this? We'll just go on to the next question. We're going to go on to the next question. L'honorable député de Salaberry.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to get something clear. The Bloc Québécois is not opposed to these virtual votes. We're dealing with it at the Board of Internal Economy. We agree that there should be regulations about hybrid parliament. My question is this. Since the beginning, I have been watching this debate. There's been a lot of emotion, talk about families, but we're also talking about standing orders. Now, I am surprised by the fact that the NDP, which is unreservedly supporting this amendment, whereas there are some standing orders that will be permanently changed, and they will be extremely restrictive in some ways for the opposition. Now, there is the opposition motion which says that you will need a certain number of members to block a motion. But if we have quorum, then they can do it virtually if they don't have quorum in the House. Now, what I'd like to know if the leader of the NDP is in agreement with this. I remember one episode when the NDP was really upset and taken aback by the MyCare episode in the present standing orders, and what is proposed to be a permanent standing order is that the government doesn't have to work hard anymore to win a confidence vote. People will just have to, vote virtually. How is it that an opposition party such as his can accept these changes permanently?
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the whip of the Bloc Québécois, and I'm happy to hear that the Bloc is in favor of the electronic vote, because as I mentioned in my speech, the Bloc uses the electronic vote more than any other party in June 2023. It was 80%, which is far more than the other parties. So it is logical that they should support it. But I don't have the same reading of the motion that the member from the Bloc has. There are a number of safeguards in place. The NDP and the motion about the public inquiry into foreign interference. It was an NDP motion, and it was supported by the other opposition parties. The NDP continues to do its work as an opposition party. Resuming debate.
For Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just before I begin, I'd just like to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with the member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, sea to sky country. That's quite a fantastic name there. Mr. Speaker, I was first elected in 2015, and I was a young woman in this House, not really sure what parliamentary procedure was, how we function together, how do we represent our communities while also working here in Ottawa and the important work that we do here as legislators. And then I watched personally the former Member of Parliament, the late Member of Parliament, Marielle Boulanger, having to come into the House in some very, very late stages of ALS, just so that he could put forward his private member's bill to change the wording of the national anthem to make it more inclusive. I don't think there was a dry eye in the House when he did that. Later in the day, I watched him being taken away in an ambulance. It really got me thinking, Mr. Speaker, about how we do things here. I'm sure that 100 years ago, we did not have cameras in this place. 50 years ago, we didn't have a televised broadcasting of what happens in this House. These TV screens that are here are also very, very brand new. All of the changes, all of the progress that is happening in this House is for us to better serve our communities. It is for people who are in a situation like the late Marielle Boulanger to be able to put forward what their passion, their commitment to Canadians is, while also being able to take care of themselves, or being stuck in a situation where they can't physically be in the House. I watched the late Arnold Chan struggle to travel to Ottawa during his very, very difficult illness and then at his passing. I watched his family drive him up here on a regular basis because he couldn't fly. During the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, when we were on the fly to make sure that this House still functioned, that we were able to provide support to Canadians at the time that they needed it the most, we were able to host, as the chair of the Women's Caucus, I was able to lead a take-note debate on femicide that is happening in our country. We were able to do that virtually, even as the pandemic was raging. And we weren't able to physically collect here in this House to have that debate. It was a very, very important debate. It was midnight, and we got to hear from a lot of members of Parliament on that very, very important topic. We would not have been able to do so if we had not improvised and gotten with the program of what our reality is looking like. Mr. Speaker, change is inevitable. And change for the sake of change, yes, that should not happen. But change for a purpose is absolutely necessary. And if we don't change for a purpose, then we're not progressing together. The world is changing around us, Mr. Speaker, and I have had conversations with members of Parliament from all across the Commonwealth as to how our hybrid system is working for us. Canada's geographic state is very different from the rest of the world. We are thousands and thousands of kilometers apart from each other. We gather here in Ottawa. We sacrifice a lot of time that we could have spent with constituents, with family, with community events. We come here to debate legislature. If we are able to do that in a hybrid format, then why not? Mr. Speaker, I genuinely believe that each and every, or the majority of members in this House, are in this House for the reason of serving their community, for the reason of making sure that their communities are well represented in this House. Now, wouldn't it be great if we are able to do that representation, if we are able to be there in person for our constituents, or to be here in person in Ottawa and still be able to communicate with our ridings more effectively? Mr. Speaker, I am now able, when I'm in Ottawa, to take Zoom meetings with my constituents that I wasn't able to before. And vice versa, if there is an emergency in my riding, I am able to go to my riding, attend to what needs to be attended to, while making sure that I don't miss important debates like this in the House. Mr. Speaker, I was chair of the Liberal Women's Caucus for over 3 years. And it was the number one issue that we talked about on a regular basis, about how do we make sure that there is equity in this House, that there is equality of representation, that this chamber looks like what our country looks like. And removing those barriers is paramount for us to make sure that we get to that space that we need to get to make sure that we are able to effectively represent our constituents in the best way possible. And part of that conversation, Mr. Speaker, is the diversity, the inclusion in this place. Now, where I don't have children of my own, Mr. Speaker, I know that there are members that struggle on a regular basis to ensure that they are not only being good parents, but also being good parliamentarians. Having the hybrid option gives them the opportunity to do that. Having the hybrid option gives a person like myself the ability to attend the funeral of a loved one, a constituent in my riding. It gives me the opportunity to have more town halls, to have more access to this place. I'm sure 100 years ago, when we didn't have emails, our constituents would have written to us by snail mail. That letter would have arrived in Ottawa at some point, it would have been opened at some point, and then would have been responded to and then returned back. So you can anticipate that it would have taken months for a constituent to be able to communicate with their member of parliament to raise the issue that is being debated currently in this House. Well, technology has changed a lot of that. It has made us as members of parliament more accessible to our constituents, and I think that is a good thing, Mr. Speaker. Now, this hybrid system is not perfect, but I think that taking those small steps further towards progress is a good thing. It is a wonderful thing for us to be able to be more accessible for our constituents who elected us, who sent us here in this place. It is also paramount that we make sure that this place is inclusive, that the people that are running for office are able to do so, are able to effectively represent their constituents, and part of that equation is having this hybrid parliament. Mr. Speaker, I know privately, a lot of the members in this House agree that we need to have this hybrid option. I know that there are no votes waiting for us in our ridings to ensure that, as a result of this motion that we're debating today. But it needs to get done for the sake of progress. This is a long-term game here, Mr. Speaker, and I really encourage our colleagues to come at this not just with an open mind that I'm sure that everybody in this place has, but also with the mindset of how do we do democracy better. Other countries are looking at our system, are taking lessons from our system, and I think that we should take this system very seriously as well and ensure that we are working further towards progress, not just creating partisan games over something that is quite what the future looks like now. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I encourage members to really, again, be open-minded about this motion and ensure that we are working together. This is not a partisan issue. This is literally about how do we better serve our constituents in our ridings while also having the option, the availability of being collectively here in this chamber, to make sure that we are looking after one another and our constituents and putting that as priority. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to questions and comments from our members. Thank you.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
For her for intervention today. You know, one of the concerns that I had with the hybrid parliament is the idea that the government would not send ministers, not have people in the front bench here to answer the questions of parliamentarians. And of course, that's very, very important. That's how we as parliamentarians hold the government to account. You know, that's I know certainly improved over the last several months. But I'm wondering if the member could talk about what could be put in place that could ensure that there is the government is here taking questions from opposition, doing their job as the government so that the opposition can do their job as the opposition.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate that question because she's absolutely right. We do need to make sure that all of us together are available to each other, whether it's by virtual means or in-person means. And I really appreciate that over the past number of months, I have seen that no minister has responded to questions virtually, that they have been present here in the House as their duties allow them. Mr. Speaker, I think that there is a lot of good faith in what we are doing collectively, what we are doing nonpartisanly, and I think that that the member, in the validity of her question, has a right to ask that, and I know for a fact that this Liberal government will ensure that ministers are available for all members in this House.
Questions and comments? The member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague mentions partisanship, for example, but it is the first time that a party is trying to change the way the House works fundamentally without the unanimous consent of this House. Other changes have been tried, but because there was no unanimous consent of the House, they were withdrawn. So why is it that this time there's such a major change without even having come to ask for consensus?
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And like I said, as my role as the chair of the Women's Caucus, I can tell you that this conversation has been ongoing for many, many, many years. Our government has tried very hard to ensure that all parties come to the table on this. It's really unfortunate that this issue is being used as partisan politics, but I'm looking forward to everybody's collaboration to ensure that this parliament is open, accessible to our constituents, to all of Canadians, while ensuring that we are able to work effectively as members of parliament.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the provisions in these proposed standing orders is that committee chairs must preside and be in person to preside over committee meetings. So my question to the member, is this a vote of non-confidence in the member for Vancouver Centre and her inability to chair the Heritage Committee?
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a very strange question, but it reminds me of the time a couple of years ago when this Liberal government was trying to present our budget bill, and that party started to bang on their desks in a very, very loud way and then marched right out the door after making some kind of deal with the Speaker, which I'm not privy to. Mr. Speaker, it's about good faith. It is about ensuring that we are here for our constituents, that we are doing the work that Canadians expect us to do without being full of drama about it. And I encourage the party opposite to reduce their drama.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member, first of all, I want to thank her for her speech and just taking us through some memories. Some of the tougher ones since 2015. And she spoke about change with purpose. And I think about in 2015 when our government was elected and we had gender parity at the cabinet table, and it really did allow others to look within their organizations or businesses to say we need to actually think about gender. So a lot of the steps that we take within these institutions actually do encourage the rest of our country to progress as well. So I would like to hear the member's comments as to whether she sees this as an opportunity for the government to lead and all of us to work together to lead so that others can also understand. In the Riding of Waterloo Innovation, we are the hub. So we've always embraced technology, but the House of Commons has not always been that place. So would like to hear her thoughts on that. Thank you.
For Mississauga, Erin Mills, about 24
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, if we're not working with the times, then we're stagnant. And I really think that, change for the sake of change is not always positive, but change to make sure that our constituents, Canadians, are well represented is the best way that we can work work together and ensure that our country is moving forward. Industry leads, government sets example. And I think that by doing this, by ensuring that hybrid is a functioning system for our democracy, I think not only are we setting an example for industry, for the gig economy, but also across the world for emerging democracies as well.
Reprise du débat, continuing.
Resuming debate.
Honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise this evening in the House to join the debate on Motion 26, which seeks to make permanent the changes to the standing orders to allow members of Parliament to participate virtually in the work that we do in this place. And I think this motion is an important step forward in the evolution of our democracy to make sure that we're keeping with the times. I'm part of the class of 2019, as elected in October of that year. And for me, the Parliament was only in session for about 6 weeks before the pandemic hit. So for me, I was just getting the sense of how the business in this place operates when that hits. And then the COVID pandemic threw everything through a loop, where we had to learn how to do the business of this place, but be able to respect the public health guidelines that we were given, which prevented us from traveling across the country and prevented us from gathering in large groups. And so at that time, we embarked in a new innovation in this place that allowed us to participate virtually by creating a special version of Zoom, which would allow us to participate in a way that respected those public health guidelines, but still do the important work of this place, where we would be able to deliver speeches by Zoom. We'd be able to participate as members of committees, as well as to have witnesses on our committees participate by Zoom as well. And we also were able to vote on important pieces of legislation. What we originally developed was actually not very efficient, where we each had to say what our vote was on Zoom. But eventually, we actually developed an application which now utilizes facial recognition so that we're able to vote anywhere in our country, just in sometimes 10 seconds or less. And so this is a very, very important innovation in my mind. And I think the experience has shown that the virtual parliament worked. We were able to get very important work done over the course of the pandemic to deliver help to Canadians in some of the most dire straits, where we were rapidly learning about what the impacts of COVID was and having an iterative response to make sure that the programs we were rolling out were fit for purpose. And since the public health guidelines have changed and we could return en masse to this place, we've kept these provisions as an addition to the work that we do in this place. And I think that's very, very important to add here, because there are very clear benefits for us to be able to participate virtually when we need to. For instance, if there is an emergency, particularly a family emergency, you're able to be there with some of your loved ones in some of their most difficult states. There are multiple members of Parliament that have given birth just in the last year in this place, and this has allowed them to continue to do their work as MPs while being at home with their newborn child. And in addition, and this was very much highlighted during the pandemic, those that are of poor health or sick do not need to travel to be in this place. And in so doing, it means that they're not exposing other people, potentially if they're contagious, or putting themselves in a very risky position. And I've heard a number of the previous speakers mention some names of members of Parliament here, and I do want to just mention our late colleague, the Honourable Jim Carr, who, with a terminal condition, was able to participate virtually right up until the end of his life. And I do think that bears mentioning, because he brought so much wisdom to this place, and I know I learned a lot from him personally. And another benefit I would mention about this system is that it allows you to be in your constituency more and to do more constituency work. And that's a very, very important part of our jobs as parliamentarians, to make sure that we can be there and listen to the concerns that people have, to be able to advocate for their priorities. And it's important to be able to actually connect with people in your constituency to be able to do that, so that when you come to this place, you're able to advance those priorities. And for many people in this place, our ridings have populations of, for me personally, it's 131,000, and there are many other members of parliament that have even more constituents that represent large areas that is very difficult to get to sometimes. And it's important that we're able to connect with folks so that we don't get too caught in the Ottawa bubble here and detach from the realities that people are facing. And so that work as a constituency member of parliament is very, very important, as well as just being there at events. And so people can feel close to their government, as well as for able to being more responsive. And there are significant costs to the pre-existing system that we have, where everybody's here in person. A number of members previously have talked about, just because of the size of our country, being the largest democracy in the world, the second largest country in the world, that it presents some major challenges. Just the time to get here from our constituencies can be immense. For me personally, at the best of times, it takes me 8 hours point to point to get here. And that is the best of times. In the last 2 weeks, I've missed connections, which meant I've had to stay overnight in places along the way here. And some other members have talked about that it takes 24 hours to be here. So time is a cost. There's also a monetary cost every time we travel here. It can be in the thousands of dollars for a round trip for folks to get here as well. And there are health issues, particularly for some of our more vulnerable colleagues here, when we're doing 26 round trips a year, particularly if you have a time zone difference. And for me personally, it's a 3-hour time zone difference, which does take its toll as well. And there's also the environmental impact. I measured personally every round trip that I do to Ottawa, it's 1.2 tons of greenhouse gases that are emitted. And so I think we all need to be mindful of that as well. And then there's, of course, the opportunity cost when we're not able to be there in our community as well. And one thing that I don't think has really been mentioned so far in the debate today is just the cost that it has on families. I've seen some statistics that have shown that members of parliament have a divorce rate of 85%. And it's not hard to see why. You know, so many of my colleagues that I've talked to, I've seen the stress that it puts on relationships when you're not able to be here or be with your family for half of the year. And so I think this is something that we also need to take into account, because it discourages many people from getting involved in this kind of work. Particularly, I know young families or young couples that are expecting to have a family. The challenge of being here, the amount that we need to be here, which is sometimes 130 days of a year, is a huge, huge challenge from getting more people involved in this type of work that we really need to get involved. And I don't want to say that I'm advocating for all virtual, because there is very, very real benefits for people to be here. As the government House Leader for the Conservative Party mentioned, being able to go talk to a minister and get something solved is much easier when you're able to walk to his desk and have that conversation. You're not able to develop the informal relationships that is so key to making this work effective. Whether that's with other members of parliament from other parties, whether that's with senators, whether that's with bureaucrats or other stakeholders. And I think it's really important when we're giving speeches that we be in this place, because the impact when you're able to see how it's landing with somebody is very different than reading something on the screen. So I think there should be guidelines to the use of this system, and I think it's a very important tool that we have. I think all members should seek to be here far more in person than virtual. And I think the experience to date has shown that the vast majority of MPs are doing just that. And the questions and answers in question period, they should be done in person. I know a few other members have brought this up previously, but experience has been that ministers are here answering questions, which is very, very key for accountability. So, Mr. Speaker, I can see that my time is running out. I do want to say that I very much support this motion. which creates the conditions for us to be more effective MPs and better people, more energetic in the work that we do as well. And I think it has very clear benefits when it's done in a judicious way. And the experience to date has shown that it has been used in just that way. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll turn it over to questions.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll ask the member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky question. Similar question I asked this previous speaker. These provisions provide that a chair must preside in person. And does a member agree that the chair of a committee ought to preside in person, and whether that's a reflection on the absolute gong shows that we've seen in some committees where members have not presided in person?
Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Perth Wellington for the question. And I think it can make your job a lot easier being in person as the chair of a committee. It's not impossible to be able to do it virtually, but you do need to have help on the ground to be able to see how people are motioning and if there is agreement in the room. So I don't think it's absolutely necessary, but I've seen some chairs that are able to do it very well, some not as well, and I think that. Ideally, we would have chairs be in person, and my experience has been that that makes it a much smoother process.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I found the end of the member's speech pretty interesting when he said we should be in place for speeches. When they're here for speeches, it's nice when there are people around to hear us. I know we can't refer to presences or absences in the House, Mr. Speaker, so I won't, but you've understood my message. He talked about guidelines. There should be guidelines. There should be in-person question period. There are no guidelines for those conditions. The only place where there's a guideline that I've seen to date is to block motions for the government. You'd need to have 25 members in person, whereas the government can vote on a confidence motion at a distance, virtually. Does he not find that there's a huge imbalance in the balance of power, and that was presented without consulting the real opposition, because this is a Liberal NDP coalition project? I don't understand why the NDP would be supporting this, because they're reducing their power. Is he not ill at ease with this imbalance? Does he not think we should have real cross-partisan work, a real working group to provide a framework? We're not against all of the measures for hybrid parliament. There are a number that work for us, but we think that what's being proposed is not balanced enough. I'd like to hear the member on that.
West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Merci, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I think it's a reason we're having this debate here tonight, because it's something we had unanimous consent at the beginning of the system. The work here is that we can have all of the different perspectives to contribute. I agree that it's important to have ministers here to answer questions. And I'm here to hear what perspectives are on this motion, and I think many times we can find solutions if we have these discussions. Questions and comments.
Comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask the honourable member, I've spent a lot of time trying to talk to a lot of women, young women, to enter this place, to get involved in politics. And often they talk to me about, they have a lot of questions just about a lot of things in terms of the toxicity of social media and the time requirements, their ability to take care of their kids, having that work-life balance. And one of the things that I tell them about it, and I have to say, unfortunately, because it's not confirmed on hybrid, but I talk about what hybrid has allowed a lot of women to do in this House to be able to do this job. And that incredibly important voice that women bring here to this place, not just women, all people of different equity-seeking groups. Could he talk more about that and how hybrid can help that?
Good question.
36 seconds. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from London Fanshawe for the question. And indeed, it's one of the points that I brought up in my speech. It allows for some of that flexibility, and we do need to get more women, more people from equity-seeking groups to be here in this place. We need to, right now, for the first time ever, we have 100 women represented here, and we need to find ways where we can encourage more people. And, if there are some of these issues that are preventing people, we need to have an honest look at that, because when we do that, we can improve our democracy and get those important voices heard in this place too.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Here, 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 here. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, it is always a privilege and an honor to rise in this House. But I do so today on Motion 26 with some degree of disappointment. Disappointment because we are debating a motion that does not have the consensus of this House of Commons. It does not have the consensus of the recognized parties. The government and the government alone is trying to unilaterally change the accepted rules of this place without the consensus of all parties. When provisions for hybrid parliament were first introduced in this place, they were done so as a temporary measure so that members could participate in the proceedings of parliament at a time when traveling and gathering in large groups was not permitted due to the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. They were never introduced at the time. They were never considered a long-term change to how we conduct business as a House of Commons. These proposed changes being debated today are not those that are in the interest of Canada's Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, now Madam Speaker, I'm reminded of the words of one of the great Nova Scotians, one of the great parliamentarians of his generation, the Right Honourable Bob Stanfield from Truro, Nova Scotia. And I know Mr. Speaker, who's now departing, is a proud Nova Scotian. But Bob Stanfield, in a memo to his caucus, focused on the importance of certain institutions, certain principles among parliamentarians that we ought to hold dear. And he wrote, and I quote, "Not only is it unnecessary for political parties to disagree about everything, but some acceptance of common ground among major parties is essential to an effective and stable democracy. For example, it is important to stability that all major parties agree on such matters as parliamentary responsible government and major aspects of our Constitution." And in the past, that has been accepted. It's been accepted among all political parties and among different political parties, that when major changes are made to how we operate as a parliament, as a House of Commons, it's done with a common understanding among parliamentarians. Indeed, during the Harper majority government, a process was led by the then parliamentary secretary, Tom Lukiski, who ensured that multiple major changes were made to our standing orders, but they were made with the consensus of all political parties at that time. That is the process that worked then, and that is the process that ought to work going forward. I want to quote from my friend and geographic neighbour, the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills. The member was recently at a parliamentary committee testifying on a different matter, but the point he made applies to this place. He said, and I quote, "In Canada, there is only one federal electoral process, and that is the process whereby Canadians get one vote for their local member of parliament. Everyone else in our system is appointed. The Senate is appointed. The Prime Minister is appointed. The Cabinet is appointed. Everyone else is appointed. The only electoral process federally in our system is for the House of Commons. It's the only part of our system that has an electoral process. It's the only part of our system that is democratic. It's the only part of our system where Canadians get a vote, and that is for the House of Commons," end quote. These changes that the Liberal government is proposing will give even more power to the whips and to the party leaders and take away those rights and privileges from individually duly elected parliamentarians. Now, Madam Speaker, it's a fundamental principle in this place that the standing orders ought to be respected. and up until now that changes ought to require consensus. It's clear from the debate thus far that the government does not have that consensus. Now, I want to draw members' attention to some history in this place. On May 18th, 2016, the then leader of the government in the House of Commons, now the Minister for Democratic Institutions, introduced Government Motion 6. Back then, when the NDP was still operating as an opposition party and holding true to their principles, the member for New Westminster Burnaby raised a question of privilege in which he called the motion, and I quote, "a motion that rewrites our standing orders in more than 17 different ways so that the executive has unilateral control over all the procedural tools in the House." Now, Mr. Speaker, that was when the member from New Westminster Burnaby had principles and held the government to account. Unfortunately, now they have joined the Liberal coalition and have no longer using the tools at their disposal.
Shame.
Now, Madam Speaker, Motion 6 was eventually withdrawn, but only after the united, concerted efforts of the opposition parties to make it clear that changes ought only occur with a consensus. And then in our walk down memory lane, we move to 2017, when the then leader of the government in the House of Commons, now the chair of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, instructed Liberal members on that same committee to introduce a motion that would have given the government the ability to change standing orders in a way that was only approved by the Liberal majority in the House of Commons. This resulted in what was then known as the Standing Order Standoff, in which the 55th meeting of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs lasted from March 21st to May 2nd, 2017, when the Liberal government eventually backed down. That was certainly a challenging time, but when I look back at that time, I do so with pride, because it was a time when Conservative, Liberals, or Conservative, New Democrats, Bloc, and Green members were all united against the unilateral Liberal government actions. And I remember at the time the outrage so eloquently expressed by the NDP member, David Christopherson. In one of his 303 interventions in that meeting, he said, and I quote, I don't understand how the government thinks they're going to win on this, or how they think ramming through changes to our standing orders is going to make the House work any better." Well, Madam Speaker, more than 6 years later, here we are again, with the Liberals trying to ram through changes and having not learned a single thing. And unfortunately, this time, the NDP is driving the getaway car. And it reminds me of another quotation. Speaking in a speech to the Empire Club, this individual said this: "It is the opposition's right to insist at all times on the full protection of the rules of debate. The government is entitled to that same protection, but in addition, it has its majority which will establish its will. The opposition has only the rules for its protection. Hence, the authorities on parliamentary procedure emphasize the greater importance to the opposition of the only protection it has, the protection of the rules." And who said that, Madam Speaker? The late, great Stanley Knowles, one of the great NDP parliamentarians in this place, who even after he left office continued to have a seat at the table, a seat at the clerk's table until he passed away. That is how dedicated he was to this place and to parliamentary democracy. And sadly, the NDP are no longer living up to the great expectations set by the late, great Stanley Knowles. Now, as I mentioned at the outset of my remarks, the provisions for hybrid were brought in as a temporary measure during the lockdowns of COVID-19. They were only there as a matter of necessity and should not be a permanent change so that members of Parliament can avoid this place. Frankly, I believe, and I remember in April of 2020 when we first started looking at temporary changes to the standing orders, it was done so with a clear understanding that it was temporary. When the Procedure and House Affairs Committee made its recommendations at that time, it included phrases such as, quote, "during the current pandemic," and, quote, "during exceptional circumstances." It was never thought to be a part of a normalized operation of this place. In fact, the committee heard from former acting clerk Mark Bosk, co-editor of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, the person who quite literally wrote the book on procedure in this place. And on June 4th, 2020, he said this: I would say that I agree with Mr. Blaikie, Bill Blaikie, that the changes made so far relate to a pandemic situation. I think that has to be the lens through which you look at this particular exercise. The speed with which the hybrid model for committee has been adopted, to me, is not a particular concern. But as Mr. Bill Blaikie pointed out, if the tendency or the temptation is to make these changes permanent, that's a whole other issue. So, Madam Speaker, as we were clearly shown at the time, these changes were never contemplated to be a wholesale change, rather a temporary measure for a temporary situation. Now, Madam Speaker, we as parliamentarians, especially opposition parliamentarians, hold a fundamental purpose in holding the government and holding the executive branch to account. What is often forgotten by Liberal backbenchers is that they share the same responsibility. Liberal backbenchers are not members of the government. They are members of the government party, but they are not members of the executive branch. And they ought to share the same concerns as opposition members in their role of holding government to account. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, hybrid parliament makes it easier for Liberal ministers to avoid accountability in this place and at committee. And what's more, Madam Speaker, as much as we may not always like what our friends in the media may write or may say about us or about our party, the media too hold a fundamental role within our parliamentary democracy. But when a minister of the Crown participates virtually, either in committee or in the House, they avoid the interaction with our friends in the media and thereby avoid that effective way of accountability. When ministers participate in committee virtually, it takes more time and eats up more of the opportunity for opposition members to ask questions and have an effective restraint on the actions of government. Now, Madam Speaker, as I've raised a couple of times in questions and comments, is the challenge of committees is very clear in a hybrid setting. I had the great honor and privilege to serve for nearly a year on the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Now, at the time, Madam Speaker, we were undertaking some very important studies. One of them being on the absolute horrendous state of affairs at Hockey Canada. And I might add, now ongoing with many other sports, which frankly has not been adequately addressed, and which frankly Sport Canada as an organization should be ashamed of itself as an organization that knew of those allegations of Hockey Canada back in June of 2018 and did nothing for 4 years. But I digress on that. But we were also studying C11, and we're undertaking clause by clause. In both of these situations, having a chair who was entirely virtually led to a gong show of a committee. The committee was unable to function because the chair could not see the room. The chair could not understand what was happening in the room. And quite frankly, the chair was constantly saying, I don't know what's happening in the room, because she wasn't in the room. That is one of the major failings of the hybrid system, particularly as it relates to committees. Now, I do recognize that in these provisions, the presiding officer must preside in person, and perhaps we could call that the Hetty Fry rule, but that is what's happening.
Order the Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You can't say names, and that would be an inappropriate name for the rule anyway.
Yes, so obviously the Honourable Member realizes that he mentioned the name in error, and I'm sure that he will ensure that the rest of his speech does not include the name of a parliamentarian that's in the House, or that sits in the House. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And indeed, I did mean to say the member from Vancouver Centre. Yeah. But it just does reinforce the point that a member presiding over a committee or over the affairs of this House ought to be in person to ensure that a committee can function well. Indeed, the member just raised a point of order. in a hybrid setting where the chair is not personally there and present, it is much more difficult for a member to raise a point of order and catch the eye of the chair. I want to talk a little bit now about how I believe hybrid parliament has actually created a more toxic place in this House of Commons. I was elected in 2015 and served here for about 4.5 years prior to hybrid parliament being introduced. And in the 3 years since hybrid parliament has been used, I've noticed a deep decline in decorum in this place and in committees. Recently, in final remarks to the House, a member for Durham spoke just earlier today about that growing division we have seen. And I believe that a lot of this is a result of the more virtual and less in-person sittings of this place and committee. It is far easier to be nasty to someone when you see them only on a screen and you don't see them in the elevator, in the cafeteria, sharing flights, and having private conversations. That understanding of in-person content, in-person conversations, is what is important. Not always discussing parliament, but discussing sports teams, the weather, our families, and other things that colleagues talk about on a daily basis. It allows people to be seen as people and respected rather than as adversaries who need to be defeated. Now, Madam Speaker, has been spoken about in this place fairly often about how this ought to be a measure to make things more family-friendly. Now, Madam Speaker, I do not disagree that Parliament is not the most family-friendly place in the world. I think we all recognize that when we are elected, there are many sacrifices that each member makes for their family when they are elected. I have 3 young children, almost 9, 7, and 5, and I do miss events in their life. And I know many members, especially women members, find real challenges because of the commute back and forth. And there's no getting around that. But frankly, hybrid parliament will not be the solution. In fact, hybrid parliament requires that certain members ought to vote and participate even when they are unwell, even when they're caring for a loved one, even when they're caring for a new child. There's a new expectation that when they are undertaking those important life milestones and important life situations, they are now expected to be voting, to be participating, rather than dealing with the important things that ought to be dealt with at that time. Now, Madam Speaker, this isn't just Conservatives who have concerns with hybrid parliament. Wayne Easter, a long-time Liberal member of Parliament, an individual who served in this place from 1993 to 2021, recently expressed his concerns about hybrid Parliament. He said this: "Let me put it this way. If you don't want to work in Ottawa during the parliamentary sessions, don't run to be an MP. A hybrid Parliament made sense during COVID, but it should never be permanent. I strongly oppose government's move to make it permanent. MPs being present at committees is critical so they can do the work properly, so they can build relationships across party lines, chat with guests on the sidelines, and feel emotions of witnesses and members. MPs present build alliances within the caucus with members of the other parties and speak directly to the ministers behind the curtains on issues of concern." Mr. Easter goes on further to elaborate on many of those concerns, but suffice it to say that this is a member who served in that Liberal caucus for decades and is now criticizing this effort by the unilateral Liberal government to make changes. Now, at the Constitutional House Affairs Committee, we heard from another distinguished parliamentarian from the provincial level, the Honourable Ted Arnott, Speaker of the Ontario Legislature, who has served in the Ontario Legislature for over 33 years. And he said this: "It's hugely valuable for elected members to be able to interact in the chamber, outside the chamber, in the corridors, and in the lobbies. Having those face-to-face conversations can be very helpful in terms of ensuring that members are informed and that they're able to share best practices and ideas, as well as for members to be able to represent their constituents. Throughout my time as a member, when I was advocating for my constituency, in many cases, I would approach ministers, whether I was on the government side or whether I was in the opposition benches, and speak with them privately. This was a very important way of advancing the issues on behalf of constituents." So, Madam Speaker, this is very important that we recognize the importance of having these opportunities in this House. Now, as I wrap up, as I think I have about a minute left, I want to focus on a couple paths forward. First of all, I want to note that the PROC dissenting report open the door to cooperation with the government. We said very clearly in the Conservative dissenting report that we would agree to extend the provisions of hybrid parliament to 1 year after the next election. So that when we came back after the election, there wouldn't be that standoff in the first week. We would allow for the provision of the standing orders to continue for approximately 1 year, and then have a vote on whether new members, all members at the time, wish to see that continue. We made that offer. We had that opening, but unfortunately the government failed to take it, which is unfortunate because we've seen the concerns that have happened. I want to point out that since March of 2020, there were 90 disabling injuries reported by interpreters in this House. We are quite literally causing damage to our interpreters who are already in a lower number than they were pre-pandemic. So if we want to truly be a bilingual parliament, truly be a bilingual place, we need to ensure that interpreters are available not only for this place, but for all places within the committee. Now, Madam Speaker, I see that my time is wrapping up, but I do want to say that we've opened the door to compromise, and it's just entirely inappropriate and unfortunate that the Liberals didn't fail to seek that consensus where all recognized parties could have found a solution going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That's the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I like the member, enjoyed working with him at Canadian Heritage. He did a great job as Vice Chair. So I'll preface my remarks in praising the member, but I have got to say his memory is faulty. I lived through the Harper regime, and I saw how they ran roughshod over parliamentary rights through their entire mandate, their majority mandate. The last 4 years was absolutely appalling. Atrocious. So for him to somehow cite the Harper government as an example to follow, I strongly disagree. But he mentioned the talk about, well, it's before the House now, but where did this come from? And he'll recall that as a House, we referred to Procedure and House Affairs. Procedure and House Affairs had as their first recommendation, reporting back to the House of Commons, that hybrid parliament, including the voting application, be continued, and that all necessary changes to the standing orders be made to allow for its use, and that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs must review these measures within the first year of the 45th Parliament. So the Procedure and House Affairs recommendation that is before us now is to be voted on by Parliament. So I simply disagree with his interpretation of the facts. Procedure and House Affairs.
The honourable member to answer, because I do have other individuals who want to ask questions. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to remind the member from New Westminster Burnaby, when he's citing the Harper record, well, I want to remind him that his party, the New Democratic Party, so far has supported time allocation 37 times in this Parliament. So it's awfully rich for the NDP to be claiming to be an opposition party when they're supporting time allocation here in House of Commons. And I remind the member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Order. I understand that. I think that there's other individuals who are trying to have their say here, but it's not time. I haven't recognized them. The honourable member for Perth Wellington. And before I go to the honourable member for Perth Wellington, I want to remind members who are online that I will not recognize them unless they have their headsets on. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in response to the member from Edmonton Strathcona, 37 times her party has supported time allocation to ram through the Liberal government's agenda. They used to be an opposition party. They used to be an opposition party to hold the government to account. And now the members from New Westminster Burnaby and others are raising this issue. You know, they talked about the Harbour. There was a cake at that time, and we're going to bake a cake for the NDP to celebrate.
Okay, questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member of Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to, excuse my voice, I have asthma and I'm suffering from the pollution syndrome right now. I just wanted to say that there was some misinformation that went on in this House and I want to correct it.
His mic isn't working properly. I will ask her to hook it and unhook it. In the meantime, I'm going to go to the l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member's mic is plugged in properly in order to go back to her. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a simple question for the member who just made a speech. We talked about reconciling work and family, about the work in our ridings, about our children, our spouses. I think that all workers would like to have a job where they could work at home with their family, but it's not always possible. My question is quite specific. There are several things we could do and we're not doing that the government is not doing to help have a better work-life balance. For example, the schedule of parliamentary committees, even in spring 2020, did not hold parliamentary committees on Friday. And since we've had a hybrid parliament, we sit on committees Monday to Friday, full-time. Do you think, sir, that this is a measure that will prevent a work-life balance? I would remind the member she has to put her questions through the chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. And yes, there are a great many things that the government is doing that aren't very helpful for families. On Friday, one evening, we were here till quite late. This is not good for family life.
Member from Vancouver Centre. We've been doing Parliament virtually now for 3 years, and we do have to plug in our headsets in order to participate.
Yes, I do want to remind members to make sure that if they want to participate, that their headsets should be on and it should be plugged in. The questions and comments, the honourable member of Vancouver Centre. Let's try that again.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's always interesting to watch how when you're trying to be personal and nasty, you make assumptions. My headset was plugged in. It just didn't work for that moment. It was plugged in. But I wanted to suggest, Madam Chair, there was and excuse my voice because my asthma is giving me trouble. I just wanted to say, Madam Chair, that there was a great deal of misinformation and, may I say, disinformation went on with the honourable member's speech. If the honourable member will recall, the honourable member mentioned the fact that during the discussion, clause by clause, of one of the very contentious bills in my committee, on his committee, that the reason that the committee did not work, and we had problems, and it had to come back to the House to ask the House to set time limits, and to set time limits for how we dealt with clause by clause, was because his party filibustered every second clause. There was filibustering going on, and that was what created a dysfunctional committee, not my being hybrid, not my being there. I had everything in front of me and was working extremely well. So let's not be nasty and mean to people who have problems and can sometimes be ill. Thank you.
Yeah, the microphone was showing as either not being plugged in or not being plugged in properly. So the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, the member from Vancouver Centre is incorrect. We had not proceeded clause by clause until the Liberals brought in a guillotine motion in the House of Commons. So to say that we were filibustering clause by clause is 100% inaccurate. So perhaps the member ought to refresh herself, because that's not what happened. They came with a guillotine motion to force it through literally in the dead of night, to force every clause through without debate, without discussion, that every debate was debated in the dead of night. And we remind members who are wondering at home, that bill in question was Bill C-11, which was the Liberal efforts to regulate the internet and to try to force user-generated content to be subject to CRTC regulations, which we all know, if you want something to be done poorly, you give it to the CRTC.
And comments. The honourable member for Simcoe North, is it? York Simcoe.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech tonight. I've been listening tonight, and we know democracy is going to be changed with this virtual parliament. I wonder if you've heard if the Liberal government has tabled or is going to table through you, Madam Chair, a stop work order on Centre Block, to save the billions of dollars. Should we then, with their arguments, just take Parliament all virtual? Do we need to spend $3 billion on Centre Block now? Should we act like the battery plant, put a stop work order on center block tonight. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member from Lake Simcoe for that question. I will say this. Center Block has a carving in the old House of Commons chamber, and part of that carving represents the 20 members that must contribute to quorum. I will say this. This Liberal government is doing away with a constitutionally mandated quorum requirement that at all times 20 members must be present in the House of Commons. But because of the Liberal NDP coalition agreement, they have done away with something as fundamental as the constitutionality of quorum, where members must be physically present in order to do that. So it is disappointing that we would see the efforts of the Liberal government to avoid accountability on these important issues.
We have time for another brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Very quick question before I get the opportunity to speak, Madam Speaker, and that would be, can the member give very clear indication in terms of why it is that the members of the Conservative Party seem to oppose the voting app, or do they support the voting app?
The honourable for Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, I'll say very clearly that in our dissenting report, we were open to a compromise to allow all elements of hybrid parliament to proceed for 1 year. Our clear requirement was that there ought to be a sunset clause so that 1 year after the start of the next parliament, the new parliament will have a vote on whether to maintain those provisions or not. That was the compromise that we as opposition MPs were willing to make. Despite us not particularly liking the provisions of hybrid parliament, we were willing to make that compromise in order to come to a consensus among parliamentarians, but the requirement was that sunset clause and that vote 1 year into the next parliament.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's an interesting point that the member just raised. Everything that we're talking about, he says that the Conservative Party would in fact support if there was a sunset clause. So if there was a sunset clause, if I'm reading what it is or understanding what it is that the member just said, he would then be in full support of the motion. And I look towards him to give clear indication that my statement is in fact correct. So, and he's reaffirming that by his comments across the way. Madam Speaker, you see, I think that we have to put things into a proper perspective here. And a part of that is recognizing the force that the Conservative Party plays today on the floor of the House of Commons. I would suggest to you it is a very much a destructive force. You know, they talk about, well, you know, the NDP have voted with us on time allocation, and they tried to give the impression, you know, that there's this solid coalition and so forth. But, Madam Speaker, what the member doesn't realize is that in the last federal election, Canadians did decide that it would be a minority government. In a minority government, it's not only the party that has the majority of seats that is afforded the opportunity to be able to continue to govern as we were given, Madam Speaker. It also ensured that, that the government would work along with opposition parties. The Conservative Party, virtually from the get-go, made it very clear that they don't see themselves as a cooperative.
Point of order, the honourable member for oh, James, I better get it right, eh?
Yeah, just check it out. You present it. It's there.
Yeah, no, Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to do a quorum call, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, there is no quorum call during these debates. The honourable member, and you know, there's quite a few people online at this point. The honourable member for the Beyond Parliamentary Secretary. It's getting late, you know.
I hear you.
I think one of these screens should show the people that are online. So that when we
that's not a point of order. That's a point of debate. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, this is now, I guess, the second time in which Conservative members don't understand the rules, and they've actually stood up on a point of order when they know after 6:30 you cannot call quorum. Now, you know, it's very rude for members opposite to interrupt the member's speech in order to ask for a quorum call when they know full well that they can't ask for a quorum call. So I would ask the indulgence of the Conservative Party to understand that at the end of the day,
that you can't call quorums and allow members to be able to continue on with their remarks uninterrupted. Madam Speaker, I was trying to emphasize that the last election, a clear message was sent, not only to the government or the Liberal Party, but also to opposition parties. And that was that in order to pass anything through the House of Commons, as a minority situation, you need the cooperation of at least one opposition party. Without that, you cannot accomplish anything. And the Conservative Party is very much on the record of saying that they don't support this party being in government. And they are going out of their way, playing a destructive force in every way to prevent legislation and motions from ultimately being able to pass. And a good example of that was the leader of the Conservative Party just last week, Madam Speaker. That's right. Prior to coming into the House, indicating to the media and anyone that wanted to hear that he was going to speak and speak and speak and speak until the Prime Minister withdrew budgetary measures, Madam Speaker. Well, it lasted 4 hours and the vote ended up taking place anyway because of the rules. And it amplified, in my mind, the Conservative Party of Canada's approach in terms of dealing with the legislature or with the issues that come to the floor of the House of Commons. You know, as a member of Parliament now for over a decade, one of the things that I've recognized is it is exceptionally hard, if not impossible, to make substantive changes to the standing orders unless you're prepared to take a strong stand, because getting that consensus is, in fact, virtually impossible, Madam Speaker. I've sat on PROC meetings. I've listened to all sorts of discussions that have taken place. I guess I would say I'm a frustrated parliamentarian that recognizes that we need to modernize the rules of the House of Commons, that there are changes that are necessary. And after every election, we actually are afforded the opportunity as individual members, as parliamentarians, to share concerns on how we would like to see some rule changes, Madam Speaker. You know, I recall standing up not that long ago, I believe it was last year, when the day came when we had that debate inside the chamber, and I talked about some of the rules that I would like to see changed. I would like to see more debate time, for example, Madam Speaker, and I set in process a way in which that could be accommodated. Other members talked about different forms of rules, changes, dual chambers, and so forth. I've had both on the record and off the record with discussions amongst members of all political parties.
I remember.
I was actually very pleased when, back in March of 2020, when we actually had a consensus in order to look at ways in which we could accommodate the pandemic and allow Parliament to continue on, Madam Speaker.
I remember.
It was a very positive attitude where we had opposition parties of all stripes working with the government and the government working with opposition. And we came up with a system that has clearly demonstrated, even in a worldwide pandemic, that the House of Commons can in fact continue, Madam Speaker. And it can be effective. We are able to deal with the issues that concern Canadians on a day in, day out basis, Madam Speaker. There are many things that had taken place during that pandemic that I would suggest to you would be of great benefit in terms of modernizing the House of Commons. And because you have some within the House of Commons, not all, and I would argue even not all Conservatives would balk at the idea of having the voting application, Madam Speaker, amongst the hybrid itself in its complete form. as the government House Leader himself pointed out when he brought forward the legislation. Like him, I too have heard many positive things about the hybrid. Why the opposition? When I posed the question to the member that spoke just before me, Madam Speaker, in terms of, well, do you or do you not support the voting application?
What did he say?
The member's response is, well, in essence, if we were to have a sunset clause, then we would support it in its entirety in terms of the motion. That's what he implied. And then I actually repeated what it is that he implied, Madam Speaker, as he was there, and he nodded in the affirmative. Absolutely, he says. This is mixed messaging. On the one hand, the Conservative Party is prepared to continue doing what we're doing for the next couple of years. You know, we're committed to continue to work with oppositions, in particular the New Democrats, who have expressed an interest in listening to what Canadians said back in 2021 and make this Parliament work, which means we could be going well into 2025, Madam Speaker. So they're saying, well, you know what? As an official opposition, you give us the sunset clause and we'll accept it. What that tells me, Madam Speaker, is that the opposition party itself does support what is here. Their problem seems to be that they want us to reaffirm, or after the next election, that it be reaffirmed. Well, after the next election, the standing order could be withdrawn. But I'll suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that once this resolution or this motion is actually passed and adopted by this House, as I anticipate and hope that it will, that you're not going to see even a Conservative majority government is not going to withdraw it, Madam Speaker. And it's not because it's to the advantage of one party over another, depending on whether or not you're in opposition or you're in government. I don't believe that for a moment. That's the reason why I posed the question in regards to, having been a parliamentarian for over 30 years now, I know most of my years were actually in the opposition benches. I understand the importance of opposition tools that are utilized in order to hold the government accountable. And that's why I said, well, give me a tangible example in terms of what's within this resolution or this motion that is going to take one of those tools away. Explain to me what it is. Some members say, well, you know what, it's ministerial accountability. I can appreciate the concern about ministerial accountability, but I'll tell you, it has a lot more to do with the personality of the minister than anything else. When I was in opposition and I would approach a minister, often you're told, well, okay, we'll check with my staff or call my office. Some ministers would actually entertain and sit down and chat with you. As I suspect, if you were to pick up the phone, depending on the situations, Madam Speaker. Ministerial accessibility, I don't believe is lost. Remember, every member of this House is afforded the opportunity to be able to file 4 questions. And while those questions are once those questions are being answered, and I think it's 45 days before a question gets answered. I know I table a lot of these. I think I'm well into the thousands of questions, Madam Speaker. And they'll get the response from the ministers. They talk about ministerial accountability. Well, when was the last time you can talk about thousands of questions that have been answered now. When was the last time you heard a minister or a parliamentary secretary answer a question that was virtual? You'll see that the questions or answers are being provided from the floor of the House. Let's say into the future, well, people say, well, yeah, but what about the future? I remember sitting in opposition where we would be counting the number of question periods in which one of the ministers in the Harper government wasn't showing up to answer any questions. And it went for days and days, going into weeks, going past months, Madam Speaker. Ministerial accessibility isn't really an issue. It's not a tool that's going to make members more ineffective, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker. At the very least, it's not going to prevent opposition. Because what you will find is that opposition members will use the absence of a minister that doesn't show up inside the chamber as a reason for questioning that particular minister. And we see that that has happened for years, Madam Speaker. I don't think it has anything to do with it. We hear about some of the benefits of the hybrid, what's being proposed. I'm a big fan of the voting application. I believe that the vote application is probably the single greatest change that we have actually seen in generations, Madam Speaker.
It took 152 years.
My colleague says 152 years. I don't know if we had the technology back then, but I can tell you one thing. When we formed, when Canada was formed, Hansard didn't exist. Well, the Hansard did in other parliaments, Madam Speaker, but not here in Canada. It actually took a few years before we actually got Hansard. And I would suggest to you, a change of that nature was very important. It provided a lot more accountability, because then when a member said something in the House, that means it was actually recorded. Prior to that, it was more of a secret club of sorts, Madam Speaker. And I suspect back then, when it was brought in, you might have seen some members not necessarily supporting it, but it enhanced our democracy and accountability. One could go for a few decades after that, where we saw televised debates. Television changed the way in which politicians responded to questions, to debates itself, Madam Speaker. I like to think that it contributed in a very positive way. I remember having these types of discussions inside the Manitoba legislature as a parliamentarian, and the impact of television brought in. But believe it or not, Madam Speaker, there were still some members when I was first elected that argued that television was a bad thing to be brought in to the Manitoba legislature. I would suggest that it raised the bar. It ensured additional, more accountability, Madam Speaker. When you talk about that voting application, I believe that there's great benefit to it. It's not a tool in which it's going to diminish opportunities for opposition members. If they believe that to be the case, well then explain to us why that's the case, number one, and then explain why it is you're prepared to allow it to continue for the next couple of years. Because that's what they were prepared to do, Madam Speaker. So I think in their heart of hearts, they actually recognize the value of the voting application. It is valuable. Absolutely. Imagine, if you will, wherever you are in the country, that you're actually able to participate by a vote. So that means if there's going to be a vote on Monday, let's say you're representing whether it's British Columbia, it doesn't even have to go to the far coast. You know, you could talk about, my colleague representing the community of Brandon. You know, whether it's taking the taxi to the airport, waiting at the airport, then the plane ride to Winnipeg, hopefully not having to go through Toronto, and then getting into a vehicle once you're there, driving 2 hours to go out to Brandon. Reverse that in order to be able to come for a Monday vote, possibly on a procedural call. What's the real difference, Madam Speaker? I would suggest to you that enabling that member from being able to vote virtually, we are doing his constituents the favor. The member benefits, but the real individuals that benefit from the electronic voting is the people of Canada. It's our constituents. Madam Speaker. I remember when you would have committees that are happening or meetings all throughout the parliamentary precinct that are taking place. Very important meetings, very important standing committees that are taking place. So you're meeting with X, whoever X might be, Madam Speaker, and then the bells start to ring. That means you have to interrupt that meeting. That meeting could be something of urgent nature on a foreign affairs matter, or it can be a very important constituents discussion that you're having nowadays via Zoom. There's all forms and all reasons why someone might not necessarily be able to attend a particular meeting. And now they have the option to be able to vote on the application, Madam Speaker. I see that as a positive. I have not heard an argument that has convinced me otherwise. Being able to participate and be fully engaged here on the floor of the House of Commons, whether it's virtually or it's in person, is important to all of us. And I think that when you take a look at the rules that are being proposed and suggested and hopefully adopted, and I would love to see, the Conservative Party's not too late to support it, Madam Speaker. They can still support it.
Absolutely.
You know, if they truly believe what they say in terms of, well, we would support it if you put in a sunset clause, the government House Leader provided them the rationale. You know, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, any future government, through a standing order, can reverse the changes. And, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that if you take a look at the 2020 discussions that had taken place, where there was a consensus that was developed, to what we're seeing today and what it is that the member has said, that they in essence support everything as long as there is a sunset, I would suggest to you that the desire to see the changes that are being proposed is in fact there. But there's a lot of political posturing that's taking place. Absolutely. And at the end of the day, Canadians will be better served if this motion is passed, Madam Speaker, and I would ask and suggest that all members should seriously look at supporting the motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member from Winnipeg North, early in his intervention, talked about quorum calls not being permitted after 6:30 during these late-night sittings. And is it not part of this hybrid situation that this Liberal NDP government has created that prevent these quorum calls at this time of night, so that the Liberal members don't have to have more than 2 or 3 or sometimes only one member in the House at this time? They don't have to be here to participate in a legitimate two-sided debate because they don't have to worry about quorum being called. They can sit at home in their pajamas, they can do whatever they want, but they don't have to be here for that two-sided debate. So is it not part of the rules that you've already changed and twisted around with support of this NDP coalition that have caved in, and just part of the twisting of Parliament in your favour?
I want to remind the member to address all questions and comments through the House, and I think there needs to be, you know, a little bit of we have to be careful on talking about, you know, how the House is right now and who's in and who's not. And I know he didn't specify, but he's not too far off from that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I think it would be best to address the questions and comments based on the issue that's before the House as opposed to the quorum question. The Honourable Member Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, like the member opposite, Madam Speaker, I'll walk that fine line and hopefully I don't cross it. You know, last week when the House, in order for the House to convene, you have to have members, at least 20 members inside the House. Last week, on more than one occasion, you know, there was only one political entity that actually had members when the House was getting underway, when the prayer was going on. So, and it wasn't the Conservatives, Madam Speaker. Now, that might have crossed the line there a little bit, and I would apologize for doing so. But the point is, Madam Speaker, dilatory motions, quorum.
I mean, I already just had mentioned, as to who's in the House, who's not, and the honourable member really crossed that line when he mentioned that one particular party wasn't in the House. So, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I would just ask members to stick to the issue that is before the House and the debate that's before the House on their questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, if he could wrap it up, I have other individuals who are dying to ask questions.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, the point is a member might not realize that, but even when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister and Prime Ministers before that, governments before, often you would be sitting late in the evening and there's no quorum calls. That happens actually quite a bit with all different political parties.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me this question that I was very ready for. I'd like to ask my colleague, following his speech where he talked about big values, democracy, I'd like to get back down to earth and talk about where democracy is done in Parliament. That is to say, committees. I'd like to talk about that reality because I have the pleasure and honour of sitting at a committee at this Parliament. Perhaps it's not the same case for him, but I'd like to tell him that with a hybrid Parliament, committees have to sit after 5:30 p.m., but they also sit on Fridays, which, for a young mother like me, doesn't work at all. And that's because of hybrid Parliament for technical reasons and linguistic resources, because there's a lack of technical and linguistic resources. So in this perfect system that two of the opposition parties oppose, does he know, today, how many committees were cancelled or cut because there was a lack of resources because of hybrid Parliament?
Secretary?
Well, Madam Speaker, I think that one of the things that needs to be factored into the members' comments is the amount of filibustering that takes place throughout many different standing committees. And to not take that into consideration, I think is not giving respect to the fact at the end of the day, there is a finite amount of resources, and you have to work with the resources that are there, and where they can be enhanced, they have been as much as one would expect. Our standing committees play an absolutely critical. It's just they're really the backbone of our Parliament and the work that is done. And I would like to think that we would have a more functional standing committees in different areas. At times, there's a need for filibustering. Often, filibusters end as a result of more political partisanship than I personally would like to see.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Back in 2017, when my third daughter Isla was born, my wife went through an extremely difficult pregnancy, and she was hospital bound for about 8 weeks. Everything turned out fine, but I was required to be there to look after my other two daughters, and so for the entirety of September and October of 2017. I was forced to be at home. And of course, we didn't have hybrid Parliament at that time, so I missed a number of caucus meetings, I missed a number of votes, I missed a number of opportunities where I could represent the good people of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. So I understand its value there. That being said, I do enjoy my time physically in this place. I actually like serving physically with members. I feel being here in person makes our committees work properly. But again, I understand that different people who serve in this place are in different situations. But I think I want to tag on to the question of resources, because there is a continuing problem with this hybrid Parliament over the safety and health of our interpreters. And whether it comes with people using improper headsets, speaking without them, that's a resource question. And I'd like to know from the Parliamentary Secretary, either through the Board of Internal Economy, the government itself, how can he speak to addressing that very real problem to making sure this place continues to function?
Parliamentary Secretary?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I do want to first and foremost acknowledge that for many people, there's all sorts of good personal additional reasons as to why we should be supporting the hybrid model for personal reasons, whether it's the birth of a child to issues related to a parent of a member of Parliament, and everything in between, including graduations and so forth. What people need to recognize is being an MP is very unique. There's demands that are very different. I would suggest it's very much 7-day-a-week job, and you're often looking at 16-hour days. And it's not to complain. I love what it is that I do. I just recognize that it is different, and the hybrid can, in fact, make life a little bit easier, which would allow for us to get more quality people, ideally running to become members of Parliament, in particular more women participation and minorities and so forth. Having said that, the specifics of the question, Madam Speaker, I do believe that we are exploring all sorts of options, including having translators that would not have to be in the Ottawa Circle. So you could get someone from St. Boniface, Manitoba, ultimately being a translator. I hear that that's something that's being considered, and I think that's a wonderful thing.
Questions and comments? The honourable member of Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I heard him reference when he was in opposition and counting ministers on our side, the government side. Well, you wouldn't be able to count them now on the front bench. It's absolutely empty.
It's bordering on there. We just went through this. I would just ask the member maybe to speak to the question that's before the House. The honourable the honourable member for Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I'll take that back. But just the same, it won't be long before the member from Winnipeg is back over on this side, counting again. All jokes aside, can you imagine what this place would be without him? He shows up here. I wonder if he in some way, as he asked himself, is he making other colleagues feel bad because they're online all the time? And I was talking with Kevin earlier, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member certainly knows the rules of the House, and he shouldn't be mentioning individuals by their first name or their last name.
No, Madam Speaker. No, Kevin.
Oh, a different Kevin. Okay.
Kevin is a member of the Parliamentary
Protective
Service. And he's outside earlier. I was talking to him as I was coming in, and Kevin said to me, we've got to show up. We've got to go to work. We've got to come here, and they don't want to come here to protect an empty building. So folks like these have to come to work. Our constituents expect us to come to work. Kevin expects us to come to work. The member for Winnipeg, he doesn't expect us to come to work, but he comes to work himself. But I wonder how he thinks this hybrid parliament makes the general public in Canada feel about us not coming to work. Does he think we're not getting paid enough to come to work?
Do you want to remind the honourable member that when someone is online, they're actually considered to be in Parliament? The honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary, if he can provide a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm not too sure where to go with that particular question. I think that the members of Parliament work whether they're here or they're in their inside their ridings. I can attest. I can tell the member I do, and my colleagues do. At the end of the day, the member needs to ask himself a question. And the question is, why does the Conservative Party support everything that's in this motion on the condition that it be sunset for 2 years, as opposed to just forgetting about the sunset for a moment? If they support it for the next 2 years, then what's really wrong with the motion? I suspect that the member does, in fact, or many members of the Conservative Party do support the motion, but the House leadership team is having a difficult time to show any sort of consensus building.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Chatham-Kent, Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am going to share my time. With the member for Chatham-Kent Leamington. So this debate, members have heard me say before, I participated in the standing order debates in the past. I think back to 2020 when Parliament did resume in a hybrid format. I think the Conservative caucus was one of the first ones to resume having full meetings. We were one of the first ones, if not the first one, on Zoom because we had tested all the other different software systems and fell on Zoom as being the best one. And we requested from House administration and the cybersecurity people whether we could have our own server to be able to meet in that format. And eventually, I think within 3 meetings, we actually got interpretation services going because it was incredibly important for us to keep having meetings bilingually. I oppose the motion. I oppose the contents of the motion. I have said it from the beginning all the way back. I've been as consistent as I can be on this question. I still oppose it. I actually think, and I want to speak to the backbenchers in the Liberal benches, how bad this will be for all of us in the long term, but especially for those who are going to be in the government caucus in the long term. And I say this because eventually the parliamentary calendar will mean nothing. Eventually, we will meet every single week because constituency weeks and legislative sessional weeks will blend together. Because really, there will be no difference between the two. We'll be expected to do both of our works, and our constituents will expect to do everything at the same time. There will be no ground given for being away in the nation's capital, on the floor of the House of Commons, in a committee, debating the issues. There will be no difference made. All the events we'll be invited to, there'll be an expectation that we do everything at the same time. Whether you are doing, if you're now doing committee in hybrid format from home, you are working. You're not watching your sick child. And I've had 4 kids. I have 3 kids now. I had a personal tragedy happen in my life, and I was away for 6 weeks. I did not think about work during that time. What we're going to be asking members to do is to work while sick. What we're going to be asking members to do is work while a loved one is very sick. We're going to be asking them to do everything at the same time in those same weeks and to figure it out themselves, balance it yourselves. And you will get incredible pressure from your House leadership team, from your leadership, whether it'll be the Prime Minister's office, whether it be the Leader's office in opposition, whichever one that is, that will be putting incredible pressure on the backbenchers. And I say that as a former chair of the Conservative caucus, where my job was to speak on behalf of backbenchers in my own recognized caucus. That's the whole point of caucus chairs, is to speak on behalf of the backbenchers. I'll mention this to the government too. There isn't a single legislature in Canada that has moved to a full hybrid format. None of the 10 have done this. I don't quite know the territories. I won't speak to them, but none of the 10 legislatures have moved to a full hybrid dual format. As far as I know, I've looked at them. They're not doing it. This parliament here is talking about permanently introducing measures that we had agreed to doing, and now we're not. I see that one of the members of Sackville, President Chesacook, is disagreeing with me. It's not liking it, but this is when we start with consensus. Now we're being forced to have one system. One of the offers that was made by Conservative members on Proc Committee was for us to perhaps have a sunset clause. Let the next parliament determine, give a year of that next parliament to see how things are working out with potentially new members who are here, to weigh the pros and the cons again of whether to continue with everything, with some, or with nothing in hybrid. I know what my position is. My position is not to continue with any of the hybrid format. We have a lot of interpreters who are injured. I've seen a lot of committee meetings be completely dysfunctional because it doesn't work very well, even after all these years with Zoom. I've seen committees be canceled because there's not enough resources. And it seems always interesting that the government's able, through their whips, to cancel the committee meetings that they don't like versus the ones they really want. And there's not enough resources to go around for all the committees. One of the Bloc MPs raised a great point, and now we're meeting on Fridays. Fridays used to be a day when some members would return to their constituents, especially those in marginal seats. Like I'm looking at those members of the government caucus in marginal seats who would probably like to have a Friday where they can go press the flesh, as we call it. Go meet constituents in their local coffee shops, go meet them in local community events, spend some time working on their case files on a Friday, whereas those of us who are not in marginal seats can spend more time on legislative work if we so choose to. But what will happen in this chamber, not this year, not next year, but many years down the line, is our whips, our House leaders will come together and say, why do we have constituency weeks? They should all be legislative weeks, and members can then pick and choose which weeks they will be here, which weeks they will not be here. Many other members have spoken about the downsides, so you will not be able to go up to a minister right after question period on a specific case file. You will not be able to get to know other members. I will admit, Madam Speaker, I haven't gotten to know most of the Liberal benches because, frankly, some of them I have a hard time recognizing as members when they rise in the House. I don't know what issues they're directly passionate about. I've been on some committees with some members. I've gotten to know them a lot better. That builds trust. There's a reason we still have parliamentary associations that send persons overseas, send legislators from this House and from the Senate overseas to go meet other legislators in person, because that's how you build a relationship with them. You don't build it over Zoom and boxes on a screen. That's not how you build relationships of trust. And much of our committee work is based on trust. Even if we disagree on an issue, may not get everything that we want, we usually suspend the meetings and are able to negotiate a resolution or a solution to whatever problem is before us. We can continue doing the work on behalf of our constituents. And at the end of the day, that's really what it's all about. Like, I know many people have talked now about the voting app, and some people like it, some people dislike it. I'll be the first to say I dislike the voting app. I highly doubt many members are clicking on the little information button and checking exactly what they're voting on every single time. And we see it sometimes happen. We have these giant screens in the House now, and we always look for that one member who didn't get the memo from their whip's office and votes the wrong way. And I mean, like, on government legislation, I don't mean on private members' bill, because those should be free votes, and hopefully they're always free votes. But we have Standing Order 44.11, which allows for pairing of votes. Standing Order 44.1, and I've written a letter in the past to the chair of the PROC committee that was shared amongst members of PROC, and I stand by what I wrote. Pairing is the way out of this. We should not expect members who are taking care of loved ones, who are going through a serious sickness at home, who have major family obligations, to have to stay connected to the work. They can pair their votes like we do with cabinet ministers. Cabinet ministers can pair their vote. They pair it with usually a member of the opposition when they're traveling overseas. Why can't we do more pairing in the House? I've said it before. I said it during the previous Standing Order debate. Pairing is the solution, especially if you empower a member to pair. In fact, I will even say that during this Parliament, I actually paired one of my votes on a handshake with a Liberal member. That's the way it's supposed to be done, because I trusted the member. I had gotten to know the member over the last few years, and I trusted him enough to then turn around and go to my whip. And likewise, he did the same thing, that he would be paired, just so he wouldn't have to take a long flight just to come back here to Ottawa to be able to be here present, to make sure that I would be present here as well, which is ridiculous. I trusted him as a gentleman. He trusted me as well. And we paired. Why can't we do more of that? The app makes it not necessary. You don't need to get to know anybody else on the other side. You don't need to build a relationship of trust. You don't need to get to know anybody. You can actually, in fact, in the future, you'll just be able to spend your time on boxes, on screens, and not get to know anybody. You won't need to talk to another person. You could just send emails, read speeches, read pre-prepared questions, and it'll all be fine. And I just don't think that's the way this Parliament should function. I actually don't think it's an improvement. I don't think it'll have better transparency. There won't be better accountability. You know, we heard the Parliamentary Secretary, the member for Winnipeg North, mention order paper questions and the format in which it's provided and tabled in the House, and how there's always been a member to do so. But we haven't talked about the quality of the order paper question answers. The answers have gotten worse, and it's something that started a decade before, but have gotten really bad now. Now it's like borderline into the ridiculous sometimes, where there's not even an attempt to answer the contents. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes. And the questions that the members now heckling me from across.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to hold off on his questions and comments. It's not time. I think that the Honourable Member only has 1 minute left, and I know that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have an opportunity to ask a question, I'm sure. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I invite the member to look at the questions I submit, because I am always looking for data and content and information, which reminds me, with the member's interruption, I do have a Yiddish proverb. I hope everything I've spoken tonight, that everything that I spoke about is things that I've seen. Let you not say things that you have not seen, is a Yiddish proverb. And I hope I've done that. And I've stayed consistent with what I've said in past debates on the standing orders. This House has built a consensus of trust. And what the government is doing here is, because it has a coalition ally, it's just simply going to ram through changes to the standing orders. The preference has always been that we do standing order changes by consensus. And yeah, then we don't get everything we always all want. We get what we can all agree on, which is small changes. And that's been the great thing about Parliament, is our rules protect backbenchers. They don't protect the front bench. These changes will protect the front bench from backbenchers. And there are more backbenchers in this House, and they should be the ones. This is a House for them and for their constituents, not for the Cabinet.
Questions and comments. L'Honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague across the way I have a very specific question. But first of all, by way of introduction, I'd like to say that the pandemic forced us to innovate, forced us to have recourse to technology. Now I think about our families who benefit from it. During the pandemic, I saw my children work at home, not miss school. I saw my spouse able to teach from home. But there is a Conservative MP who we saw earlier with a baby in her arms. It was a lovely sight. And it was great to see that people can work from home, those who are raising families. Can the member across the way not admit that technology has advanced?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Donc, j'aimerais...
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the question, but that's not the issue before the House. Do we want to have a hybrid parliament as stated in Motion 26? I have 3 children. The 2 eldest are at school. I was the chair of the caucus. So I have a screen. I saw my children. I watched my children watching their screen. I wanted to make sure they were following their class. Now, we work 4.5 hours on a certain day, but you're also watching your children who are also online, who have school to attend online. But after the pandemic, that is not what parents wanted for their children. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his statement. What he said was clear, it was intelligent, and he broached a subject that's very important, and that is the question of human contact, and also what happens in lobbies. The people we meet in lobbies and elsewhere, because we negotiate sometimes from day in, day out to come up with better bills for Canadian people. Now, people will say, we'll only do this hybrid